NASDAQ goes, man. I really think we had a huge day on Friday, a beautiful bounce back in the market, and I think we're getting ready to go.
I think moon is going to be the reference you got to use today. Anytime any stock goes up, crypto goes up, it's going to the moon,
yeah,
which is fitting because we're going to be talking about the moon probably a heck of a lot this afternoon as well.
Oh yeah.
All right, it's worth noting if you zoom out a little bit as far as the dollar is concerned. I was just reading the yen. Its lowest level this morning versus the dollar since 1990.
Wow.
You and I were just talking about the dollar being higher this morning, yields across the board, breaking out, essentially highest levels since, you got to go back to the fall, essentially, for the 10-year, the 30-year, I mean, even shorter term, the 2-year. Here is the Fed funds tool. Essentially 50-50 right now. This is June. So we're all the way back to 50-50 on a cut coming up in June. If you zoom out even further, July, September, you start to get a little bit more of a push towards that quarter point coming into September, October. But here we are talking about September, October on a quarter point cut when the 30-year this morning is just bouncing off 4.6%.
Ridiculous. Brendo, I came back and I loaded up the 2-year and the 10-year, which are two yields that I follow very closely. We broke above and we clearly left behind that October high on the 2-year that we put in. 4.6% was the highest print that we got in October. 4.75 we're on our way to here, Brendo. So the market really pricing in, reduced rate cuts. I mean, we got the dot plot last time around. It echoed the same thing that we got in December, but the market looking a little differently here.
Yeah, we keep pushing it out and pushing it out and pushing it out down the road anyways for potential cut. Whether or not we'll actually get said cut might be the question at some point. Just want to mention WDC here real quick as well, trying to get to 75 this morning. Rosenblatt with an upgrade, positive note on Western Digital, positive here.
WDC, huh? That's a bit interesting. When it comes to the cuts, I mean, obviously, like we've been all over the place as to whether or not we're going to get them. I think the more important thing is, we know at this point, okay, you're done the hiking cycle. You know you're going to get them. Is it going to be by the end of the year? There's some concern that I think when you look at things like the EVs and more of the capital-intensive places, maybe some of the small caps, maybe you've got a little bit of concern there. But I think when you look at the Qs and you look at these tech stocks, it's like they don't care. I mean, Meta making fresh highs, Amazon making fresh highs. Like the names like the Apples and the Teslas, which have had their own sort of little issues, like they've been under a little bit of pressure. But you want to keep your ear to the ground and constantly look at, okay, well, are we actually going to get July, June? Where is it going to be? But I'm in the mind that I think the market has sort of settled in on the fact that you're absolutely done with the hiking. It's a matter of time. And when you're 8 months plus forward looking in the overall market, generally speaking, I think you're in that right pocket that nobody really cares if it's 1 month or 2 months. I think the bigger concern would be if it doesn't happen at all this year. Like I don't care when it happens, but as long as it does happen before the time we get to the fall, I think you should be absolutely fine. One of the bigger things that we've sort of been talking about, I'm going to pivot to the EV because I think I'm feeling pretty good about the market. It's nothing crazy, I think, happening to the downside, but there's some concern with the EVs. I know there's good news for Tesla, but we ended the show on Friday. And I was sitting there staring, looking for Rivian at $10. And it's not going to be on our watch list. I promise you that, because there's no actual news with Rivian. And I was there, okay, we're going to break $10, and EV stocks are under pressure, and blah, 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 blah. And then it bounced off $10, and it was a little bit of a move. But this has a flat bottom. You got a low in February at $10. You double tapped it on Friday. You have competition out the you-know-what when it comes to the EV space in general. You have the potential for maybe we're not going to get that rate cut as soon as people would have liked. That's another negative thing for a company like Rivian or any of the non-money-making EV companies, which is pretty much all of them. So I feel like there's the pressure on them, and this $10 break, I plan on having it. I said if it didn't break on Friday, I was just going to take the break if it happens sometime this week. So that $10 level, I'm looking for the shorts there. You got to prove to me that you're out of the penalty box. Tesla robo-taxi in no way, shape, or form is the kind of news that benefits the space. So I feel like if Tesla rallies today, that shouldn't necessarily mean anything for Rivian.
All right, I've summoned Randy for some liquid energy. Well, that's not Randy, he's coming. Okay, so look, I think that, Sharif, you weren't here last week, but we absolutely hammered NVIDIA back to back to back to back to back. We had a $30 winner here live on the show, traded, which was pretty eventful for this name, but we still keep battling back on this. So NVIDIA still keeps on ticking. Like, there's the move down to 855. Look at this move. Boom, all the way down, man. Crazy, nicely recovered back. I'm still trying to look short in this name, in and around 9905. If we can get into there, we'll have a quick look at NVIDIA. But yeah, last week was a dream to trade this name. We saw AMD continue its downside pressure against NVIDIA until Friday, when AMD kind of got going, and then now kind of still way underneath. I think we want to short this name as long as we're under 180. We've talked about sort of the sloping down 50 period here. There's going to be some shorting opportunities for sure. 175, 174, something like that. If this market gets going, let's not forget about shorting AMD. So this is going to be something that we're going to have to do. It's down 1%, continues to be weak in the space. NASDAQ nicely recovering. Bitcoin like motoring, you know, like AMD should be up. It's not, it's down. So we're going to be shorting AMD at some point here today. So we'll just find the right levels. It's looking to me like 174, but I don't know if we could get up there, but we've seen some pretty dramatic moves right off the beginning here for AMD. Like on Friday, we started the day at 167 and we went all the way up to 170. So if we can get a similar move to that, let's try to fade AMD. And then if we're wrong, we get out. We've done really good with getting out of troubled spots for AMD. So I like that short. It's going to be the only short idea that I write down on here. I just got to figure out what levels are going to be right for that one.
That backfired quite heavily. Let's bring in Michael Noss. Monday morning, we'll get a look at a couple of things that are moving around in the metals world. We are still on watch here for a news line from Mr. Noss, or a news headline. I was just saying to Sharif, if you just disappear out of the camera randomly in the middle of this segment, we'll all understand completely why. But I love how you put this in your note that you sent to me this morning. We're going to talk about gold's crazy cousin, silver, today.
Yeah, I think that's the technical or the official technical term, but it was interesting because one would expect silver to be moving a lot with gold because you would expect them to go hand in hand, but we've had this massive run in gold and then just started here on silver last week. So I want to go through that now. And the first slide I have is something new that we're doing at Trade Ideas, which I think is super awesome. And it's essentially, we have this channel bar, and it's a way for us to display pre-built scans and pre-built layouts that we make. And for the longest time, it's been pretty stagnant. We say, hey, here are the couple things that you might want to look at. It's just that thing on the far left side. We have our PMC and momentum scanners and all this stuff that a lot of our clients want. However, we want to just try spicing it up. So what we're going to start doing is putting in new channels based on what's happening in the market. So if you're a Trade Idea subscriber, make sure you go back and check the channel bar quite frequently. But when I was bringing this up, I noticed in the top right-hand corner of that, there's a comparison chart of gold versus silver. And at least over the last little bit, silver's been starting to move, which I'll show you in a bit. So next chart here, we have XME, and this is our metals and mining ETF. Had a high over at the beginning of the year, end of last year, of around $61, give or take. Spent pretty much all year under that with the market ramping, and then finally broke out just a couple days ago. So this is going to have your individual miners when it comes to gold, when it comes to silver, when it comes to aluminum, anything that can be mined out of the ground should be in this guy. And a nice little clean breakout last week. And then the next chart is the one that really caught my eye, blew up for you guys. Basically, the green line over the last little bit, over the last, I think this is 4 or 5 days, is silver. And then the orange line is gold. So we've finally seen this rotation from gold into silver. And again, silver is called gold's crazy cousin because you expect whatever gold to do, silver to do many times more than that. It's a higher beta play on gold. But we haven't been seeing that until right now and just over the last week. So next chart I have here is the weekly silver chart. As the close of last week, you can see a nice solid breakout of this downtrend line for a long period of time. And we all know what the gold chart looks like. It's been straight up and to the right for the longest period of time. And we just got this breakout yesterday or Friday on silver. So now to me, it's just starting to be worth watching on some sort of consolidation or pullback or something like that. Next chart, I just did a little daily chart showing you the same thing. We had that gap, and now we've had 3 days over that prior resistance. I had to draw in the kind of smiley face there because we're trained to buy smiley faces and sell frowny faces. So finally could be a nice breakout here on silver. Now, a couple names that I'm looking at, but I want to put some caveats on this. The next one I have here is NG. This is just a silver kind of resource company. I brought in a cheap one because I know some people kind of glaze over when they hear gold and silver and lack of fun, or I guess lack of potential gain, because you're used to Nvidia doubling every day, and then you come into something that silver doesn't really move. But just to show you guys that in that channel that I showed, if you have trade ideas, and if not, Trader TV 20 as always, and give it a shot. We have just whatever the highest momentum miner is right now. So that's going to be what I'm going to watch going today and into a little bit of this week for sure. But when I look at a name like this, I get a little bit worried because it's moved up quite a bit off its lows. But if you look at that and you compare it to silver, there's a little bit of distance to go. So now we have PAAS is the last chart I have here. I'm watching for a pullback. I kind of pointed at a buddy of mine, Steve, who you're going to see on the show when I'm away here. He has his 10 SMA is kind of his guiding light in trading. He doesn't buy anything extended from the 10 SMA. The stocks he buys have to be near the 10 SMA. So I brought that up as the blue line on this chart. And then the purple line right below that is the anchored VWAP from the all-time lows. So we're sitting around $15 or so. So basically what I'm saying is that we had this breakout last week. It was really, really aggressive. When I looked under the hood of tickers like PAAS, which is Pan American Silver Company, which is hilarious because Canadian company. I just saw that, but this looks too extended for me. So I'm not interested in buying any of these names or even silver right here. But what it's done with this breakout is it's earned a place now on my kind of sector watch list to watch really closely. If you get a pullback or some sideways action for a week or so, I'm going to take a look at buying, that pullback or breakout after a sideways action. And that's probably what I'll be doing most of the day. And I'll be on here maybe with Sean on the after hours show, and maybe I'll have some good silver names for him then.
Yes, absolutely. If we do not see you, we wish you and your family all the best, and we'll see you shortly either way. So we won't keep you, but thanks, Mr. Noss.
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Definitely good luck.
He'll be there at the
You never know.
recap show.
You never know.
Have a baby another day, Michael. And by the way, shout out to Michael Noss, of course. We had record views on a random Thursday, or was it Wednesday, of the market recap show. So I just want to say thank you so much. That was a record on the.
That was a Tuesday.
It was the record on the
Thursday.
It was the record on the repost.
No, but it was the Tesla aftermath Elon day, wasn't it not?
I don't know. I'd have to look it up, but I just want to thank everybody for that. We didn't have a record. It wasn't our best day ever. Was the Nvidia earnings day, which was a record. But hey, I'm just promoting all the shows we have. We've got the podcast, we've got the recap show, we've got this show, we've got a midday show. We've got. Do we still do TikToks? We got TikTok. We got Instagram.
There's something coming
We got
out.
all this kind of stuff
this morning.
happening. Yeah, there was some TikTok shot this morning as well.
You'll see. You'll see.
Y'all see that. Anyways, thank you, Michael Noss. I'll see you tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's always a lot of fun looking at some different things. I mean, let's be honest, we've never traded silver, we never talked silver. Probably, as far as day trades go, I think there are times when you get enough of a momentum play out there that you might look at one of these, but you guys were even saying on the pod, I'm pretty sure, like there was a question with you, I mean, it was you asking, Brennan, as usually is, have you ever even invested? And you asked him, have you ever even invested in a commodity? And like he was joking around about like, I think I once looked at orange juice 10 years ago.
Right.
But it's true. But this is kind of true for most people. Like we're equity driven, and maybe you've looked at gold, and nowadays you probably talk crypto. But I mean, copper moves.
Yeah.
We know nat gas moves. A lot of the metals have been pretty interesting, and especially in a time where you're looking at, things are at some highs. It's like, what do you actually want to put your money in? Things like silver, things, like I said, things like copper, things like uranium have gotten a heck of a lot more interesting to the everyday investor, which I think is cool. And that's why we love bringing those different sort of ideas and perspectives to the market. Because it's not all chips and
No, there's
Meta.
lots of different things happening.
Although Amazon, Meta looking fantastic, both of those two big tech names.
Amazon should be good. All right, yeah, Tesla's going to be wild. Tesla's dropping right now a little bit. It's up 2%, just coming back in about $1 here into 167. So, all right, it's 8:52. Let's go back to the desk.
All right, or not.
Quite a few interesting upgrades and downgrades to talk about here today. Applied Materials, AMAT, kicking it off here. Upgrade from Cantor Fitzgerald. Fastly getting an upgrade here and trading a little bit higher after this upgrade from Piper Sandler. Barclays upgrading Robinhood as well, raising that price target from $11 to $16. And Norfolk Southern getting an upgrade as well from Jefferies. For downgrades, Deutsche Bank leading the way here, downgrading Broadcom, so trading a little bit lower. Kroger getting downgraded here by Exane BNP Paribas. Cantor Fitzgerald downgrading Global Foundries here as well. And last but not least, KeyBank here downgrading UiPath. This one actually looking like it's trading higher, but getting this downgrade from KeyBank Capital, guys.
The interesting timing on that UiPath downgrade. Let's wait until UiPath has double topped at the high, pulled 25% right back into key support levels. And then right when it's about to bounce off 21, which is the January, this year's low, I mean, it actually bounced on Friday. So, held that $21 level on Friday. Technically didn't really bounce, but it held it pretty nicely. And then you slap a downgrade. If there was more volume in this, I don't wonder, like you see a level like that, let's just say if UiPath were to come down to 21, it almost looks like, why not try the bounce play off of levels like the double bottom on the daily chart? Upgrade, downgrade, doesn't matter. But if it's enough to get this stock in terms of a little bit of extra volume off a level like that, suddenly, hey, that's something I wasn't really looking at previously. Now, obviously, if 21 doesn't hold, it does look pretty nasty. Maybe you get a move down into the 200 period moving average at $20 even, or like 19.80, whatever that works out to be. But as long as 21's on the bid, it's got a pretty decent support level. Already had a consolidation down there. So once that happens, usually you're looking for that little scalp play bounce. So always good to see. Like every now and then you'll get those names on the upgrades, downgrades. Don't see anything interesting that I like, but UiPath is at a pretty decent level here, 21.
Ooh, it's an AI path.
Just figuring out. And we've got a lot of slipping of the mics here today.
Like I'm hearing every comment.
I'm literally hearing everything they're talking about up on there. All right, let's go back over and hear what Brendan thought was so interesting about UiPath there, I think.
No, it's AUUD. It's an AI patent for this thing. I saw a few people mentioning this. 145%, just absolutely screaming right now. Just took out day highs. They were issued a patent for an AI technology. So AUUD, absolutely screaming right now. It's 2 million shares as well, so worth noting. Free float, anyways, is 2.03 million shares on AUUD. That UCAR you were mentioning as well, also back higher right now. There's Longeveron up on an FDA note. A lot of small caps moving around. Nikola, I didn't even see that. Nikola's back above $1.
Oh, wow.
This morning on decent volume as well. I haven't even looked at that stock in forever. I want to mention quickly, we'll get to it in the rundown as well, but TSM, Taiwan Semi, big gap up. We're actually way up here this morning, 144.5, 145, coming back into play a little bit. Nice look in the pre-market for TSM. You have it there.
Yeah, 6.6 billion. That's not a joke, Brendo. That's how much money they stand to make from the CHIPS Act and the Science Act. But they're not getting it for free. They're spending about $65 billion of their own money to build out new foundries, both, I believe, in Arizona and, Arizona and Phoenix, Arizona. Okay, I was going to say Arizona and Phoenix, but yeah. Anyway, good look there. They're adding about 25,000 jobs. We'll have to wait and see if they can get all their money from both pieces of legislation.
Yeah, so a lot to choose from this morning, regardless. Again, OCGN as well, Ocugen, one from way back in the pandemic days, moving around here this morning on an FDA note as well. So OCGN, there's Nikola, as I mentioned, UCAR, Longeveron, this AUUD, absolutely screaming right now.
Yeah, the AUUD, what's the name of that company? Audia? Okay, whatever. AUUD, I'll just choke on that a few times. This is a reverse split special, so you do the reverse split, then you're the smaller float, as Brendan already mentioned. The two things I always keep in mind are, one, if it never breaks, like if it can't get past the split high, typically speaking, it's going to revisit the low in the upcoming days. It's just a pattern that's been happening on these. And if it does hold and close above the split high, then you can get like doubles and triples and all that good stuff. So it's kind of weird. It's got this $3 level, which is pretty obvious. It's going to stand out like a sore thumb on the daily, and it's already double bottomed in front of it. So if there's a dip at the open, which when the stock goes from $1.40 to $3.50, typically you're going to see some profit takers, sellers. It's just a matter of how much buying you're going to get into that range at 9:30. So I'd be looking for something into that $3 range and then see if it can hold 270. Like that way, you have some kind of a trade setup that allows you to risk 30, 40 cents, and if it goes $1, that's great. But if you're buying up here, and of course that just disconnected. If you're buying up here at these tops, I'd be a little bit cautious because I don't know that it's dead wrong until it's under 270. So if you have a 350, which is where it's trading, at that point you're risking, a good 20 to 25% just to look for the long. Much more reasonable if you can get it around that 3 level if that starts bouncing there at the open.
All right, yeah, a couple of good names there to look at. Obviously, if you're looking for the bigger volume plays as well. I was looking sort of, Palantir really bounced off that $22, man. Now it's up 1%. We did talk about this on Friday, some of these levels down there, and I've really liked 22 down there for Palantir. So that's going to be a nice little level, nice little bounce up right here. We also looked at the 23 longs on Friday, which really printed for us as well until we fell back in a little bit. But that was a nice move off of that bottom. So that was 22.80 or so. If we can get into this level as well, 22.40. Like, I just don't know what this market's going to do. I think it's going to be long. I just got the sticky note out right now. And we have a bunch of good ideas on there as well. We're going to run through our watchlist.tradertv.live. But we've got Amazon, Apple, Tesla, Robinhood, AMD, and a few others to talk about there on the sticky note. So go have a look there. But I do have some short ideas, some long ideas. And Palantir is going to be one of those sneaky ones down here. If we can get a little bit of a dip in this name, even back to that 22.80 level, I think we'll like to buy something here on Palantir. I mean, look at it hold on Friday. So this is going to be a nice level for PLTR as well, back down near 22.80.
All right, let's get into everything else we need to know here as we head towards the open on a Monday. Sharif is back and obviously going to kick things off with a look at the market.
52.53, guys. That's where we close out on the ES June contract. That is the overnight close. So let's look at that 52.50 as that level of support. We're in the 60s right now. That takes us all the way back to March 8th and March 14th when we had that level as a level of resistance. Let's now look for it as support to the high side. Let's say that overnight high that we touched there on, I believe, the 5th, 52.75.
All right, if you haven't done so, make sure you grab that absolutely free resource for you from us every single day. Scan the QR code, go to watchlist.tradertv.live, enter your email address, and that just pops up in your inbox every morning before we come on at 8:30. Here's Coinbase up 5% this morning. All of these crypto-related stocks, ETFs, going to be very, very similar. 7% here for IBIT. We're all the way up here, basically back to all-time highs. Bitcoin looking very similar. Good way to start the week here for crypto-related
Yeah,
stuff.
ridiculous, Brendo. I mean, I'm looking at Ethereum 7.79%. Obviously, it's being speculated that that is the next cryptocurrency that's going to get its next spot ETF. We'll have to wait for more details on that. Before I left, I was reading that it gets a spot ETF whether or not it's classified as a security. So I'll have to wait on that. MicroStrategies, like you mentioned, up bigly, 11.25%. I mean, let's talk about the fact that Bitcoin is up 157% in the last year and 63% so far. So we'll have to see what the rest of the day brings.
Market back to basically highs here as well. One that we sometimes mention, but I just saw Robinhood pop up on the scanner in front of me. It's not doing anything, but just a heads up, Robinhood having a nice start here, 2.8% as well.
Robinhood actually back on the watch list this morning on that upgrade. The 19 level doesn't look bad, but I mean, remember, like it's like Robinhood's kind of crypto adjacent. So I feel as if, okay, sure they had the upgrade, but you might be able to lump them a little bit into some of the move that's happening to anything related to crypto when you have that kind of a bounce. And for Robinhood, just come to the chart here, 19 bucks. I mean, it's a round number. Your high is 18.98 currently. You already had resistance there on Thursday. So look, if you remember what happened to the market at Thursday, whatever a stock was sitting at pretty much like right before noon, and where it rolled over from is going to be like a key level because it was like a resistance point that just died. And like you put things into two categories, the things that recovered back through that and the ones that never got and that never did. So Robinhood's in the latter of that with a chance at a 19 break. And it looks like there's 40 to 50 cents worth of room on a break there. Obviously on Coinbase, like I'm going to look over, I'm going to read on Friday, 254, yesterday's support, Wednesday resistance, looking fade to that level. Now, obviously, today is a different day because crypto was going to the moon today. We've already said it's a moon day. And whether you're looking up at the Eclipse or maybe you're not getting a chance to do it, you're looking up when it comes to the gap in every single related name. Now, that same 254 level is exactly where this consolidated all morning long or pre-market up until now. So I drew off 250 in here. This is the afternoon flush zone. About 12 o'clock when Bitcoin was holding up decently, Coinbase just started falling at 250. So if it had that for resistance, it's a key psychological level. If it can hold the 250, I think that's a bit of a bounce zone. And then you've got that range back into the 254. If you clear out the top, 260 is a clear resistance level, so I think you got some pretty good defined ranges. 250 bounce takes you to the 54. If it can extend that, you might even get like a $10 move. Keep your eyes on IBIT, which I think is its own trade today. And whether you look at crypto prices based on, whether you say 72,000 or I just say 41, the $41 level was resistance last week and the previous one. And if we do a little bit of a dip underneath, fail a breakdown and get back above, I love that kind of reversal on Bitcoin, especially in IBIT. Like when you see it try to get to a top and then wick the top, you get a reversal. When you see it get to a support level and then wick underneath that support level, it then tends to go. So 41 looks to me a level like that. But I'm thinking the longs on these bad boys. I'm not really thinking that 254 short on Coinbase like we were on Friday. I'm thinking that 250 long. And if we can hold above 54, I think there's a move to 60.
All right. Look, this has been a banner month, and it's just week 2. We didn't trade Coinbase yet. Doesn't mean we won't. But we'll look at it, and I'm going to look at it if it gets up to 270. This is going to be a level here for me for Coinbase. I think we can also get to 268 and change. What I mean is that we're going to try to stick to the names that we've been really trading and really trading well, but it doesn't mean that we're going to avoid opportunities that exist. This 268 right into here, this looks like a pretty good area to get short on Coinbase. But again, you don't really want to short Bitcoin. So you got to watch both of them. If Bitcoin's kind of hanging out and Coinbase somehow goes for a run, let's see what happens up here near 268, 270. I think you can get the party started at 268 and then really try to play off that 270, whatever this high is, 270 and change. If you don't give Coinbase $2, you're not trading it correctly, in my opinion. So this has huge moves. You got to be careful with this one. It's Coinbase. Yeah, just trade it, and I think you're going to like trading it. I mean, it's been a nice mover for a while. I really like this 268, 270. So we will take note of Coinbase here, up 5% and looking to get short. So, I mean, what an amazing run for, I was looking at some of these coins here. Bitcoin and Ethereum, whoops, I just closed it by accident. Hold on a second, I'll get the history. You know, the history tab, you know, that's very good here on Chrome. There it is right here, so let's get that back. But yeah, you know, it's really been led by these big guys. With Ethereum, as Sharif mentioned there, going to be an ETF. You know, they're all gonna go. We had ETHE. Look at that on Grayscale product over there on the OTC market. Shout out to Jeff Mendel. Solana is gonna get going again as well. It's only at 180. Nice moves up. Dogecoin back to 20 cents there. Cardano 61 as it continues to go. Shiba Inu 1%. I mean, there's some nice moves here in the last 24 hours. Not too many red names at all. But look over the last week, they're all trying to battle back. So yeah, nice moves up there for crypto, but it's really the big two that are leading the way with Bitcoin and Ethereum. So just continue to watch those. We'll be looking at Amara and things like that. I haven't really traded these names. Bah, see, down to 19. I didn't even realize it was down here again. So I still like these longs, though. $16, $17, $18. I think you want to get into crypto. And, you know, if you believe in some of these mining, and again, California-based, look at Mara down here, Marathon Digital. I feel like these levels at 17 and change, if we can get in there in the next couple days, I'll be going long on the show for sure, but needs to come into those levels.
All right, let's talk some Tesla here. Wild day on Friday on that Reuters report suggesting that they've scrapped plans for their smaller, more affordable Model 2. That caused this is a 15-minute chart that caused this move all the way down to almost 160. Immediately rips back up to almost 170 at the high there. After Elon goes on X and says fake news from Reuters, he later deleted that tweet. This move after the close, though, came on this other headline suggesting that they're going to reveal their robo-taxi. It's not going to be until August 8th, in fact, that we'll get to see this robo-taxi. But nice pop after the close on Friday here.
Yeah, I can't wait to find out some more details here. Is it going to be a robo-taxi, like within an enclosed circuit, for example, or a specific route? Because depending on who you talk to here, Gene Munster, one of the biggest Tesla bulls, was like, you know, I don't really see this taking off until 2027. You had Morgan Stanley also chiming in, saying that there's going to be plenty of regulatory hurdles, and we've seen regulators go after Elon Musk for some of the autopilot, the full self-drive. It stands to reason that they probably go after some of the robo-taxi stuff here. So we'll have to see. Morgan Stanley is thinking decades before we see this en masse on the road.
Overall, if you zoom out a little bit, we're still only just kind of stuck in the range of the last couple of days here for Tesla, guys. But nice start anyways here.
Yeah, it's got an interesting double bottom on the daily, and then kind of a double bottom on the 15-minute as well. So, you know, you go into like 160 is what I'm getting at in March. Like you get the 14th in there, and then you get the April low in here at 160. And then you go to the 15-minute and you have like a double bottom on liquidity events. We got it on the 2nd, and then obviously on Friday, which was like, it was like Thursday and Friday. Like Thursday, you have like Tesla going absolutely ham, breaking out and just ripping faces off to the upside, only to then come back in on the Kashkari, like bamboozlement and all that kind of stuff. And then on Friday, you had, which was the back and forth, the Reuters story, and then the delete of it. So I think that put in the 160 double bottom for us. Whether or not we get a chance to see that today, I think it seems like unlikely, but 165 where it closed, that looks like a good little dip spot for Tesla. The only issue for me is like when it got above 71 and 73, that's where the acceleration is for Tesla. And it's not going to be able to hit, you know, ludicrous mode unless it gets above that resistance. And that's the thing about resistance. It is until it isn't. So I'd be much more interested in trying to pick something up off 160 or 165 on a dip and go than trade it in the middle of nowhere where I feel like it's no man's land in the 168 to 171 range. So it's got to break out that resistance at 73, and then it gets more exciting for me. I've already said on Friday, said this morning, Rivian breaks 10. That's the other. I mean, the only other EV name that I'll be looking at now that Nicola's over $1 is going to be Rivian. It's that $10 level. Robotaxi doesn't do anything or mean anything for them. So I do feel like it's going to be a Test of 10, if there's any kind of downward movement in the market, if there's pressure on the EVs, I just see that as a breakdown trade that I'm going to have. Flat bottom break on Rivian at that 10. And as I just noticed, hey, look at they branded the robo-taxi, the Rob taxi, apparently. So our Trader TV's own Rob, who sometimes takes Randy's
the Rob
place,
taxi, yeah.
is looks like he's going to get his name on the Tesla robo-taxi.
Crazy. Yeah, that's good. I like robo-taxi. It is going to be my number one idea here on the sticky note today, and you guys know sort of the damage that we've been doing on this one. Let's just wait to see if it comes in. Someday, these aren't all going to hit, but we'll see about today. And I want to wait for that 164 level to get long here on it. I thought robo-taxi talk is good. I really think it's an investable name. You know, we'd like to see a little bit lower levels on this. We've talked about it, but maybe it's already gotten washed out. Sometimes you got to think of something the other way around. Like maybe this is a good potential here for something to happen in Teslaville. I like it. Up to and a bit. It's up more than the market. Any dip downs, we really, really like that. And like I said, if you don't think Tesla can get aggressive off the open, watch out. So just let's see what happens here with Tesla. I like this play. 164 is monster. Maybe we try it at 166. Maybe even right here at 166.50. You know, we're not too far away from that. We just got into 168. Let's see what happens here into the open. But this level has to be thought about. You know, huge move back in, supported on Friday, move into the close. So, I like all of these levels down here. I think the robo-taxi is a pretty hype thing. Let's see what happens. I got a question about Tesla versus Uber on this. The thing is, though, I'm not sure that Tesla's going to actually release their own like robo-taxi service. They could do it, and then they could just release an app that all of a sudden starts dealing with Uber and, you know, in the competition side of things. But also, Uber can also buy some of these robo-taxis as well, potentially, I think. I mean, I don't know the deal.
They could partner with them. There's a million ways that could
So
play.
I think it just justifies the space. So some people are asking about buying puts on Uber. I don't really think that that's something that we should be doing unless we don't like the stock up here at 80. But I like Uber, and I think that this works for them. I haven't bought anything on the dip here. I thought 70 was a little bit better, but we'll wait for 75, 76 maybe, if Uber is treated ill will on this kind of a move. And then do we have anything here on the imbalance locator? Just a bunch of buys. So today we're starting it off. We've showed this to you before. Banks will come on Friday. That should be a lot of fun, but there's no sell side big names there. Actually, Dell's had a nice little run up. So that's 71,000, a nice little run up. I mean, Dell's been a monster, but that has a sell side. So that might be the only one. Look at Dell's chart, just bing, straight there to the upside, trying to take out. Wow, look at this little shape. Wow, Michael Noss, talking about this one. Yeah, nice little smiley face
smile
there. And then taking out this 130. But we had talked about Dell.
That's the Joker smiling there.
Yeah, Dell continues to really work.
That's a monster.
Disney off of, Disney's still down here at 118. That bottom was 117. We made a high into 118, 119 on Friday. So we'll look to see if we could take that level out up top on Disney as well. No volume here this afternoon, though, or this morning on Disney.
Disney's experiences have been absolutely crushing it. There's too much focus, I think, on the streaming when it comes to them, because like the rest of the story has been absolutely fantastic. It's like if they figure out that last piece, it can be good. Let's get to the desk and talk about TSM, up 2.5%. Go.
Like straight up calling them out.
Really?
TSM, 2.5% here, back to day highs right now. We mentioned it briefly if you were with us in the first half an hour, but 6.6 billion coming through on a government grant for Taiwan Semi here.
Yeah, not a small amount, Brendo, on that chips and science act, so we'll see how that does. The good news is here there are some employment requirements to get this money. So what happened before is TSM would bring their own people from Taiwan to actually work at some of these plants. That's what they've done in the past. That doesn't help the local economy. So what they've done is that they've earmarked $50 million to train and develop local talent in the Phoenix, Arizona foundry. So we'll have to see how that does. But yeah, they're spending a lot of their own money here too, Brendo. $65 billion total to build these things out.
We talked about it on Friday a little bit in the morning, but this group in general, anything semiconductor related, really hit hard going back to that Thursday sharp sell-off following those possibly no rate cuts comments coming from some Fed speakers in the afternoon. But right back to like that never happened now here for TSM.
Fancy how that happens in the markets. Eventually, when things generally trend to the upside, then when they push down, yeah, at some point it's like the move never happened. It's just a matter of how much time. The 145 on TSM, that's going to obviously stand out a little bit like a sore thumb. It feels to me like when you look at the daily chart, it's almost like 147, 148 needs to go for me to be convinced that you're breaking out this move. 45 looks good on the lower time frame, and if it were to hold the bid in the first half an hour, hold above that price, I think you could look trend up, because I think TSM is the kind of stock when it goes trending, you just want to join the trend. So I'd wait for confirmation there. I think the last 2 times I traded TSM, which was really in the last 6 months, it's probably only 2 or 3 times. I remember the trend trade, like picking it up off of VWAP and then going with it as it continued to go, was just a little bit better than trying to catch that early break. Lately, the early breaks have been pretty big on TSM, but those are at lower levels. So I'm gonna be patient and sort of sit around for that. But Sean mentioned AMD; it's on my list today. Is the second thing on the list, and AMD 175 and 173, like it's down into an up market. Market's 0.3 to the upside. AMD's down 0.6. This should be 173. I wrote 173, and the resistance on Friday was 173. And even if this breaks 173, 175 is that big flat bottom that got taken out when we had that big flush on Friday. So those are your 2 levels. You have support to resistance at 173. I want to fade that. If it can't hold underneath that price, I think I look at the 175 and play for the shorts. Now, SMCI was my best trade last week, but it's a very specific setup, which is if the stock is trending and relatively weak compared to the overall semi-market, like look at it according to its peers, and if it has any kind of a rejection of the top and a clear trend with lower highs, and you get the afternoon or late morning consolidation underneath VWAP, look for that short on the consolidation under VWAP. So I'll have my eyes on that. If it does another rejection at the open and looks like it's going into a trend down, then I also like this one as more of a fade. So I'll probably be trading AMD today, and I don't know about TSM. I need some confirmation above 145. I'm not jumping into that top.
All right, I have AMD written on here, and it's a pretty simple one. I want the 174 level. It's on the sticky note. It's going to be a level that we have to look at. I don't know if we get up there, but AMD's been red for a minute here. Not very healthy. That high is 174. Now, we've shorted off that. We had this short on Friday using this level right here, 172, 173. So now that I see this has to be a level that I'm considering right now immediately. So this 172.50, I'm actually going to put an order there right now to take short in that 172.50. We'll start that trade there if it gets there. I also have 173, 174. So let's wait to see if it gets going. The thing is that NVIDIA has been my best, and quite frankly, this office's best stock this month by far. But it's just watch out for NVIDIA getting going again. 1, 2 straight days to the upside. Nice move right here. We saw a monster drop down in NVIDIA. Now, we had this, but we also had this. Now we're well above. So I'm looking at this and thinking, hey, maybe we can have another top here at 905. Sorry about those charts there. Up here at 905, 910. These could be areas of concern as well. So if NVIDIA gets up to 905, we'll look to short that. That could happen immediately, though. It's at 890 right now. $20 up from here gets it at 910. That would be pretty nice. But let's maybe look at it around 905. So you have 2 options here. If you're looking for strength, I think NVIDIA on any dips. But I really want to play the short in AMD. So this is going to be the one that we look for early. It's down on the day. All my ideas today have been long. Like we have Amazon long, AMD long, Tesla long, Robinhood long, and then it is the short. Today around 210 to 215, we have our glasses here. So as soon as I get the note, I'm running outside, and Neil will take the wheel. And I think it's 4.5 minutes, I think, of complete darkness. So we'll see what happens outside. Get your glasses. Do not look. up at this apparently.
You don't need
it's like that.
the sun for the experience. That's the cool thing about it.
Right.
You just want the darkness is what it's all about.
And that's why this is the totality. These things happen. I think it happens somewhere across the world. They were saying every couple months.
Well, there was
something
one.
like that,
There was in the U.S. You could see in the U.S. 2017, but then it was 1979.
Yeah.
The next one is in 2044, and if you're in Canada, which we are, then you got to go out. You got to go into the prairies to see it.
That's why we got a good spot.
My dad's already said so. I'm like, if my dad's around in 20s, like we're going to the prairies. I'm like, that's probably the only time you're gonna get me out into the prairies is to see that. But yeah, it should be a lot of fun. But again, experiencing that darkness, like that's what to me is like the cool thing. Hopefully, no crazy shenanigans happen.
I'm hoping
birds
not.
flying into what was Brendan saying?
Oh, Brendan just said animals like that. But I do think I was watching something yesterday on the news about the animals as well.
It's possible. Hopefully, nothing crazy happens, and birds flying into buildings doesn't go on. But it's for the chip names. It's weird because TSM is the thing with news today, but I'm not entirely sure that that's the one that most people are going to be trading. I think you're just going back to the Nvidias and the AMDs of the world and SMCI maybe if you're into that as well.
All right, let's continue along here. SoFi back higher here in the pre-market. Could be nothing today, could be something, but ahead of. We're supposed to get more news on student loan forgiveness from Biden and the Biden administration coming up. So up 1% here, a little bit stronger than the market, but nice week last week anyways for SoFi.
Yeah, it's been tough for SoFi here to kind of judge what the Joe Biden administration is going to do with this student loan forgiveness. You'll recall last June, the Supreme Court struck down his attempt to forgive up to $20,000 per borrower. He's rehashed that in a different form. So here's what the eligibility requirements are. If you're already eligible for cancellation under an existing government program, if you've been paying your undergraduate loan for 20 years or your graduate loan for 25, if you attended a school of questionable value, I don't know how that gets judged, or if you're experiencing financial hardship. So we'll have to see how this affects SoFi.
Yeah, not a heck of a lot. I mean, relatively speaking, not a heck of a lot of volume for SoFi here in the pre-market. It's worth noting oil trying to go green right now was down about 0.75% right now, all the way back to basically break even. 1.4% or about 1.5% here, just trying to get through 750 for SoFi.
I didn't know the direction, that's all.
SoFi, eh?
SoFi. SoFi, is it so much fun? I don't know.
SoFi is hot garbage.
Well,
186.
we always talk about like you want a good catalyst. Is this really enough? We've been down this road before with these loan forgiveness deals and whether a new one can get approved here today. I don't want to get into the politics of it. But SoFi's done 600,000 volume. If you look at it, it's diddling in the middle. I mean, 770 goes. I think you've got a pretty good breakout level there. What's been not bad has been the dip at the open into longs. So if you saw that on Friday, it dipped into a double bottom and then went to 725. And then earlier in the week, it had dipped into $7 and gone. So I would say that's the trade for SoFi. It's not on my list. It's not on the top names for me to look at. But if I look at the better trades in SoFi, it's generally been a dip into some kind of a level, like whether it's into a previous close, like right in here that you got on Thursday. Dip into the 725. This doesn't get quite down to that same level. Double bottom at 25. So I think you just maybe look at that 725. I think that's a little bit more interesting for me on SoFi. Probably not going to be trading this, not with all the crypto names out there and with Coinbase and maybe Amara iBit. Certainly, we're talking about a Robinhood as well. Then you throw in Rivian, Tesla, AMD. There's so much to look at. Meta's at some highs as well. It's got to be on the radar. XOM still at that 120 area. Oh, goodness, I didn't even put that XOM on the list either. And then, of course, you've got what's next, which is, Boeing. Wherefore art thou, Boeing? Can we just have one weekend without there being an issue on a Boeing flight? Yeah, let's go talk about Boeing, because I don't know, unless you get that trade 25s, you want to take 20, 30 cents on SoFi, I need this stock breaking out and getting above the moving averages to get excited about it.
Boeing, back downside. Shocking. It is bouncing right now. But this, if you zoom out a little bit, I mean, the last couple of weeks here is just a disaster for this company. More parts falling off of airplanes. This time a 787-800 was a engine cover.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what can you say? An engine cowling coming off there during takeoff at the Denver International Airport, obviously precipitating another FAA investigation. We've already seen the FAA take over certification of the airplanes from Boeing, who was certifying themselves up until that point. So more problems for this company. Let's see what the rest of the day brings.
I saw a few analysts with some negative comments. Again, Bernstein's one of them, cutting their price target once again on Boeing here, but this March lower continuing, guys.
You can't win, man.
Long Apple.
So every single time this dips and breaks a flat bottom, it's like go short it back into that area has been the way to go. So the last time was like 87s, like right in here, and then short into that price. So it's breaking another one. You got 83 and 85. So I'll be looking for 83 and 85. For shorts in Boeing. One probably has a chance to tag that at the open and trade off one of those levels. You want to be patient with it though. There's enough activity in the first 5 to 15 minutes, let's call it, where you will get these kind of whipsaw moves. And if you're too early on that, you might get shaken out in 83 if you just try to short like 82.5 and don't give it enough room. So let's be patient. I'm looking for that red to green sort of level for it to reject, and if it breaks higher, go for that 185. This is a stock I don't know that I want to be long today, unless it's, look, if you get all the way down to the double bottom at 175, that's a bit of a different story. But where it is, it's much closer to those short levels than anything.
Yeah, so Boeing, I'm in right now, Apple. I mean, there's only a couple more minutes left, so yeah. Again, we've talked about Boeing. You just nailed some levels there. I mean, I think 200 is going to be pretty interesting. That bottom break of 182, 181, where we are right now, is definitely pretty spicy. Watch out for that 185, 175 bottom that we've talked about before. Look, I wrote down here 168.50. We could be dead wrong about Apple. I mean, this was a nice move in on Friday. It held this level that we're at right now. I am bidding right here. I should be able to get long. I'm surprised I am not long right there. So we'll punch a little bit more because I am bidding 75, hoping to get long. But now that we're long there, we might as well cancel it. But I was just thinking that down into here, and I'll put a 65 bid, down into here is something that we like. So let's see if it does hold it. Obviously, we get a little bit of an imbalance there coming through on some of these names. I say obvious, then I don't see anything. Here. So I don't know, but the market did come in there a little bit. So we'll take advantage of that. Are we taking advantage of it? I don't know, but Apple did dip in. This is a price that we liked. We just got missed at 75, so I put a little bit on there at 80 again. Let's see if we do flip into 168.50. So we'll try another short. We'll watch out to see if that can hold down here at 168 for Apple. So I'm in that. And then since some of these are filling, wow, we might get filled soon on Amazon. I'm down here at 186 on Amazon. I like the long. We'll just double check it with the sticky note against 184. So let's wait to see what happens, man. 186 incoming on Amazon. AMD downside as well. So Tesla, hanging around 169. So we'll have to watch out here, but the market is pulling back. So with 1 minute to go, yeah, nothing to worry about too much. But the short we want is AMD. We're going to have to see if that eventually does pop up.
Yeah, and with that, I mean, like you said, nothing on the imbalances. Meta's at a triple top here. So Thursday, Friday, today, 5:30. If it can hold, and I'm talking about just hold green, right around this 527 change. So Meta, I mean, this is going to look a lot like Amazon's chart, so not much different from Amazon and Meta. But that 527 level and change is where it goes from red to green. So I'm looking for the dip to hold there and then make a run and finally break out this top. I just feel if today's the day or whenever the heck the day is that Meta breaks out from this level, it's been very, very calm and collected to the upside. So I'm looking for that to break. So 527, going to be on a bit at the open. Also Coinbase watching for 250, but let's ring it in 2 and 1, Nadera.
I was just putting out the wrong prices there for Apple, and I was punching out by accident, so I punched back in. So my price will be a little different, but not by much. We actually wind up having more shares now. All right, so here's a little bit of a move up here for Apple. Not much of one as the market opens up. We'll wait to see about some. So we got some out there, but again, that was just on a reload. So we are long right now on Apple. We do have, oh no, see, my orders are canceling. I have to figure that out. We do have some more bids down here at 168.50. Well, I do now. So let's wait to see. But yeah, there's the whoa. You talking about the market pushing a little bit in?
Well, that's wild. I missed Meta by 20 cents. It just came right down in there. It went from 530 to 527 change. Did not get picked up. I don't know if we're going to get the shorts to be able to get a pop in some of these, like AMD's one I'm looking at. I didn't mention Intel. Intel has an event going on, so I'd be careful with that.
Okay.
They have an event, like I forget what it's called, but it's like for today and tomorrow, so I'm not really as focused on them. I'm gonna get on the offer 70s maybe for a first look on AMD. Meta starting to come in a little bit heavier as well. Coinbase, no 250 test though. It's actually above 254, so dang it. It's already breaking out. Yeah, Meta doesn't hold on to the pre-market lows. So first shot, I'm in and out, and it just took out the pre-market lows. I don't want to get any more unless it shows me a bid down here. Oh, Coinbase, really? All right, Coinbase. See, you go for the dip in Meta, and Coinbase says, nah, hold my beer. It's the crypto story this morning.
Yeah, I'd watch out. Well, no, I wouldn't watch out. We're nailing all these Coinbase names. So just be careful, as Neil mentioned there. It has been a little bit of a crypto morning, as crypto is 72,000 and change right now, dancing a little bit there. We're only in one trade right now. It's just Apple. So we're waiting for that one to see what we can do here with AAPL early on. Amazon, a little bit of a dip buy opportunity existed, but we were there, but not at that price. We were at 186.05. It went down to 186.40, just trying to hold right now. So we do like this long again with the market bumping up. Actually, now that I see that, that's the 200 period right there? Okay, I can get down with that. So let's see if there is some love here for that on Amazon. Although we're starting to dip in again here. This market could break. Let's not be like overly foolish here with what we're trying to do. We do have a plan of action. We want to stick with that. But Apple right now is coming back in a little bit into 168.50. So our plan is to get a little bit longer. And if we break through 168, then we're going to say, watch out now and get the heck out of Dodge for that one, because we're not letting, we've already mentioned this, man. We're not letting like some of our good feels get into bad feels today by averaging in and sort of letting this day get ahead of us. But right now, NVIDIA to the downside, AMD as well. I'm just trying to stick with some names that we had talked about here. So it's really just Apple for me right now.
Robinhood broke this 19.
Oh, that was the other one,
but
Robinhood.
It's like the volume's a little tepid, if that's even the right word to use here. Like it broke 19 on the open and then just came right back into the 90s. Now it's kind of not doing anything. So I'm going to slide away from that because Coinbase bounced off 52, not 50, and went to 58. So the 54 break was actually fine if you took it. Boeing's at 83, so I'm short Boeing. Them and their litany of problems in here. So we said we go into this off the 83 level. Looks like it's dipping nicely here, or at least rejecting nicely that 183. Just want to make sure I'm covered by a stop. So let me get the stop order in there. Meta does that first move. We take the first dip, doesn't hold pre-market lows. Now all of a sudden it looks a little bit better. I want to be patient with this because if it can hold down the 25, that'll be similar to what I was looking at first. And I am looking for long trades, even if the market is falling. So you got to be very patient if you're going against that first initial move. Not going to short a crypto name. Doesn't feel like that's the right way to go. And Rivian, yeah, I guess long off 10 has been a bit of a thing. It bounced to 1030 on Rivian. Still looking for that flat bottom break. We could be waiting around a while for Rivian to break this $10 level. And Tesla's doing nothing. Tesla, you got 168, you got 178. To me, it's a fade at 73, but I think it can be a long into there. Just let this one settle down a little bit.
Yeah, I was looking at, so we still have Apple. We're still only in Apple. I was looking at Robinhood on a little bit of, oops, that's still Tesla. There it is. I was looking at Robinhood on a pullback here. Amazon could also give us the goods on a pullback. So I'd rather look at Amazon right now here. Off that. If my friend Nelson is watching, great call on that one. I mean, look at Uber. Here, robo-taxi potential news. It's the only thing I could find on that. All right, so here we go. We do have, this is Amazon. So again, we do not want to be married into this long in any of these trades. So that's what we're going to have to do. We're going to have to sort of deal with these trades that are coming in right now. Amazon and Apple both, Amazon and Apple both coming in for the longs. What's up, Adara?
Some SAVE, Spirit Airlines on watch here. Initially up about 6%, now up about 4%. There is a short float of about 24.2% in this, so something to keep in mind. But there are some catalysts here as well. Basically, a couple different cost-saving measures entered in here by Spirit Airlines right now, including deferring some aircraft orders and plans to furlough approximately 260 pilots as of September 1st, 2024. So some cost-saving measures here on watch from SAVE, guys.
So if you saw me go like screw face there for a second before we went to Adara, first things first, I said first shot 83s, give it about like 60, 70 pennies on the open on BA. I actually don't think it was that much, but it doesn't matter. Like it took out this local high, we got out. It was SMCI that I was kind of like, what the heck just happened? SMCI has dropped the entirety of the afternoon move on Friday that took, like it took like an hour and a half to get that $19 move. It just did that at the open on SMCI. 96, 965 and a 935. Actually, it's a $30 move. Check that. $30 move on this stock? Yikes. I want to get this AMD if we even have a chance at it. I'm back off this 168 consolidation now. It's looking like a heck of a short for the chip names, but you're starting to see a little bit of strength come into some of the other tech names in there. Oh yeah, and Coinbase is back and showing us a bid off that 254.
All right, we're now starting to get going a little bit here. Yeah, just hearing some DJT starting to move around as well, if that's in your wheelhouse. We're trying to get out some of Amazon here for 30 cents. I'm right at 186.30. We are, there it is. Okay, so that's going to be a good one here. We can't get out of Apple, which we could get out of Apple, but we don't need that to happen right now.
No.
Okay, here we go. Let's see if we can take 50 cents. Now let's take a little bit more than that. What is this level? That is 168. 60s. All right, we'll take this. We'll get something out in the 50s there on Amazon if we're lucky enough to get that. We'll wait to see if Apple can bounce off. And then we also do know that we do see a bigger bottom there for Apple. And the funny thing is, it went down to 24. It doesn't matter if I tell you where we're bidding, but we're bidding somewhere around there, and we probably should have got longer. So Apple with a nice move down in. Now it's coming back in a little bit there. So yeah, DJT, is that what you were talking about?
No, it's
yeah,
tanking.
It is making the move down into 35.
It's meta that I'm going to slap the fail on, because Meta just took out the high.
Yep.
Meta has taken out, sorry, Amazon just came back down in a little bit, and I was looking at that one. But Meta, it does take, I tried to go into this back through 525, but didn't want to chase past 26. I was looking to give it to that local bottom. Now I'm going to see if we can't get a higher low play on Meta, maybe in the 27, 28 range. And they're looking pretty good. I'm on the Bitcoin 254. We talked about that as well. Just be careful with the chip names, because NVIDIA just turned red. AMD was already weak, and I already told you guys what happened with SMCI, just absolutely dying in there. Boeing looking like it was a wick out, so if I get a wick out and you show me a rejection at my same level, I'm generally looking to get back in off of the same price. I might not have to wait for that 185 there on Boeing. Might just be work back into the same short that we had before. Adara?
Keep an eye on EHang here, this one gaining volume and continuing to make new highs of day, is currently up about 13% after getting a production certificate to clear basically the path for mass production for its eVTOL aircraft. So keep an eye on this one here, guys.
SMCI is now through, oh my goodness, it's still going, down 2% now. So watch out for EHang. Look, NVIDIA is close to 870. Can we even get AMD? AMD's not really
70.
It's not as weak, but it was already down. Wow. So it's down 1.7%. So relatively speaking, percentage base, it's a lot, but it's not really falling as fast. I'm thinking VWAP in here is going to have to be the setup back into 168, which was some pre-market lows. So at least it's setting something up. I'm going to glance at Intel. Remember I said they had this event going on for a couple of days, so I didn't want to be too invested in Intel, one direction or the other. That said, noting it's going in the other direction. As the market's going down, Intel is somehow magically headed toward its pre-market highs. It doesn't make a heck of a lot of sense to me. So that's just, why should it be up here, short it off the top, 20 cents worth of risk. But keep your, I'm going to keep it tight to the vest on any Intel trades while this event's going on because I'm not going to be listening to it, obviously.
Yeah, I'm starting to lose a little bit of faith in this Amazon because I really think it's like 184 maybe now. We've been wrong. I mean, it came up to the highs there. I don't want to dump this exactly. We don't have a whole bunch of shares. It's only 940. We already took one piece out. It's coming back in, but to sit here and wait for this 184, we might as well actually wait for it then. So that's 184, 184.50 to see if it comes in. I mean, I think that that's something that we should wind up doing here. Although the market could get a lot nastier than where we are right now. So let's hold out hope that that doesn't wind up happening. But right now, Amazon's to that side and Apple's just trying to hold out hope as well. But the market could bounce. We've seen these kind of moves before, and it's not even that dramatic. You're only down 0.3. I still, again, 18.2. We talked about this. If we got, and we even wrote it down on the sticky note, if we got up to 18.4, we wanted to short that. And I feel like the same way this way. If we can get down to 18.2, that could also be another long down there. So I don't want to give up hope here that these longs are completely dead because I don't think that they are. So we'll still sit there. We are long Apple, waiting for a little bit of a dip buy, and then Amazon's getting some life, hopefully breathe back into it down here at this level. But you know what? Let's take a little piece here then, just in case this is the bottom. We will wait for that very bottom. And then, yeah, you mentioned NVIDIA was absolutely tanking. Like that was
SPCE is the bigger one.
Wow. $20 straight to the downside there. Okay, here we go. Let's go, Apple. Get back up to the upside here. We're long at 82s.
So IBIT's about to do the over-under play. It just dipped 41. Bitcoin, so watch 72,000. If it just dipped under, if it can hold back above, I like that reversal play. Intel just busted through the upside, so I have no idea what's going on with that stock and why it should be as strong as it is. But I said I would take the shot off the pre-market highs, and it looks like it's still going. So if the market's going to be weak and it's going to be strong, I don't want to fight it. I want to see it IBIT hold 41, or I don't think we have like a trade here. I want that wick underneath, and I want to see it hold and break out this local top. Once that happens, stop to the bottom, and then go on to the next. Meta's trying, it tried to make a higher low, and then look at it, just couldn't do it. Now flushing. So that was the stock I wanted for long, took it, went 0 for 1, and it never set up for a second opportunity here. So you'll see me only into Boeing. Coinbase, we probably could have got this dip buy if we weren't looking to the left. When the market was like, I'm looking at Meta, I'm looking over at Intel, getting distracted by it, back into Boeing, that's in the money a bit. But and AMD just came into play as well. So we got the AMD short. We'll see what happens there. Coinbase looking like it is the breakout play. But if it's going to go, I think we can just try to grab Bitcoin here once it's holding above 41. Not much of a bid there as we speak. I want to see a consolidation. Give me some more strength because this market's looking very weak.
Yeah. All right, we only have two positions, and they're both longs, and one's in the money and one is trying to get there as well. So we'll take a little bit out of Amazon as it comes up to that 186 and change mark right there. We're only long at 95. There it is. We'll take it an 06 fill as well. So that's only 10 cents. Let's wait and see. We talked about waiting for this long to come in. Here it comes. So let's see. There's the nice little bounce back. Apple's not doing the move, but Amazon is, so that's nice. We're at 186.20. That's 186.50 up there as well for AMZN. So breathing life back into the net over here is Amazon. I did want to look at SMH because this was, again, I can't get into AMD right now. And we can look at SMH with NVIDIA trying to move around. SMH with a possible move up to 224 would be where we'd get a little bit of VWAP action. That could definitely come into play there. So that would be something that I'd look to short, 223.20. That's a little bit high. So yeah, right there, 223.40, 223.50 for SMH. But the reason why I say that about AMD, 168, it is coming back up to VWAP, but we'd like to see 168.50, 169 possibly there for AMD as we'll look at it a little bit more. And the other name that we had on,
Tesla.
Come on, market, man. Yeah, I know Tesla is super strong. Tesla was the #1 trade idea, but the long is already hit. We need to follow those rules a little bit better for ourselves. But Robinhood, nice dip down into 1850. We wrote down 1850, and we should have been sitting there. That bottom right there is 1860. So we're 10 cents away from a 30-cent winner. So let's get back over there. But we only have 2 trades on, and we're going to try to go 2 for 2 here. It's just Apple needs to go, man. We are 7 cents out on Apple right now.
So someone said, like, what happened with Boeing? anytime I short off of a high and get a wick out, it's just going to be right back into the same top. So I'll jump back in there, but I'm not willing to risk the same amount there. It's going to be a much tighter stop. And once it runs the high, I'm not averaging in, I'm not holding through. My style of trade is just get out and move on to the next. I mentioned I bid in that 41 level. Obviously, you're battling with 72,000 in Bitcoin, which is just underneath. But once it held, that's wick under support. And if you go all the way, you have to go to a 15-minute chart. 41 level, I like that up and down, but every time I've seen this setup, if it goes, usually you can retest the high. So about 15, 20 cents worth of risk. Corresponding BTC level is going to be that 72,000. And for Tesla, it's not, I'm going to cancel my dip buy. I'm not going to get 165. Tesla's holding a higher low, so we might have to adjust on the fly here. We're not seeing 65s. It's obviously not going to happen. But the 170 level is looking pretty good if we're going to go stair-step two-set upside. So AMD, I'm in. IBIT, we're in. Tesla, I like the idea of longs into 173, and I think 73 still is short, but you still have a couple dollars to be able to get there.
Okay, here we go, guys. And like we said, you know, we're still confident. We're confident in what we're doing. We're confident in the levels we're giving you. We're confident in trading. And we're going to go 2 for 2. So that's it. So there it is, man. Hopefully we can continue with it. I mean, again, we're going to try to hold out for the long. It needs to break above VWAP right here again if that's going to wind up working. So let's wait. Apple still 10 cents in the money Apple, 10 cents in the money Amazon. You know, let's go. We need to get these going for sure. If this is going to be anything, we only got those 2 trades on. So, all right, crypto's jumping back up. Yeah, crypto is jumping back up right now, getting those moves back going. We can look at IBIT if you guys want. I know Neil was just talking about it, but let's have a quick look ourselves. Okay, so that's 40.75. So for me, I'm not too interested until we get to that level. We also talked about a 42 break right there. So we're just going to wait for all of that. I mean, like I was saying, man, I got fish to fry up in here as well. All right, let's see what's happening with ARM. This seems to be moving around a little bit. We did look at this on Friday. That SMH is still interesting to me. I might have to get involved with that. ARM, no, wow, okay, nice move right off of 123.50 again. What is that, 124 right there? So, you know, on the 20-minute chart, we did get a 124 possible bottom. So that was nice. That's the 50-period moving average there. And then if you look at the daily chart as well, that's a 50-period moving average down there at 120. So ARM isn't too shabby in and around these levels. So, you know, we'll look to see if ARM can come back. But for me, SMH, and then waiting to get into possibly on a move up for AMD at some point here. But it's really, man. I mean, this was a nice move up in the market. AMD kind of just hovered around the 50 period. We should have been short right there on AMD at 168.50. But so that was not bad. Let's wait to see what happens there for AMD.
IBIT just tagged the 20s there, so we got long back through 41s. And if you look at 41.20, that's sort of an obvious next level. After that, 35s and then 50s up top. And we'll try to be long into any potential break, just keeping an eye. Remember, it's a 72,000 level, so it just got back. Bitcoin just got back about 72. I refer to it as if you guys absolutely know what I'm talking about. But if you don't know, IBIT is Bitcoin. So 72,000 has been taken out. We are long into this in IBIT at 41, looking for those tops. There it goes. Now Tesla's starting to rally off this. I want VWAP retracements in Tesla. 73 is the big resistance level. So if it can punch through 73, I think it's got some room to rally. But I'm sitting here at VWAP looking for this on a dip buy. I like the dips much, much better than breakouts in this particular market. Coinbase has gone up 7.5%. I'm going to have to move up. VWAP is now 57 on coin. Wow.
All right, here we go, guys. 25 cents now in the money as we are starting to go again. It's only 2 trades. It's only 2 trades, right? So like I said, this is the style that we've been employing for a while. It's been trying to find the best opportunities out there and then hitting them as much as we can. So there's Amazon. We'll take another spot out. I mean, we still want to wait for some more opportunities. Apple as well. And then Robinhood, we've already talked about where that was to the downside today. And it already gave us that fill. Let's check back in on Uber. We don't have it because we should have been sitting there. Good call again. We talked about some of that interest there in Uber versus those robo-taxis. Nice move to the downside right there on Uber. So we'll wait to see maybe if 74.60 wants to come into play again. It looks like it wants to break. I mean, I think the bigger trade for Uber is some sort of a negative catalyst, which this could be. I'd rather see a downgrade come for Uber or something that really gets this thing rocking, but down through 74 is an opportunity there for Uber to break a little lower. That's 74.30, 74.50. You know, grabbing some puts or something like that on a name that seems to be struggling right now is going to be, you know, potentially something to watch out for right there. So yeah, man, so far so good here today, guys. 2 stocks only, and we're gonna go 2 for 2. We keep saying, I hear Neil say, trade the style that you have, right? And I mean, that's exactly what we're doing. You can see the numbers there. We only have 2 stocks so far today, and it's 2 for 2. So let's just stay with what we're doing, but at the same time, if it's not a huge money making opportunity for me, then it's not, and we're just gonna have to wait. I mean, most days we'll try to get these bangers for you, which we're trying right now, but it's Tesla was the #1 trade idea to get long. It's just, honestly, that should have been the trade right there, right immediately at 9:30. We're a little too scared of the dramatic moves that Tesla's been having, and it didn't have one to the downside. It's really just starting to go back up.
SMCI is at 900. Before we go to Adara, it's going to break $900 any second. It's getting out of hand. I just got the first profit take on AMD, and this stock is just falling like a lot. It's like $60 to the downside. Oh, should have gone back to this well. Adara, what do you have?
Sorry about that. We just had the highest volume candle of the day for DXYZ. This is that Destiny 100 tech fund that we were talking about last week with holdings including OpenAI and SpaceX. This one looking like it's going to continue to be strong this week, currently up over 30%. DXYZ, guys.
Google's going.
That stock is a rocket ship. Well, you know, it's got SpaceX in it. It's not terrible. Whatever. Bad puns are my game, baby. TSM, which had the news, Arizona plant, all that good stuff, money from the government, which is good for them. Look at this wall at 143. This is one of the only chip names that's holding up decently. If there is a bounce in the chips, maybe it is them that we should be playing. AMD, as I said, there we go, load. Just got back down, tagged 167. I'm going to go for money fills over 168 into 168.5 and then play it back down into that low. IBIT gave us 1 profit target and then coming right back into retest at 41. So Bitcoin's going over under 72,000. It drops underneath by $100. It goes back over by $100. So playing off this level, looking for the longs. It's SMCI that is absolutely dying. It's trying to bounce off $900. So if this bounces and gets to like VWAP, oh goodness, that could be a nice little shorting opportunity. But I want that stock when it consolidates. I don't like trading it in the whipsaw. Its spread is complete insanity. It tends to calm down after 10 o'clock, and that's when you can find more reasonable entry prices. Tesla 73 did not break, so it's still in the pocket to go long VWAP. Have to adjust because the dip buy never came anywhere close to what I wanted. At the top breakout, I'm probably going to avoid taking a break on Tesla. I'm just going to be buying dips.
72.10, 72.20. I was looking at Alibaba here. This was another name that we could potentially get involved with here at some point. Alibaba. Up 0.66, market basically flat. This has been a nice little level for us. We've talked about sort of this in the past. Alibaba down at 72. What's up, Adara? Hey, what's up?
What's up?
Right there. Dara was doing some with her teacup there. That was really nice. Mulling that tea. I like that. All right, let's just quickly have a look. I was just going to look at Alibaba down at 72. That is where VWAP is right now. I could see a little bit of a pullback into those levels as being something 71.80, 71.90 into $72 for this one going right now. But hey, guys, like we said, this is just what it is right now. You know, we only have these 2 names on, and they're going to be enough to do the damage that we need to one more time here today. So again, boom goes the dynamite here. Let's see how high up Amazon can go. We just got a 20 fill. There it is again. We got it. Sorry, we just got it now. We just get that 20 fill now. We also get a 15 fill. Here we go. We are now trying to rock it here. Let's go, man. Apple, 75 cents in the money and starting to go. We're not short AMD yet. on that play. Neil, I guess, was short. Here goes up to 169 right now. So, I like the short, but we're printing, baby, on the longs. So right now, there's another reload. And yes, we did it one more time for you here today. I told you, man, Eclipse day, whatever. As long as we can see the market, this is what's been happening, man. It's been a really, really good month. And we're starting it again today, going 2 for 2, and then hopefully putting up some numbers for you. So Amazon right there and Apple leading the way for me here today. 2 names that are on the sticky note. We just don't have Tesla.
Well, I think it's about to come in on Tesla. So resistance at 73 is legit. You go out to 15-minute time frame, and that's where we get it. Like that's the 73 level. So I'm looking for the dip into that instead of taking the breakout. I just don't like the breakouts. They have not been fantastic in a general sense in the last few days in this market. AMD first time through was okay. You definitely got that push down on the lows, but then it took out the high, shorted it into 168.5, and then it broke it out on good volume. So if it's going to hold this level, I might jump back in, but just take the pot shots. And I say Coffee Trader in the chat just said, I love trading, but lately I've been horrible. I'm going to have to stop for some time to recoup. So what you got to do is go back to your basics. Like I find if you're getting chopped up in the market, then just be a little bit more patient with your levels. Like try not to like average in all that kind of good stuff. Just sort of pick it and rip it. That's what I like to do with the open. And then sometimes you'll get levels that just, if they work, then hold on to them and then you can have them all day long. But just be very, very specific. Try not to average into too many losses. Try not to overtrade. Just only trade the setups. Adhere to your stop levels. And if you have to, maybe take like 1, 2 of your best setups and only trade those for a week. I think a lot of times that can work. For sure. The dip and rip today in Tesla, like I said, it just did not happen. So if it's going to go stair step to the upside, that means you've got to be able to bid prices that you weren't considering the long at, which will mean that 171 level because it happens to be VWAP in there.
All right. There's we talk about, the office having great months and this and that. This is not a monster month by any stretch of the imagination. There's not any records being set around here by any stretch of the imagination. So, start to just, figure it out, do what you got to do, stick with your note taking, and, everything will be great. We're having maybe the best start of the month for ourselves here of this year, but it's been difficult. We've just hit NVIDIA. We've got a lot of good NVIDIA. Well, we are 7 for 7 or something we had a great week. So, like I said, just stick with what you're doing. The patterns will come if they're not coming yet. So just stay tuned and focus on your stuff. Do some back testing and things like that. It will happen for all of us. Just take your time and be patient. That's the advice there. Do not get into that rut where you're getting frustrated with yourself and or with some of the trades that you're taking. That's the one thing I can just speak from experience, and it's really what's helped me become what you're seeing every day, trying to be more patient. And I think that if you can do that, then you will be yourself, hopefully a successful trader. All right, so just even now, and part of it is also not being able to be stubborn. Apple, although I do think there's a huge opportunity for this long to hit, I'm also not trying to be that guy that waits out for something to happen. That's quite clearly not. So right there, Apple will just keep getting it out, man. We had these, look at this. We have no issues here at all. Apple today starting to get up to the upside, and let's just see if it can hold some of these bids and then even get a little bit higher than that. So you welcome Silverado Blue right there. Google, look, I was looking at Google. I love this name. You guys know that. Right now we're 40 cents in the money on Apple, actually, as Apple starts to go a little bit higher side right there. All right, let's go, man. The chef is in the building one more time here today. Look at Google, though, 153.50. A good hold there, good 50-period moving average. You came pretty close to that right there. That's a nice little move. Up to 154 goes Google. So a lot of you trading that, you're breaking out right now, man. What a great trade. 154.80, 154.50. Really like these breakout levels. You're starting to get back up. And yes, sir, it's a good time to maybe check the 401ks over here now that Google is starting to bump up a little bit. It was a little bit of a rough ride, if you know what I'm saying there. Shout out to DMX. But there it is, another out up there at 169.50. Diamond hands or not, man, it's a trophy day. And we only have 2 names. So far, so good here as we sit in the captain's seat.
So I just
My
need to get some
coffee
orders
is- oh,
out
it's okay,
there.
I can take it.
Tesla just bounced off 171. We did grab it in front of VWAP. It just took out 72s. I took some out there, taking profit into the high of the day. 73 is going to be a different trade. Like, it feels as if it gets above that resistance level, we can work another re-entry. We're going to go over to Adara, but I get a lot of questions about Micron in the chat that I'll address. I just preferred some of the other chip names today, but Micron, I like it better at 21, not 24. That's a quick one for you there, Michelle. But good-looking stock. Let's go back to the desk, Adara.
Yeah, lots of interesting stuff happening so far in the market today. We have the 15-minute chart on the SPY, more or less in a range right now here for the S&P 500 as we head into this week. Of course, we have the Eclipse on watch. And in terms of the market, we do have some Fed speakers to keep an eye on heading into the afternoon and post-market. Pretty light day for economic data, but we'll get more of that coming later in the week. Bitcoin, of course, also on watch as it breaks above 72,000 after a bit of a weaker week during the previous week session. Other names to keep an eye on here, Li Auto up about 5% right now after announcing the launch of its L6 vehicle on April 18th. So certainly something to keep an eye on for LI. We also have here SoFi on watch with the pending announcement with regards to a student loan repayment plan. So keep an eye on SOFI as well here. And last but not least, Save, SAVE, Spirit Airlines here on watch as well with some cost-saving measures, currently up about 3.5%. So lots of different names and sectors to keep an eye on as we head into the rest of the day, guys.
So you good for a reload over there? Because I got Randy coming here. Because I got a quarter of mine left. I can't even feel. I need to drink. Someone said drink olive oil, man. Every single time I come in here, my hands seem to be cold.
Drink what?
They said for circulation. I don't know. It helps. Hey, there we go, Ramin. Okay, shout out to Ramin there. All right, so there it goes.
Yeah?
It does help. I don't know. I'm just telling you what the
Look, man, my hands are cold all the time, so it's
I
not.
know. It's strange when I get here. I was like, it's fine over the weekend.
I mean, okay.
There must be a little bit of a breeze happening.
Every now and then, I'm just like, you
Thank
learn
God the
something.
trades is hot
You
right
learn
now.
something every single day. Drinking olive oil works, then my hands are freezing cold, but that's nothing I've ever heard of before.
I've never heard of that.
Tesla was trying to bounce off that 171 again. We'll go for another dip buy. And it was Micron I was going to mention.
Look at this.
So Micron, it's down at 24, but look at the weakness in the stock. It was 121. That was that huge double bottom. The more you look at it, like, yeah, 22s and 23s are reasonable. But it's like when it does this kind of a rejection off the top, it's like, where do you want to be in anything but the best
Amazon,
price?
baby.
Like, that just dropped $4 Micron just did. Like, you got to be careful buying that dip.
Guys, just trade. I'm trying to be as careful as I possibly can be as well. But right there, let's go. Man, are you part of Sticky No Nation or what, guys? I mean, there's another one right there. We only have 2 trades on today. Both names, 40, 50 cents in the money as we sit here right now at 10 o'clock. And the market's not even, thank you so much, my guy right there. Oh, yeah, we like that. A little bit of a boxer situation happening right here. We like that. Shout out to my cockapoo. She's too sweet. She is too sweet. Oh, my God.
Look up nickel up here.
I don't honestly. I know you're waiting for your daughter to tell you, but you guys need to get a dog, man. Dogs are honestly the best. All right, so shout out to that right there. All right,
The bosses decide that one, and like that's the reality. Like I'm not the boss when it comes to a decision like that at home. You know, like I'm not a big pet person.
No, I'm not
like,
either. I mean, the minute my wife wanted one, I was whatever. I mean, I am the boss, but love you. Okay, so right there as we go. But all right, so hey, man, everybody knows what's good. Everyone knows what's good. Keep the wife happy, you'll be all good, but everyone knows where the bread is buttered, so let's keep this real. Okay, there it is. Amazon, look at this. Nice move up, 50 cents now and starting to go. I mean, this is what we're doing, man. We can't talk the talk without putting up the walk, and this is exactly, again, 2 for 2 today. It's another trophy day. We'll spin this for everybody out there that has had, so far, a good, decent day, but we got to look for more trades. But for now, though, it's Adara, and she's at the big desk because I'm really happy to have, I was going to call him the Lion King over here, but I mean, Mr. Sharif is back in the building. And every time I see this guy, he's just looking more handsome. This guy's looking like, I don't know, all this African sunshine just beating down on my man over here and coming back today. Excited to have him back, and also Adara at the big desk.
Yeah, Candel Therapeutics here looking to run for the third day in a row. Nice volume spike for CADL. This one continuing to run off of that news on Thursday that they had some positive data for their pancreatic cancer treatment. CADL back on watch for the third day in a row, guys.
Oh, CADL.
Yeah, that's one I'm not going to be that interested in. But I said we got to wait for your levels. Like AMD, the short at 172.73, like that's the big one. If it's going to break down, I'm always willing to take, if it's going to trend and everything was weak, I'll take that shot underneath like pre-market lows or pre-market resistance as a trade, as like a strategy. But once it breaks that out, I've got to wait for it to get to the next level up because this is about to go green and taking out pre-market highs. NVIDIA is at the lows. SMCI, I already showed you, is cratering. So if I thought AMD was the weak one and the first 30 minutes tells me that's not true, then rushing back into the short doesn't make any sense. Like that'll get you in a little bit of trouble. Maybe it is NVIDIA and maybe it is SMCI, which I'm checking to see is nowhere near, again, it's just nowhere near the entry point off of resistance. Tesla did not give us the reloads, about 50 cents in the money on that one. IBIT's going sideways for all the action that we were thinking there could be in Bitcoin and crypto in general. It's just holding the 41 level. So we got one out at 20, and then it's right back in here to 41 evens. Yeah, I mean, it is freezing cold. Maybe I should have got a coffee from Randy. I told him I didn't want one. But at this particular point, the thing that's going nastiness is, like I said, SMCI. And if it ends up breaking the bottom, I feel like you're going to want some NVIDIA to the south side, which is at VWAP, by the way. I'll ignore these wicks. The local high here is at 876 on NVIDIA. But I got to be really patient for AMD. Unless it pops $2 or drops back underneath VWAP, there's not going to be a trade for me to the south side. I'm not going to ignore it. I'm not going to ignore the strength.
Yeah, good look there. And that's exactly what it's all about, is ignoring, the noise that's out there, right? You can get a lot of freaking noise right now. We've been doing exactly that. Today, a good day here once again. And as we were saying before, I tell you the good and I'll tell you the bad, right? You guys are mentioning it's been a little bit of rough. There's only 2 positive traders right now on the floor. So it's been a little bit of a, rough morning for sure. But again, just stay in your zone, stay focused, and, you'll be there for sure. Neil mentioned Rivian before. And if it's tough, log out, go into Simo, lower your shares. That's the stuff that, I'm just trying to give you guys the real trading experience right here because, again, that's what we would say. That's what Brian calls everybody. If you're not in the right zone and you haven't been putting up numbers, lower until you can figure out how to do that. That's what you want to do. Rivian right there, back into $10. Again, we sort of looked at that. Not really moving too much for me here today. But again, Rivian trying to stay in and around what we're trying to do here, and that would be a $10 dip buy. So if that comes in,
That's a 10, no, it's not.
Yeah, it is. It's at 10.15 right now. But yeah, Neil already highlighted this earlier for everybody. So that's going to be a decent level there. But again, what is happening right now with Mara? Could you find out maybe, was there a downgrade maybe on the mining space today?
Whoa, what
I do know that they're down. It's not huge.
It's the halving is not good for the miners.
Yeah, we talked about that. And shout out to the Market Recap Show. And by the way, Chris Brecher brought this up, and I didn't even realize this. He had showed us, this was about a month or so ago, because I asked about it on Mara earnings and whatnot, and it was about all that, and he had some stats for us, and that showed exactly that, that not great for miners. So, but again, like that story's old, so I don't, that can't really be what it is, but we'll wait to see. It could be, yeah, but I just mean like that halving is. We've had now like a nice bump up, and now we've had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like nice movement to the downside there. $16 potentially being there for that level. Look, as we said, man, it's not, been a little bit of a tough day for sure. I'm staying in my zone here. We're staying in our lane. We talked about that, man. Get on that damn grind. We put Apple #1 the other day because of that reason. And it looks like today, again, we're trying to hold these bottoms. Let's just keep on getting stuff out as we see fit. So it's a nice move up. A lot of this is sort of pending. Right now, we do have a big trade. We have 70 cents now in the money on Amazon. And again, just off of our levels that we talked about, there today, so this one's going to be pretty good. I do have an offer to start to get some more out, though. Amazon, 186.90 all the way up there. That's where the 50 period is, but where the 200 period is. But you know what? We're right at the 50 period right here. Let's take another piece out at 40. Like, I'm still a little bit, I don't know. I'm not really feeling Look at this move down. Now we're right here. I can't really call a direction. I wish I was really, really loving the long, obviously, and then we'd be able to hold on to these a little bit longer. But now that I'm talking myself out of it, let's put another offer up there. We'll take some outs there at 01s on Apple, as it's just refreshing. And we'll see if we can get lower prices. So just for everybody to know, we are now only in about 15% of both Amazon and Apple. So we're getting a lot lighter here into 10-10 as we try to figure out which way this market wants to go.
Yeah, and even Tesla off this 71 level, like Tesla was it's up 4%, don't get me wrong. But even after it holds this 71, you're getting all red back in. It needs to do something, at least minimum sideways, to try to get into this like a third time, like consolidate off this level. Because if it breaks underneath, I feel as if you're waiting for 168. Like if it's going to be any kind of a move to the upside day on Tesla that's going to go more than 5%, I think holding VWAP is going to be the first step. We want to be able to see that. As I said, AMD, when you come in and I'm like, the chip name I want short is AMD, and AMD starts breaking out, well, what are you going to do? Like, you got to wait for 72, 73, or like, why the heck fight the stock, right? Like, if you're short this thing, it is absolutely turning. You've got to have outs, and if they end up looking like tight stops on the days when you're right, or the days when you're right, take a tight stop and it falls, fair enough. But the day when you're wrong, this could just be against me $2.50. So you got to be able to get out of these bad boys when things starting to look nasty. Like that's very different from NVIDIA. NVIDIA's underneath VWAP. I don't have to look at SMCI, that's underneath VWAP. So like AMD today is a strong one. And sometimes you just have to pivot. So NVIDIA here, VWAP looking a little bit better. But my thing about NVIDIA off the opening range is you want the wick tops, like the bounce, wick the high, and then go back underneath. I don't even know if we're getting a chance at SMCI up at resistance. Like to me, the trade's got to be 25 to 31, and it's sitting there at 17s. I don't want to be risking $15 on SMCI. If you can get that in a tighter range, like $5 within your entry, is a little bit better there. I just don't want to be caught this at the bottom.
Amazon's still trying to go here. Let's check out Reddit. I don't know. Like I said, today has been a good day, but we can still, go to names that we're pretty comfortable with. Reddit, again, trying to find out if there's going to be a play here, but near 45, 45, sorry, was sort of that range trade that if you can get along down there near 45, maybe worth a little something to you. So if we can get something down there on Reddit, might be worth a look down here near 45. It's low of the day is only 46. So still a little bit of time to go on that one. What's up, Coffee Trader? You had a conversation here. I'll just go to the chat because
GME, Carvana, there's a lot of small cap talk.
I had a conversation with my buddy about NVIDIA, and he keeps thinking that 1,000 is going to be there, and I told him that I think 750 might be in sight before 1,000. Yeah, I mean, I've talked about that. I think that there is a magnet to that NVIDIA level. I do want to buy dips. Yeah, I'm not buying Reddit. Reddit to 20 might be not even the bottom, so I'd wait on that one. But for NVIDIA, so the thing about NVIDIA is there are a lot of traders that are sitting on a lot of cash. I mean, I've been raising some cash as well. And it's just, I said this on the podcast. I said this on Friday. Although my mind is on trading, I still think that we got to buy some kind of dips in NVIDIA. So NVIDIA down here to 8 bills, where the 50 period is, I think that's a spot that we can land at. So that's an interesting level for me down there in and around 8, maybe 820, something a little sooner than that.
It's not a big deal for me.
780,
You're asking for
760, something like that. So yeah, I do believe that, but I still think 1,000 is coming first. I think like it rip down to 800, then maybe a move back up. Remember, NVIDIA earnings, it's not like they're going to disappoint. So we still have those to come through, and they are coming through relatively soon. No, they're late, sorry. The chip names, some of them are starting to come through. May 22nd, so we still have a minute before NVIDIA earnings. So yeah, watch out for something like that coming out for NVIDIA. And then AMD, we've seen that that's been a pretty weak name. So lots of movement there in the chip space. But I agree. I think the short is good, but I like the break of 1,000 before 750. That would actually be a pretty good pull. What do you think, 750 or 1,000?
1,000? Oh, goodness. The answer to that is usually whichever is closest. When you just pick the...
It's literally in the middle.
Yeah,
honestly.
I hate those bets because...
No, just what do you think?
Because like the answer should be like with the trend. I feel like it's 750, but then like, betting in that direction has been wrong every single time on NVIDIA. Look, I haven't sold any until recently, 922, and even then it's like, oh, it's in the money now, but it looked stupid at the time. So I'm into this off of VWAP, but it's hard for me not to say. It's been so wrong to pick the other direction, but if I'm being honest with myself, I actually do think it's 750.
Okay, yeah, I think.
I am looking for a place to get back into the shares that I sold. And I'm like, why did I even sell that? Intel, I don't mind the fact that I sold some Intel in front at the $50 level. That makes a ton of sense to me. But NVIDIA, it's like once you get out, all you're thinking about is where you're getting back in. Like, and you know what? That tells you something about it.
Yep.
If after you sell a stock, you're like, okay, where am I getting back into it? In the long term, I mean. Then why did you sell? And that's what I'm asking myself. So I'm kind of very tentatively.
That's why the Brendan method of investing.
That's what I do for most.
Right.
You probably hear me talk less about doing things in the long-term account, and then when I do, you always get that little bit of a FOMO. That being said, VWAP is starting to get taken out here. Now it's gonna grab VWAP here on NVIDIA. Why did that not trigger? All right, I'm gonna go manual at 77 then.
All right. So we got another piece out there of Apple, and pretty happy to do that. I'm muted? No, I'm good, okay. I did not get another piece out there. Oh, I thought I did. Okay, now Apple's coming back in. I thought I got another piece out. The market is not falling, but Apple is. So attention, Apple. What is happening? So a nice little move to the downside right now for Apple. I'm just going to be as patient as I can. I mean, I keep saying this, but we don't have a reason to not be patient here with Apple. So let's just do that. You know, we've already gotten out. I told you up here that we were only in 15%, so we still are as it is coming back down. I'm long right here at 71. I'm going to get it there. Did we get a 77 there? No, we did not. All right, every offer I put out is not giving me the fill. So not great here. There we go. Do we get that? No, we did not. All right. So we got another piece out of Amazon. So we are getting lighter and lighter on all of these names, but still to come is the trade. So we need to get another piece out. Maybe I'll just take a piece out on 7. Oh, there it is. Okay, so we get a 77. I'll just fire this off because I like it. It's not really worth celebrating. But again, out of Apple, we're starting to piece out as this is starting to fall down despite the market. So I think what we were talking about before.
Doing nothing.
I know. So that's why Apple moving down there is a little worrisome to me. So is Amazon coming in. Google's at these highs. So I actually think we could probably buy dips into Google at 154, maybe 154.50. So that's a name that I'm looking at right now would be Google.
Okay, so like Tesla's at VWAP here. Oh no, the wick. Oh, it was nice, and then this wick just came into 62. So Tesla's right underneath VWAP. I just took some NVIDIA up, but I want to get to this first. So 170.5 is the actual bottom in here. It's hard to see because of that wick. If it can climb back and hold VWAP, I still want to be looking long on Tesla, but we have to be patient. I'll go to NVIDIA. I said I got to fill back down there. It wicked VWAP, so that did happen. VWAP sits at 77. Wicked it, and then came back into 74. My price is 85 change, mid. And if it breaks down, why do I have 2 bids? I thought I only had 1. If it gets back down into 870, should take another out there. But I got my eyeballs on SMCI. And like if this starts screaming back through, remember AMD's already went through the top. Like if SMCI does a bit of a spike and NVIDIA and AMD are all going, I think you want to get the you-know-what out of Dodge on these like, I'll call it the trio, like the valuation semis, whatever you want to call them. And by the way, Intel, like I basically made top wick on Intel today. I mean, not exactly, but it's like a distinction without a difference. Like it went another 5 cents and is back underneath VWAP. I should probably be back into shorting this stock. Like it does a failed breakout and the market starts to bounce and it's just going sideways under VWAP. Just got to be a little bit patient with it. I just got, you get that FOMO where like I like shorting Intel, it starts going up. and then you get into it on the front end instead of the back end. I'm in NVIDIA. Right now it's about 75, 80 cents in the money, looking for about $2 on the next exit, and then we'll try to hold it from there. Micron, I said 121 looked appealing. It's actually bouncing off that 24 level, but that's a huge rejection that Micron made off the tops. If anything, that was the strongest looking in the pre-market and is now underneath VWAP. That's not the best sign usually when you reject a big breakout like that. That's pretty bearish.
Tesla. Elon Musk posted on social media that the company will unveil a Tesla robotaxi on August 8th. Okay, I was just reading the headline again just to make sure. Saw a headline come out there one more time right there on Tesla. So I was like, okay, let's go find out. But it is that same story that we all know and apparently love. So there it is. It's a huge move upside for Tesla. I really like it. I mean, it was the #1 idea for me. But as you can see, we don't have any trades on that name. And again, we talked about this. I want to say thank you to everybody one more time for sort of the positivity and that everybody's been reading this. Over 46,000, and we talked about no FOMO. And, you know, we stick with what we're doing. Go, for anybody that's, you know, trading right now and wants to read about something that, you know, might help you understand a little bit of the mental side of trading and help work you through that. And it's like, I don't have any, like we only have 2 names traded today, you know, and it's enough for me to hit the goals, you know, and to be where we need to be. So I just feel like that to me is like, if nothing fills out for you, like I'm just looking here at the sticky note. I mean, we can go over this, we don't have to, but we won't. But, you know, just looking at the sticky note here again today, like Amazon 186 long, that came in. So we traded it. number 2 P&L stock. Tesla came in 164, it didn't. Robinhood 1850, so this is the missed one, and maybe it's here right now, so it's here right now. So now we can, so that's good. So now we have Robinhood 1850, so let's have a look. So this is good that this actually happened because I wanted to look at something. So now that we've fallen in here into 1850, we're not filled yet. This could be a decent level to get long. Apple did just fade back out into 168 again. So let's just look at Robinhood. It's obviously not trading the way we thought. The trend is to the downside. So now that I look at this, I'm almost thinking of this as a break. So let's put this in as a break. 1855 long break on Robinhood to play it back 10 cents. I think it's worth it. 1855 long break for Robinhood, and then we can trade that together. So let's see if that can happen right now. We don't need to get long right here. We could against this level if we really wanted to. We could start the position, but I think I'd rather go long with momentum back up to the upside. As again, it's been a good day. Amazon 70 cents in the money, but yet Apple sits out here as a flat trade, which makes me think, let me get another piece out there at 77. And now we'll just wait, man. I'm going to wait for a dip buy into 168. If that happens, great. If not, hard pass. We'll just wait to see what happens there. We'll wait for that Robinhood break, and we've already got Amazon. So once again today, actually DJ Khaled has 3 trades. We only have 2. So it's just another one. And then that's it, one more. So that's there. Let's see what happens now with Amazon as we continue to go to the high side right there.
I believe it's time. We haven't talked about a single one of these, which is perfect because we have the small cap recap with Adara.
Quite a few runners on watch today, but we'll talk about a few of them here, including Longeveron, LGVN. This one up about 75%. Not seeing any news on this, but they did have a reverse split recently, March 27th, 1-10 reverse split. They also have a float of about 911,000 shares, so very small float here for LGVN. Next up, we have ALCC. This is actually an acquisition company, Alt-C, co-founded by Sam Altman of OpenAI. This one set to merge with Oklo, which has now signed a letter of intent to supply 50 megawatts of power to Diamondback Energy. So catalyst for Oklo sending ALCC about 20% to the upside. And last but not least, this one mentioned earlier, Audia, AUUD, this one receiving an AI-related patent. So this AUUD getting a nice move over 200% to the upside, guys.
Easy to remember if you're an Audi fan. Audia. I like them. NVIDIA did give me that second fill. So we're able to get that, oh yeah, the wick, that's right. We're able to get that fill at 73s in there. Now remember, my average price, it's always this first in, first out kind of thing. So my average price was 85.5. So even though it says 75 half, now it says 76.26. That was the second entry. So really, it's a 50-cent difference. It's going to end up being about $2 on that trade, as I said. If it wicks VWAP one more time, I would look for the re-entry. But if it just breaks it out from here, do not want to be fighting NVIDIA when you're getting a bit of a bounce play in the overall market. Tesla now holding above VWAP. This is what we were looking to see. I wanted this back above VWAP to get back into the long. And then Tesla was never even the dip buy. It turned into just long off of VWAP for me on Tesla when you could not get the long anywhere. I mean, you're not getting 165 unless something crazy happens in the market. So I feel as if playing this stair step up is going to be the only way to go. If NVIDIA breaks out, that'll probably mean SMCI is gone as well. I think this could find resistance at Friday's double bottom. It was a great short, but I only want to trade SMCI when it's doing this off a key level, like this little consolidation area. So I don't want to jump out in front of it, and being short NVIDIA means you already have exposure to that type of a play. Coinbase 250. There's your little bounce off the 250 level. So I said 250 was where I was looking for the dip at the open. You didn't get it. Now will be a little bit less risk in terms of how much room I'd give it. Like at the open, I'd probably take 51, 52. At this time of day, I just want to see it put in a higher low and then give it to the local bottom. That'd be 49.60.
All right, we took it. We are now almost out of everything. So we get that pull on Amazon. So again, good look there. I feel like on that short, obviously, on that long story for Amazon, up there to 186.50. Not the high of the day, but definitely the high of the morning before this dip down in, which pretty much helped us give us these longs. So there it is, right there. Almost at some of the totals. Actually, I think can't remember what we're at on Friday, but we're probably higher. But again, let's just wait to see what happens here with Amazon and with Apple. Only 2 trades, not much else happening there. Oracle, 125. Oracle's been a little bit of a bothersome point to me because of the fact that we've been bouncing off that 130 level, just looking at the daily there for Oracle. So it already bounced off. There was some highs up here at 130 before as well. Yeah, right there. So, Oracle now starting to struggle a little bit to the downside now. So you got to watch out for ORCL coming through one more time there today. 128, 130. Yeah, I mean, again, some of these bottom breaks just look so good, which is making me a little bit nervous about some of these levels. We talked about Uber bottom break, looked pretty sweet. And then now we have another one literally right here for us, and Oracle looking to break a little bit lower. I don't think we're in too much concern. We already know the negativity, unfortunately, surrounding Apple. This name is the one that I think holds the key to everything. And that is, as long as Microsoft can hold up here, I think we're okay. And I'm not even talking about this 420 level. It's this 400 level that if we lose, like basically 395, 396, a definite pause for concern for me on the market if we lose that name. Because we've already lost Apple, and these chip names just continue to be what they are. So, back and forth there. It's Microsoft that I think is going to be the one leading the way one way or the other. And then if you just look at SMH, because again, we've been doing some work on SMH lately. We like the name, but again, this name could lose as well. Like if we lose 210 down here on SMH, this is of course the semis, so the NVIDIAs, the AMDs, the Microns, all of that, all wrapped into one. If we lose that, then you're losing a lot of market participation. So I would be very, very careful trying to buy some of these dips, but I think as long as you're buying it in the right sectors and you've got the right reasons to do so, then we like it. I said that crazy question about Amazon the other day. I told you about my friend wanted to know if it was ever getting back to all-time highs. I was like, no, and here it is right now at all-time highs. So
was that ever or within a time frame?
Pretty much ever. I didn't think. Ever? No. I think the market is forever
that's what
going
I was
higher.
Say. I'm like,
it's just a matter of time. But yeah, for right now, we really like that name, and here's a name to stay strong with. Again, we're a little bit offside this morning, not really knowing which way to go. But what do we have written on here? Tesla long, Robinhood long, AMD short, Amazon long, Apple long. So we have all the right names, just a matter of making sure that we can hit them at the right time. So Amazon did give us quite an opportunity to dip by that, and we sure are sure that we did that one. So yeah, the market is fighting for a trend reversal. That's why we're staying net long. I mean, we still have 2 small longs. We've already cleaned them out, 10% left, if not less than both of these positions that we have, and still, oh, I didn't put that Robinhood trade in actually, and still looking long. So we should try to look at this Robinhood trade again. I actually forgot about it. And then when we get back from Neil, maybe we'll look at a little bit of Palantir.
Be careful with those. Like right now, IBIT's breaking the low. That's the only thing I would say with Robinhood.
71.50, yeah.
I just got, like Coinbase for the first time, I just got the 250. But look what's happening in IBIT. As a matter of fact, Neil, look, I'm just taking some out of Coinbase because this just happened. IBIT just wicked the low and just broke underneath. So when I got that 250 bounce play, remember, it already bounced once and went $2. I wasn't sitting on the bid when it happened, but we liked the 250. That's why we put it in the note. But when it gets up there and gives you that initial look, as I'm seeing Bitcoin break down, I'll take some out. And I'm going to be all out in front of 254 if we're still looking weak in crypto. So that'll give us about 3. Tesla just came into VWAP again. So we got the bounce off VWAP. I'll look to take some out 72s and then hold into the 73 level. So keep your eye. Like I don't want to be trading Mara or Coinbase or Robinhood or anything like that adjacent without looking at what's going on in spot price. So there's the bounce on Tesla off of VWAP. We'll make sure we get some out there. Come on, IBIT, get going. I feel as if Bitcoin gets back going, then it should be a no-brainer that coin can get into this 54 level one more time. But you really had to wait for it to get down and show me the higher low off at 250. Like it takes a lot of patience when you're seeing the market scream down like that. Or when you're seeing a name scream down like that, I should say, the market not screaming down. So Tesla going, let's get Coinbase to get up to that 54.
All right, yeah, let's get Coinbase rocking and rolling as well. All right, yeah, Amazon's still that $1. Let's look for something else. What else you guys want? We talked about Carvana. We mentioned that when we were sort of doing a little bit of a call there for names. So let's have a quick look to see if CVNA is in the building here at all for us. $84. So when I look at a stock, I actually try to look at the 20-minute first just to see where we are as far as distribution is concerned. And like right now, we're in the middle here. Like Carvana this morning, like anything up here into this 86.50 level would have been pretty sweet. So that's kind of the stuff I look for. So like if I was writing the sticky note and I said, okay, Carvana is something I want to look at, I would have put, 86.50. I don't know if there's any catalyst today. We're pretty flat on this stock, but that's what I would look at there. And then also if the catalyst was a long one, I'd look for the bottom and say, okay, if we can get a dip into 82.50, then maybe something 82. And then again, looking where I'd get out, probably a break of 80.81. So give this name $1 or $2 at least if you hit any of these extremities. But right now, Carvana is in the middle. So stuck in the middle of this report is Adara. What do we got over there? It's crypto? It's crypto. So again, with this moving around at 71.6 right now, let's go find out what the news is with crypto.
A kind of interesting story here. Ripple CEO Brad Garlinghouse in an interview with CNBC saying that he thinks the crypto market will double in size and reach $5 trillion by the end of 2024. Some factors that he cites with regards to this prediction include the spot Bitcoin ETFs being approved earlier this year, so continued momentum from that, the upcoming Bitcoin halving, and also just overall positive momentum for regulation. So interesting little prediction here coming from the Ripple CEO. Bitcoin itself here backing down a little bit off that over 72,000 high we saw earlier today, right now just above that 71.5 area, but still very strong, up about 3.5% is BTC. Ethereum not lagging behind either, up about 7%, well above that 3,600 level. Other names pretty strong here as well for the most part. Ripple up about 2%. Cardano here up about 2% as well. And we are brought to you by Benzinga Pro. Sign up today for 50% off their premier news and research platform for retail traders with code TTV, capital letters. Use the link in the description to go to checkout.
So in a what is next moment here, because it feels as if with this market going higher, unfortunately, when you get a bounce and it goes like a couple of dollars in the money for you, that's good. But I don't like what I'm seeing underneath resistance on Bitcoin, and you can't press this higher low. So the trend, unfortunately, in Coinbase has been down into this move. I want this, if it breaks the channel here, then I think VWAP is the target. If it doesn't break this channel that it's in, I'm out before it gets back into the low. So I will take this out for about 2 to 250, depending on the slippage in there. But if it breaks this top, there's no point being on the offer at 54. It should get to VWAP in that realm, and then I should be looking at that 55 level. So that's the adjustment on coin. Tesla is holding out. Nice little bounce off VWAP. I think that's 73. Looks, I thought 73 was resistance when I sat down this morning, and it was mostly because of this. 73 was a big turning spot, and then it was a huge flush off this level previously. So 73 is going to be where we get out. Then look for the next trade. And maybe it's VWAP again. Maybe it's a consolidation over that resistance spot. So Tesla's starting to go. Coinbase, we finally got into that one after waiting the entirety of this morning to get that 250 level. So we'll see what happens next. I think the market is trying to take out the tops here. With the Coinbase, the problem is going to be that Bitcoin doesn't have to break. And the NASDAQ could break the high, and Bitcoin could just gently retrace these levels no matter what. So I have to be more cautious, and that's why we're going to take the profit on Coinbase. If IBIT and Coinbase was stronger, and Bitcoin was stronger, I'd probably hold this. But like I said, I'm going to trail it out there. We'll just take the money on that trade, and if it continues trending down, look for a re-entry, maybe on a higher low, some kind of a sign that there's a little bit more strength. Tesla looking absolutely fine though. So if you like the 250 level and you're holding it, you got to be able to trade your own book. I prefer to be aggressive with things if they're following the trend a little bit better and not just hope that I have the absolute bottom.
All right. Yeah, trading own book, very, very important. Amazon now, we just tweeted this out right now. So there's no more important time to do this than when Neil just mentioned trade your own book. This is exactly what we did here today. We just mentioned the only two trades that we had today were the longs that we had mentioned down here. So we have Amazon and Apple. The two ones that are in there, that's all you really need is some good ideas, and hopefully those ones were able to pay out, and hopefully they can continue to go both $1 and change into the money. But I just noticed that I also did mark down Palantir. So and by the way, look what's happening right now. Just spin this. Amazon right now is, I don't know, did I see OB here? No, I did not. Amazon right now, $1.25 in the money. And still going. Apple's still going as well. Let's keep an eye on SoFi, says somebody in the chat. Shout out to House to Home. What's up, House to Home? Let's have a look at SoFi. Now, we had this on the watch list today as well. But like you can see, it hasn't, I should go over to Robinhood. Hasn't had much going on here with SoFi. But you are right, though, House and Home. That does look like a potential break there for SoFi off of the bounce there at 750. Nice move up there for that one. I did not take Robinhood long, and damn it, Sean, that's a fail. We could have put 3 for 3 on the board right there on Robinhood, but we didn't. I went over there, I was like, oh man, we didn't put that order on Robinhood. Up through 1855 was the call right there. We would only be 8 pennies in the money, but we'd be looking at a 10-cent hit. Remember we talked about that? To the bottom. So it's already gone about 8-9 cents, so definitely worth a shot there for anybody looking to do some damage here on Robinhood. That was a great long, but we don't have it.
Yeah, it looks like that's one of those things where you can have an idea for a level, and then it doesn't get there until you get that. It's past 10 o'clock. It's outside of the opening range. You're looking at all the other things which did provide you with the trades in that range, and it's either you pick the right 4 or 5, or sometimes it's that 6th or 7th name that misses. I was lucky in that I wasn't in anything else when Coinbase finally got to 250. But it's if I'm in 4 or 5 stocks, I probably missed this trade. And it's going to happen to you. But as long as you have the ideas out there and you know the levels that you like, that's the first step. If you don't even have that in the first place, it's none of that's going to matter. And when I look back over to, where did I want to get to? NVIDIA chart work. Let me just cross my fingers here on NVIDIA. Okay, we'll go to the 15-minute. That'll work just fine. So on NVIDIA, we said we wanted into VWAP on the 3-minute chart. We did take that trade. It gave us the pullback. We got some out in front of Friday afternoon support, which was the 73. So the only reason we're green on it is because we took profit into that support level. And now all of a sudden you're screaming higher. So you're at 880. And if I think there's a chip name to still be shorted, AMD already rallied. NVIDIA has to be somewhere off the pre-market highs or holding back under VWAP. SMCI is getting right into the pocket of Friday's lows, that 930 level where it double bottomed. So if that starts to roll over there, it can be weak. just don't want to be fighting this move at the highs in the futures. So I'm in Tesla long because we like that Tesla long. We would have liked it better on the dip, but that's the one. Like, it was one of the names that I knew was on the list for the long trade, so we're just going to have to hang on to it. As far as like Meta, which is the first thing we're long, it's still looking weak. The only bounce play, it was no good off the pre-market lows. It's bounced off the afternoon highs or afternoon lows from Friday, but it's putting in a lower high right now. So that's not looking strong. Putting in a lower high that's not a trend to the upside. For me, Tesla's trending to the upside, which makes me want to figure out those longs. Ben Ruggiano saying, Neil, any opinion on Uber? You looked at Uber, Sean. I didn't pull up this chart today, but the talk would be that if Tesla goes into robotaxi, that's bad for Uber. I understand that logic. And even if I don't think it's a death keel for Uber, I just got out of Tesla, we'll ring the register there. I don't think it's a death keel for Uber. I'll just get that out of the way. That said, don't ignore what the market is telling you. And it has a local bottom here at 73.50. And if it got down there, I'd be looking for a buy the dip. Just look at the daily chart. It's a good level on Uber. So as I said, Tesla, if it got to 73, we take it out in front because that's big resistance. It just tagged 73. And if it pulls back into VWAP, we go for the reload. So again, just be patient. I like the dip buy on Tesla. We end up having to go with the VWAP trade. So VWAP into 73. It's more like $1.70 than it is $2 because we didn't get exactly 71 long and we didn't get exactly 73 out. But that's the range we're playing off of. As we go to Sector Watch, tell me something good about XOM because we forgot to look at that.
A lot of these oil and energy mineral related names looking pretty weak here as far as I can see right now, pretty much right across the board. Also pretty red here, health technologies, and of course these chip names here in electronic technology, as discussed, have been a little bit weaker today. A little bit of strength though in names like finance. Keep an eye on some of these major banks reporting at the end of this week and early next week. So as Q1 earnings season begins, this sector, finance, will absolutely be on watch. Amazon also a nice look here for retail trade along with Home Depot. Also strong are some of these utilities names with GEV, the GE Vernova spinoff still looking strong here. Also worth noting as well, consumer durables, Tesla still leading this group to the upside with that robotaxi news, and as just discussed there, Uber breaking down the transportation sector, which is otherwise pretty strong, possibly also in the back of this news. So that potential robotaxi announcement and that unveiling set for August 8th, impacting a couple different sectors here, guys.
Yeah, lots of different things to trade, and like we keep saying, man, stay in your grind, and we don't.
Here we go.
The one thing that makes me really happy, I mean, there's a lot of things that make me happy, of course, but it's also like being able to talk to some of these traders. So we have an announcement, man, coming in right now in second place. We got a big shout out to the man with the hair in the back. It's a big congratulations to Josh. So congratulations to Josh right now, putting that up right now, number 2 today in the office. So if you do want to become part of a real trading office and then, you know, get me to shout you out if you're on that leaderboard there, you can become part of Real Trading. RealTrading.com, sign up right now. All the trading, same platform we use. Go find it out, RealTrading.com, our #1 sponsor. Make sure you hit the join today. And I'm not sure I've ever seen this guy, but you can join this guy trading at some point, somewhere.
It's Alan Bradshaw.
Shout out to, yeah, exactly. Shout out to Real Trading, and a big shout out, awesome job back there to Josh. So like I said, you know, it is a decent day right there, so we will find out about that. AMD, again, 171. Wow. Okay. AMD getting heated up. Nice level there for AMD, now positive on the day. Okay, so this was a name that was really getting cranked. Let's wait to see. Maybe we're not going to get up here, but you took out the 50 period, so maybe this 172, 173 is, in fact, in play. I'm actually just going to start to cancel a lot of my stuff right now and just work on, again, looking for opportunities. Oh, what happened to Amazon? Oh, damn!
Market's pulling back.
Yeesh. Oh, damn, right there. That's always good. When you don't even notice you got out of a name because it went all the way to the 200 period and gave you what is right there, $1. So that's 185.50 out at 186.90. So that right there, we're cooking it up. That's $1.30. And before I forget, let's figure out what's for lunch. All right, so We've already talked about this a couple times here, and I don't know, I didn't get Adara's opinion on this, because did you have any of this last time? Let's go figure it out and ask her right after this when we go to Money Talk, because it is once again a chicken dinner kind of a winner today. And, you know, if anybody looks at the eclipse, you will not see flying chickens in the air by any stretch of the imagination, but if you, maybe you might.
Look, man, if you look into the
chickens
eclipse,
fly? I
if
mean,
you
I told
look
you this
into
is gonna-
the eclipse without protection,
Yeah.
I mean, you're not going to be seeing much of anything.
No,
first
so
of all.
definitely we've got
you
these
don't want,
all.
you don't want them.
Thing is,
back.
I didn't realize how dark these are. Now I can see absolutely nothing. We
One-
are locked and loaded.
It's either 100 or 1,000
always is.
times. No, I think the stat is those
Yeah.
are either 100 times stronger than regular sunglasses
be out
or
there looking at
1,000 times stronger. But that's the idea. Like, you need those bad boys here. But
Right.
is it actually chicken, or are you just
You come-
messing with us?
You know, just like being prepared in the market. You know, we got the sticky note, puts everybody prepared. You go to battle. Today's is what? Break what? Yeah, don't worry about it, Ramin.
They're made of paper. You can tape them back together.
Yeah, you could just literally
Tape is probably going to work there, Ramin. We're good to go.
Yeah, don't worry, Ramin. Don't worry, Ramin.
I'm just saying.
Grilled chicken again.
I thought I saw
Jerk chicken.
Oh, yeah.
Grilled jerk chicken. So
Don't bury
I
the lead.
think that's going to be a very good opportunity. We'll see. It's not super spicy, sweet potatoes, so we'll see how this goes. So shout out to grilled chicken lovers or jerk chicken, because today is grilled jerk chicken.
Can't go
so
wrong.
I feel like that's going to be a hit. So yeah, that's what that is there today. You're going to the Jays game. I guess you're going to have some sort of a hot dog over there.
Dude, they have a
at some
new,
point.
they've got like a maple hot dog thingy. It's like a maple something hot dog. I'm like, sign me up, because
Yeah, oh yeah.
the one thing that the U.S. gets absolutely the best in ballparks is you have food that is like local and not like delicacy. But if you go to Philly, you're getting a great cheesesteak in the ballpark.
Yeah.
You go to their minor league stadium, you're getting a great cheesesteak, even if it's not in Philly. And Toronto doesn't have any of that. You can get chicken wings. You can get
What do you mean, we have poutine?
You can get chicken tenders. You can get French fries. You can get pizza. You can get a hot dog. Like,
Poutine.
but that's okay. But I want like really, really creative, unique kind of things. So that they're bringing that to the park. As the market wicked that high, just a couple of things. I did get out of Tesla. I'm going to go back to VWAP here. If this is just going to be the range, we end up going 2 for 3 on Tesla, because I did have that stop out. Someone just said looking at the eclipse is like trading without a stop loss. I like that. I would go so far as to venture that's not terribly accurate, because if you trade without a stop loss, you're not going blind. You can still punch out of the trade. Like, there's some, you can not have a stop. It can go past your level, and you can punch out manually. If, you know, once you look at the sun in the eclipse, the damage is done. Like, there's no limiting the damage at that point. But I see what you're saying. So I want to go back to VWAP for Tesla here. If we can get that, fair enough. And then sort of just now stick to what's working. Like, everything else is like half. You know, you get one win, you get one loss for me this morning. Coinbase, we end up getting, it's the right spot to have gotten out. I put a trail in here. And like, if it fails that level, maybe we're too tight with it, but it's because Bitcoin was trending to the downside. So here's a look. And you're like, why are you conservative when the stock's in the money? Because IBIT and BTC was ranging down, and I don't like that. If it's ranging down and I'm into the long, I'm taking the profit and I'm not waiting for it to reverse on me. So if I get out too early, it's because of my leading indicator over there on Bitcoin. So you're right back into the 250 level. It's a better reload if I saw some strength in Bitcoin, but you're now well underneath that, not well underneath, but you've given up that $72,000 level on Bitcoin. I'd like to see a bounce first before I jump back in. So we're happy to get that long, but you don't have to rush back in. It's about 10:40. It's almost 10:50 in here. This is a time of the day where I'd prefer things to give you the consolidation entries as opposed to that whipsaw back and forth.
You know what? I'm trying to find. Yo, what's up, Diane? Look at this. That's pretty funny right there. Dancing bull for sure. I was trying to find the thing that said someone messaged me over the weekend and was like, man, this can't be real trading, all the ins and the outs that you have and like all this kind of stuff. I didn't address it. I was trying to find it here. They're like, oh man, there's no way that these are all real. And then I was just going to say, and then we come out today and just go 2 for 2 again. So yeah, just shout out to whoever that was. And we put down numbers right back on the board for you today. Just so, you know, you can see about any sort of doubt that's been happening around here. Apple and Amazon nicely done to the upside. All right, so what we were talking about also, I want to go over this, is because my daughter had made this for me last week, and I forgot to bring it in. So again, it's pretty, I mean, there's definitely no artist here, but love you, Dad, and your singing. Apparently, I do sing too much. These are supposed to be the Jordan symbols as well. So this is my closet. So there's shoes, that's Jordan. I mean, it looks pretty whack. And then there we go. We got to get some jeans there, a little bit of belt action. Trader TV Live. You know, my kids definitely all day repping it. Everything they draw is Trader TV Live. We actually have here's my daughter's another iteration of her drawing where she showed.
There you go.
Yeah, this is not the one. This is a flamingo. There we go on vacation.
Do the side camera with that. It's a little better, the lighting. But
I'm actually looking for the other one, which is the other way. It doesn't matter. Anyways, this is a flamingo. There's the one of the Trader TV Live. Welcome to Trader TV Live Art Show, by the way, right now. But here's the one
Art Camp?
that we have right now, Art Camp.
I love the accuracy in
She's
there.
actually, yeah.
Because otherwise, you wouldn't get to know that Sean hangs his jeans with the belt on, apparently.
Yeah.
Because you gotta be practical. You're then faster in the morning,
Yeah.
it's already there and good to go.
Well, when your pockets have so much damn money in them, you know, you got to hold them up somehow. So right there, that is what that is. So yeah, anyways, congratulations to my daughter as well. She just hit, by the way, we got a call from the coach yesterday. They don't even want her going to tryouts. She hit the highest level she can for her age group. So I am super, super pleased with that for her hockey. And my son tonight, there he is right here. He has his championship game tonight as well. Best 2 out of 3. Let's put it this way. It ain't going to 3, my guy. So right there, he'll put back-to-back jacks on there. And then I was looking too, I said to the wife, she's a hard pass for baseball, but I can get her to go there. I'll just tell her there's drinks. But no, we like to go. We looked at the schedule. I don't have a night off until April 20-something. So hopefully the next homestand there we'll be able to attend, because I'm excited to go to the Jays game. I was actually looking tonight.
You gotta get the parents to
and tomorrow.
To take
no,
over.
It's not even that. I just don't have any free time. It's like, honestly, with rep baseball, rep hockey.
My wife is so organized. She does our year, and like these are the these are the weekday games that we can do. And we always home opener, like that's well in advance. The second the schedule comes out, we make sure that we have that one free, and then everything down the line, like she'd make sure that we can do it, because there's a Friday game coming up. Otani's going to be here April 26th.
Ooh, I'll get that.
And like the second the schedule came out, and then they got Yamamoto too, I was like, okay. I'm like, look, I'm going to that game and figure it out. Because I have a couple of buddies from my old baseball team, and they're like, we're going to that game.
Yeah, I noticed
in
tickets
advance.
aren't even that expensive. I don't know why.
It's like now, that's what I'm saying.
No, but even for tomorrow.
Yeah. Well, it's midweek and it's Seattle.
Yeah.
Like it's the home opener is hardcore fans if it's not opening weekend. That's one way to look at it. Oh, no Coinbase. Okay. Coinbase just bounced off 250. I just might have missed it. We got like 8 minutes to go. We have some time here to still rally these markets. And then if you're patient with it, sometimes you get the bounce, sometimes you don't. The last time bounced off 250, I did get picked back up on a higher low there. Man. So I'm going to leave the order in to see if we can't get it back into that long. They can get us to VWAP, and then Tesla, which is the other long we were just in. That still feels like we got a shot to pull back into VWAP here. That's been the trade. The first bounces were kind of muted, but the second bounce after the consolidation was great. Tesla stairs to the upside, up 4.5%. Maybe they love the robotaxi. Maybe Tesla just found a 160 bottom on the daily chart temporarily. Whichever reason you like it, Tesla looking pretty strong here. Rainmaker just said Unity above 26. No, it's not. Really?
Unity.
Weren't we just talking about? Is it?
I don't know. We didn't look at Unity today, did we?
Maybe, you know what? I haven't looked at it in a while. Oh, you know what? I just haven't looked at the stock in a while. I didn't realize it was down here on Unity. I had no clue this was down at 25 bucks. When you said over 26, I'm like, wasn't it already over 26?
You don't have it in again?
It died again.
All right. They're yelling money talks.
Sorry, guys. We'll go to money talks.
Let's go to money
My bad.
talks. I was looking over. I'm like,
No, it died a second
it
time.
died.
Yeah, the USD here, DXY, definitely a little bit of a move down today. Nothing compared to that big move we had on Friday, this big wick up into almost this 104.80 area, then coming and closing just above that 104.20. Basically here, of course, we did have that move up off of those NFPs that were higher than expected. No economic data today so far at 11, so in less than 10 minutes we get NY Fed inflation expectations, not expected to be a super notable print here, but keep an eye on that with regards to how this DXY may move, currently just below 104.20s here. Then we do have as well Fed's Goolsbee at 1. At 7 here, we have Fed's Kashkari, so certainly something to keep an eye on as well. Last time Kashkari spoke on Thursday, big move down in the market, so keep an eye on that. Later this week as well, we do have CPI on Wednesday and PPI on Thursday to keep an eye on, but today just a couple Fed speakers, guys.
I love getting, thank you for that. I love getting these messages from my wife. She goes, JFC, she chose violence again. I mean, like, my daughter's at this hockey camp, and whenever I see that, I just laugh because she's like this little like robot out there and just like loves playing hockey. I'll see if I'll get some videos. Hopefully she'll be able to send them to me. I just love that. Like, she takes on these boys, and it's just like amazing because there's no hitting in youth hockey or anything like that. So it's pretty fun to watch them out there just battle for the puck.
What's the age? Because I
think
know
it's
they
16.
recently.
I think it's male.
They recently moved it, didn't they? Like a couple years ago.
Oh, I don't know. There's no hitting. There's really no.
I think you could hit it like 13 or 12 or 13 or 13 or something when we were younger.
Oh, maybe.
And now it's like.
Yeah,
like,
no,
I'm just not because I didn't play hockey, but I'm just talking about like when we were kids, the other guys that would play. I'm pretty sure they could hit before 15, and now it's like
no,
not at all.
No.
Oh, Tesla just broke.
Okay.
173 is now gone. So forget about VWAP.
Tesla.
Now we got to look for another entry into Tesla. If it's going to be higher lows, then you have a consolidation 72 here. I think you look for the breakout price and just continue to buy the dips in here. All roads lead to 175, which was where this thing, if you remember 170, oh no, check that, 177. AMD is 175. 177, that was that top that got made on Thursday. We'll call it the Kashkari top at 177. Like levels to me, like sometimes if it was a really big, massive one, you can call it a Fed top after an interest rate thing. Or to me, this is the Kashkari top because everything tanked at that moment, and Tesla was screaming when it got there, and you can blame Neil Kashkari for that because he ran his mouth and then everything tanked.
Oh man, Mr. Kashkari, what have you
He
done?
spells his name funny.
Yeah,
too.
I know. We have like a beef against him for that.
Oh, no, just me because
No, I do too, man. I mean, come on, man. You gotta spell your name right way. N-E-A-L, Mr. Kashkari. All right. Let's go. So yeah, Tesla absolutely gone. I know you had that earlier. We didn't have it at all today. Should have been something that we had sort of thought about and actually took, but we didn't. So mistake for sure there, not getting into some more or into Tesla at all. We did like the robo-taxi story. I haven't talked about this with my kids over the weekend and like how much I thought that this was going to be something for Tesla and for the future. But again, we're not in it today. The robo-taxi story continues there for Tesla. I like the story, but again, the stock's not really reacting to it too much here. So robo-taxi, or the stock is reacting to it, but didn't give us that dip buy. So again, a nice move in today for Tesla, right off the open into the 200 period, but then nothing since then. So yeah, that's been a little rough. Like we would have liked to see some takes there for us on Tesla, but we don't have that. So right there, nice movement. Potentially dipping into 170, 171 for me could be something there. So that would be what I'd be looking at for that one. That is your robo-taxi trade would be Tesla, any kind of a long on a dip buy. And then the one that's been going the other way, and a shout out to my friend Nelson and everything, he asked me about this. And I honestly thought, I wasn't sure what the story would be for Uber. You know, and I thought my take was, hey, look, the space, I like the space. I think there's some good potential there. Tesla getting into it makes a lot of sense. Let's see if Tesla actually even develops their own robo-taxi service type of thing, because that could be something also, which would be a hindrance to Uber. But it's not super easy. I mean, for Tesla to gain customers, I guess it would make sense. It'd be a little easier for them than a Lyft or something like that. But Uber has such a I think anyways, a nice foothold in the space, that it would make sense that Uber would be pretty hard to overtake in the ride sharing. But again, more competition, never really a good thing. But I wonder if Uber could buy the vehicles.
But hold on. So yeah, like here's the other thing too. Unveiling in August, which like
Right.
what does that actually mean? Like that doesn't mean that you're going to have a fleet of these things on the road taking
Right.
market share from Uber in August. Like you're talking about that could be still years down the line. Remember, look, full self-drive's cool now, but like when we first started hearing about we're launching full self-drive, that was a while. So I wouldn't stick a fork in Uber. I think in the short term, we talked about this on the daily chart for Uber. In the short term, it actually looks like a good. Oh goodness, there we go, hit it a second time. In the short term, on the daily chart, it actually looks like it's at support. If it holds this, why isn't this an opportunity to pick it up off of the 74 level? And then worry about, the robo-taxi when you have to worry about it months from now or potentially even years from now. So I'm not sure that's that big of a deal. Chandler, before we get out of here, Chandler says that Affirm is on a tear. I'm trying to think of what possible catalyst Affirm would have other than the fact that the NASDAQ is at the high and that the markets are strong today and that maybe the stock is going squeezing. But usually when this thing is tearing, the opportunity is to get into a short. Like look at the daily chart on Affirm, lower highs all the way through, riding the 50 period. It's not going to go up $4 to give you the 50 period on the daily, but it just might break out here and get to 34.5 into 35, which if you remember last week was the level that you wanted to short on Affirm. So be patient. It's got about 50 cents to go, and then it's in the range where I think you want to short. But I do like this one. It's 11 o'clock. Buy dips into Tesla. That's part of the plan. And then Affirm here looking pretty solid into 34.5. Shout out to you guys in the chat for mentioning this to us. And let's get on over. He's back. He survived the gorillas, although the story about being 2 meters from a lion is what freaks me the heck out. But I'm glad you're back, Sharif, and the experience was fantastic. We'll be doing a great job filling in. But it's Sharif and Adara. Learn to trade.
Where's Obi today?
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to How to Trade, formerly known as the Midday Show. That right there is your girl Adara, and I'm Sharif. And we're gonna wait for everyone to head on over from the other stream. We already got the OG of moderators, Bears versus Bulls. Thank you very much for welcoming me back. Shout out to you, my man. We got Pillsbury, Safari, Sharif, and Adara. Hello, what's up to you, my man? We got the Sofa Monster, Chase Bands, $2. Adara looking fabulous, but I'm not divorcing Mara. Neither you nor BPI, baby. Was just talking to him. Charon Tej, Ponzi Fonzie, Mateus Lane, Oscar Plays. We got Chris. Come on, we got JC Finance, we got Forlats, Ronaldo, Daniel Butter, Sixto V, we got Stock Trader, that's a hell of a name right there. We got Tazwar, Kanye East, Edgar, Bulb, okay. We got Luke, we got Diet Soda, Roland Joe, ND Trades. Welcome to everybody, guys. Thank you for joining Adara and I on How to Trade. This week, we will be talking all week about range trading. So that, Adara loves her range trades. We'll be doing that all week this week. So make sure to hang out with Adara and I on How to Trade. Good morning, Adara.
Good morning. How are you? You survived and lived to tell the tale.
I did. I went there thinking, the gorilla was going to be the main attraction, walking with the gorillas, this, that, and the other, but it was really the walk with the lions. That was next level stuff. We'll be getting a lot more about that. But anything that you're looking at this morning yet? I know we just sat down, you and I.
Yeah, I'm looking at, I was actually looking at a small cap, but knowing that it's probably not doing anything anymore, it was going to be the Audia. I did like, what I liked about this is more or less higher highs, or not higher highs, flat top and higher lows. This to me could be a bit of a range breakout, perhaps, may chance. Or mayhaps, I don't know. But whatever old terminology you want to use, I do think there's some possibility of this guy. I'll show the 3 minute because I think it's slightly clearer on the 3. Breaking out. The only issue is I do want to see a little bit more oomph in this because I'm worried this will be one of those ranges where we have this kind of rounded top and we peter out. Generally, though, it looks flat top-esque. The lows seem to be higher in a way that's promising to me. I don't mind getting involved in Audi. Let's hear and listen in to see what Audi has to give us, because I think it might be getting a place on my side chart. How about you?
Yeah, I have to agree with everything you just said there. Audia, AUUD, guys, is, for me, the #1 small cap gapper du jour. It is followed up in terms of chart, not percentage on the day, but in just terms of chart, where it is relative to price and indicators, CADL. So I'll be looking at AUUD going into the afternoon and CADL. CADL is a bit of, it's not that great. Look, it's got a 597 low and a 784 high, so we're talking about a couple of bucks worth of range there, and we're only up about 15% on the day. But as I look back, this thing had a Thursday. Wowie, wow, what the hell is this? This thing got off $2 on Thursday and rocketed to $11.50. It then ended up rejecting that same high on Friday, $11.50 double top. Let's see. Look, okay, so this one's up on the day. But what I want to see, #1, can it hold that $6 area? Namely because we troughed out near $6 on that Friday continuation, and the pre-market range this morning, $6 seems to be the low end of the range on CADL. So I'll be keeping eyes on this bad boy. But as I keep eyes on it, let me tell you a little bit about it. The float, 19.1 million share float, so not big, but not small either. Let's go ahead and bring down trade ideas and see if there is a non-negligible short float. Let's call it that, okay? 1.27%, so not much in the way of a short float there.
This one is
What's
like
up?
46% insider owned. I just remembered that.
Oh,
So it's kind of
that's
an
very
arbitrage
important.
reserve.
Thank you for letting me know that. Yeah, so
That last week.
you're muted. Adair was muted, but she was telling me that there's a heavy insider ownership on CADL, so keep that in mind if you're going to trade this bad boy. So we'll keep eyes on cattle. We'll keep eyes on AUUD. AUD's really flirting here with tradable versus not tradable in my book. It's got to maintain its price above VWAP. VWAP right now hanging out at that 4.5 area. This thing just dipped into 4.25. So it's slowly making its way out of non-tradable in my book. We'll have to wait and see if it remains tradable on the day. But let's not digress any longer and start today's lessons, baby. We are talking about range trading all week. Today, we're going to just talk about the basics, baby. We're going to talk about introduction into range trading. What's the hype about? We're going to get to it right now. So the basics, right? When an asset is trading within a defined support and resistance level, this is what we call a range trade. So you could have, I always use Apple 165 low, Apple 200 high. So that's a bit of a range there. Go back a few months, have a look at the low on Apple, have a look at the high. That is a bit of a range trade. If you get it near 165, may be a good long. If you get it near 200, might be a good short, okay? Ranges often form during periods of consolidation, surprise, surprise, and can be either brief or prolonged, right? So we're gonna have to keep eyes on that. Ranges are fractal as well. And you hear a lot about Adair and I talking about technical indicators and chart patterns and candlestick patterns being fractal in nature. And by that we mean you can use them on whatever time frame fits your fancy, but you always should keep in mind the lower down the time frame ladder you go, the higher the failure rate for whatever you're using. It's a technical indicator, a chart pattern, a candlestick, a range, whatever it is. The lower down the time frame, the higher the failure rate. And here is a great image showing candlestick ranging patterns over here. Adair put the lesson together today, so we're going to shout out Adair and thank her because I didn't have an opportunity to do it yesterday. And there you go. You got a little bit near the high, a little bit here near the low. So what are you looking for when we talk about range trades? So when you're searching for a range trade, you should definitely keep an eye out for stocks that have defined, repetitive support and resistance levels, right? As discussed on previous installments of How to Trade, the more times an asset touches a level, the more significant the level becomes. Again, like think about that 200 on Apple. How many times are we going to touch 200 and reject on Apple to the high side? There's similarly, you could make I know it hasn't been up there lately, but NVIDIA at 1,000, right? We've been doing the dance kind of with 1,000 for a while. Remember when Meta was trading below 300? Remember how many times we kept rejecting off that 300? And the more times it touches that level, it shows you the more propensity it has to get up there, the more weight I would assign to that particular level. And I think that's what is being said here. Make sure to check and see if these support and resistance levels have been significant in the past, right? Are they previous support and resistance levels from earlier in the day or earlier in the week or earlier in the month, right? Is this an opening or closing level? Also a very important question. Are we seeing resistance at the high of day? Another very important question. Here's another very good description of what a range trade is. You know, obviously this $140 level on the euro and the yen kept holding up, and anytime you made it up until 141.5, you always seem to find that 140 and 2/3 as a support level there. Again, range trading works on Forex as it does on commodities, as it does on equities, and I'm sure my crypto heads out there would make the argument it works on crypto as well. So how do you plan this trade, right? If you're going to trade, shout out to the Chilean nightmare, baby. If you're trading at the bottom of the range, your plan may be to go long off the bottom end of that range, right? And then take profit as the asset or whatever you're trading nears the top end of the range. Conversely, if you're feeling bearish or the market is pointing you into a bearish direction, you may plan your trade at the top end of the range. So Apple gets into 200 and you've got all these people looking to punch short at that 199.95, 199.90, whatever, okay? So that is kind of the idea there. So again, very, very straightforward. You have a defined range here on the euro and the yen at 141.5. And you look to get short at that 141.5 area. Conversely, you're looking to get long at 140 and 2/3. And that would be your move there. Some factors to consider, though, when you're going to conduct some range trades. Be cognizant, guys, of the overarching trend. If a stock is up 5% on the day, it may be riskier to short it at the top end of the range, despite the fact that that range was valid in previous days, weeks. Okay, so keep your eye on the actual trend on the day. And then consider your risk to reward methods, your metrics, before entering a range trade. If the range is, for example, 10 pennies, you're going to risk 20 pennies. The trade may not make sense from a risk to reward ratio perspective. Always keep in mind the size of the range and potential profit in relation to your risk there. And so shout out to Adira. Again, appreciate you for putting that together, because I kind of just went to sleep right away.
I mean, understandable,
in,
right? Yeah,
like I'm going to bed.
You just got back from a trip. How long was that flight?
Okay, so I stopped off in Egypt,
Yes,
right?
true.
And then I went over to my cousin's who lives right by the airport, got in a quick nap, a quick shower because I was feeling disgusting, and then just went right back there. But let me tell you, there was something jabbing out of the seat. I don't know what it was, because like my coccyx is not very happy. It's hurt. So is my lumbar area. But that may be a beef I might have to pick with Egypt Air. What are you looking at over there? I see some red. Okay, some
Yeah.
profits there, maybe.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. I took this Tesla trade, so I did get out of it. Yeah, it was not showing the position board, but I'll tell you guys where I got in. I got in 73.01s. There was going to be a reload at 172.69s. We never got there. So the reason I chose that 69 level as well is I wanted that 9 EMA bounce. I got involved. I was watching us test this a little bit. I like these little wicks to the downside showing, hey sellers, you're not welcome over here, sir. So I like this area of entry here. I like that we generally had lower highs, higher lows. So I was like, you know what, why not get in? Initially took some profits here at the top of that earlier area of resistance, because as we know, or as I've talked about ad nauseum, I do like taking out some profit and taking out at least a little piece where we had previous resistance, because I don't know if we're going to be able to withstand that. In Tesla's case, Tesla was like, what previous resistance, Adira? And continued to fly up to almost 174. Really happy with where I took profits here, just shy of that high of day, 174.05. We got out at, let me check here, 172.95. So I'm pretty actually Oh, sorry, no, 173.92. That was where I was going to add. So please does punch with this. I do have to say, yeah, I've noticed.
The chat is undefeated, guys. Coccyx is a small triangular bone in the base of the spine, and I love that the messages coming through here. But what? What did he just say? And
It is a bone.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I like Steven. He's like, I'm long coccyx, right? All right, punch. COCCYX. That's how it's spelled, guys. All right, let's have a look at some small cap gappers du jour, because we talked a little bit about AUD and we talked about a little bit about CADL, but these are not the only ones that I'm watching, guys. We have a couple of up over here. You heard me mention Longeveron this morning at the big desk with Brendo, and that brings back all sorts of memories. This thing is a former runner. It was an absolute beast last year or the year prior to that. Neil, did you talk about Longeveron today? No, he didn't. Okay. So let's have a look here at Longeveron. And the reason I looked at Neil and not the Katina Man, because the Katina Man, he does his thing with the large caps, right? Shout out to Katina Man. What's going on over there, by the way? Anything you want to report? Any new positions other than your printing?
You heard his name.
He's out of Amazon. He's chilling like a villain right now. Yeah, so as you can see here, Katina Man, BPI and I just walked around all over the area trying to buy these glasses. Nobody has them. Nobody's got them. Well, the BPI was telling me $10 a pop. Yeah. Wow. Wow. Okay. Sounds like a deal. I mean, maybe I'll rent them for that price, but I don't know if I'd buy it. They're paper. Guys, but LGVN, excuse me, as you can see here, it's a former runner. You can see it identified by these monster candles that it put in. It ran in October, ran in late December. So this one is a former runner. But as you can see, it's had a lot of trouble breaking and holding above the 200 period moving average on any closing basis. You will get an intraday pop every now and again through the 200. But again, like we were just talking about trends here, keep your eye on a possible retracement on LGVN because it has a way of continuing to make lower lows and lower highs over time. Now, with respect to Friday's price action, because this one started moving Friday, the high that we have to deal with there was around 4 to 4.25. We've cleared that, though, earlier today. In the pre, we got to about 475, and then when the bell rung, we got all the way up into 574. So this one's not tradable for me. That is if and until it gets above that 4.25 where the volume weighted average price is hanging out. I'm talking about LGVN. We'll see what this one brings later today. LIFW also showed up on my scanner, and this one had a decent day on Friday. Nothing really to write home about. A bit of a top there at $1.33, but it blows through that on light volume earlier in the pre, and this thing skyrocketed up into 2 2/3. Again, though, much like some of the other ones we've been talking about, not tradable for me. It's broken below the volume weighted average price. It's below that pre-market top that we put in before 9:30. So we'll have to wait and see whether this one can reclaim its tradable status. And last but not least, I want to mention UCAR had a big bump up there at around 615. I'm not sure for whatever reason. I'm not even sure of the catalyst. But again, this one breaking down below the volume weighted average price and below the pre-market high, trading at 650 now. We'll have to wait and see if it can get above 750 or thereabouts. And maybe it will be tradable. We'll keep eyes on this one. Guys, I should mention today, I am in the sim. So hopefully we'll be back live trading tomorrow. Just want to get my feet under me and, first day back.
Yeah, it makes sense. I am still in the sim. I am going to, the plan is to do the compliance test this week. I know I've been dragging my feet a little bit on it just because last week was not my trading week, as I did, I was, I think, pretty open about. We had some rough days last week. But you know what? Only way to go is up, right? So although as someone pointed out very astutely in the chat, in trading you can always go more down as well. But you know what? In terms of my optimism and my sentiment, we're just going to keep going, keep trucking. Tesla, if you want to keep doing this little range thing around this 173.50 to 174, I'm not gonna like stop you. Do your thing, 21. So this Tesla is still very much on my mind. Previous high of day, 174.05. Now we're at 174.13. So Tesla very slowly cyber trucking to the upside here. very slowly. Coin clocking saying Intel might break down low of day. Let's take a look at I to the N to the T to the C, see what the Intel is on Intel. Yeah, let me try a 5-minute chart on this because I want to make sure I see what you mean. Yeah, this is interesting because we have a bit of a flat bottom here. More or less around that 38.5, and then we have these kind of wicks to the downside too. We're trying to break below it, and Intel's like, no. So let's see. Generally lower highs right now. We are decidedly below VWAP. A lot of wicks though. The range per candle or range per wick on Intel has been a little bit bamboozling. So let's see what you hear. I guess you saw Kyle Burdett super chat.
I just saw it now. Big Kyle Burdett, $4.99 super chat. Thanks very much, Kyle. Kyle's hilarious. Sharif, welcome back. Sorry to hear you hurt your coccyx on the flight. Mile High Club hashtag. You're a funny guy, Kyle. And you spelt coccyx wrong, but I'm sure that was by design, wasn't it?
That was
Yeah, Kyle's doing things over there, Neil. Neil. Hey, Neil. Did you happen to have a look at the standings of the Premier League this week? Did you happen? I can pull it up if you'd like.
The funny thing is, when I came back and you were gone, Liverpool had actually just passed
I know, because we tied City.
Yeah. You wait until
Well, yeah, you're not supposed to be tying Manchester United. They kind of suck. I love Neil. I'm so happy to be back so I can chirp with Neil every morning. Neil is undefeated, by the way, guys. Anyway, I'm looking at AUUD here, Chilean Nightmare, as we break back above the volume-weighted average price, trying to work our way up into $5. We seem to be having issues with that $5 area for whatever reason. You can see that we have prints well above $5, but even looking at the 1-minute chart here, Adair, you can see that every time we move into 5, there's an obvious seller or somebody taking a lot of profit in and around that area. I want to see what we do with 5 the rest of the day.
Yeah, same. I mean, I still have my ears open for some action there in AUUD and that Audia, but because I'm not like super well versed in small caps, I want to be very hesitant before I enter. I have traded some of these small caps, but I really need to watch them move a good few times first. And I've traded them with mixed success. So y'all keep an eye on that. Tesla, though, I missed out, unfortunately, on this opportunity. I was going to get involved, and then we kind of failed at 173.50, and I was like, ooh. And then we bounced right back up, and I was like, oh. So a little bit of a bamboozling moment for myself internally on this TSLA. I do have a resting order here ready at just above that 173.55. If we can keep bouncing here, who am I to say no to the Cybertruck? If the Cybertruck is going to give me these options, you know what I mean? So I think this could be a nice little opportunity here. X marks the spot potentially here, and I think that spot is that 173.50 to 174 area. Want to take this with a decent amount of shares, just ping pong up and down here. I guess that's 10.
You said, who am I? Made me think of Sima.
Oh yeah.
Who am I? Yeah, as soon as you said that, that's what came to my mind.
That's all. Yeah, I forgot about that. But yeah, that's a good time there. And TSLA, certainly, I think, giving some opportunities. But I do want to look at some other stocks. This is the one thing I've looked at all day. So let's see what else other people are talking about. I know Michelle Muir in the chat was mentioning Ulta Beauty. So let's take a look here. Or was it Ulta Beauty, or did I read that wrong? Yeah, Ulta. So this is, I think this might be a swing play because you said 152. I mean, congrats to you. That's amazing. Let's take a look at the daily on Ulta. Ulta last week took a bit of a tumble with regards to that. They were, I think, a fireside chat with the JP Morgan, and yeah, they said that they do not believe it can generate above 15% margins on their more moderated comp of 3 to 4%. So that's pretty rough. Also said they see a slowdown across all of their segments, which is very much in contrast to their previous growth estimate. So bit of a rough look here. We did break below that earlier support area of 470, but overall right now we're at like 453 on Ulta Beauty. And we are, after we had that big move down, we're continuing to kind of pop back to the high side. I would like to see it break above that previous support of 470. Let's not see support turn to resistance on ULTA on the daily chart. But this is a nice look, Michelle Muir. Also, Havana Woody tagging both of us. What do you think about today's eclipse reaching its peak right at market close time? What happens when everybody goes to watch it during power hour? Yeah, I mean, it looks like it might be solar power hour today instead of our regular power hours. We're going to have to see what happens there. But I think it'll really, I think, depend on overall, is the market doing things that are interesting? Because if so, I'm sure traders will still be trading.
Well, yeah.
The market's kind of, if it's power down hour, then I do think people will turn to the Eclipse.
Hold on. Does it like go through? Does New York get? No, they don't. Okay. So what I was thinking was the path. So it'll affect like the path that it's on. The people that are in its path will probably be the people that go outside, no trade and stuff like that. Yeah. I have no idea. I know that Niagara and Hamilton are in the full totality. So what am I seeing here, Chilean Nightmare? Okay, so what is that exactly?
Airbnb rental.
I know I don't have Unity Connect because the thing is sorry, it's not working.
So it's Airbnb rental occupancy.
Airbnb rental occupancy. Wow, we got the hand.
So that's
the hand is here.
That's what it looks like, and then the orange is like the most populated. So this is the timeline on April 6th, and now April 8th, which is today, the path of totality.
And the diagonal line right there, that's the path of totality you were talking about. Yeah.
So all the Airbnbs
That's
are
crazy.
booked over there, which is wild.
Look at that, yeah, and it's
the exact
diagonal.
path.
Yeah, that's and so it's outside of New York. Okay, so yeah, look, it's going to be interesting. Brenda was saying that this morning at the big desk. He's like, watch, we'll keep an eye at 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock when the Eclipse is supposed to be here, and we'll see what the volume is like at the time. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Guys, I'm looking right now at my large cap chart. So we already looked at the small cap gappers du jour. Let's have a look now at the Mag 7. And the only Mag 7 names that I can see a discernible trend on that are not really consolidative or zigzaggy are going to go by the tickers Google and TSLA. Google had a move earlier on and is now become a little consolidative between that 155 and a quarter and 155. So we'll have to see if it can break out of that range. It's still doing its darndest though to hold on to that 10 EMA. That is the green solid line on my chart. All the dips off the 10 EMA have been bought up on Google. It's up 1 2/3%. Tesla, though, the monster, that is TSLA, up 5 3/4, right back into 174.5. We're almost there. We have 174 1/3 HOD, but the half looks like it's going to break any second now, as we are at day's high right now on Tesla. I don't know, man. This robo-taxi thing is going to be super interesting to see how this ends up working out, right? I think, this is, I hate to say this, I kind of feel like he's grasping at straws here. He's really good at hyping stuff up. We know what he does. He always gives a skewed timeline, but the technology always seems to find its way to the market. I just don't believe that we're going to have anything robo-taxi related in the way that maybe we foresee it, like the cars that actually drive on their own for a while. And I think the regulator is going to be up his yin-yang. Especially if we continue with the current administration. They don't like him. They've made a point that they don't like him. And so it's going to be tough for him to get that approved. So we'll have to wait and see. The regulation is a big thing for stuff like this. It is transport, and that's heavily regulated. So Tesla, fantastic look here at 174.5, but how do you get in, right? So to me, I'm trying to look at what it's jiving with. And well, it was definitely jiving with the volume weighted average price when it was at 171. All the closing prints printed above the volume weighted average price. But what is it jiving with now? Again, it comes back to that 10 EMA. All the dips into the 10 EMA are all being bought up on TSLA. So I'm thinking maybe we see some resistance here at 175, and that's, kind of a random area because it's just a $75 level. If I had to choose a specific price action level, that takes us all the way back last week into Thursday. The high on Thursday there, I guess before the bad news came out, was 177 and change. So if we make it into 177, I'll definitely be looking for a short on TSLA owing to that crest on Thursday. But other than that, it's going to be either have to be a 10 EMA dip trade or no trade at all. So we'll continue to watch it. Eddie R. Elon sometimes makes himself not so easy to like with some statements. You're not wrong. I don't agree with everything he says, but I like him. Chef Joe, Elon about to do a live stream Spaces podcast, Sharif on X. Really, previously, before announced, not so sure he might drop some gems, said by 12. Very interesting, Chef Joe. Thank you for letting me know that, because if he starts dropping hot lines on that, well, Tesla stock, we know it will likely move. So You know, this was the highest traded options stock last year, and for like 2 years in a row.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. So there's going to be volatility on this if a catalyst breaks, right? So we'll keep me updated, Chef. If anything comes out, I'm sure the price action will tell us because we'll see it immediately. But let me know if you hear anything on your side.
Yeah, that's certainly something to keep an eye on here. I did get involved in Google, although Obi gave this one a new nickname last week.
What do you do?
You know, instead of Google, he's now been calling it Goggle.
Goggle.
So Obi trying to switch it up a little bit. I think he did also alternately call it Google, but yeah, Goggle. He's trying to make Goggle happen there, which has been pretty fun as well. I was getting involved in that too. I also tried to get involved in this Google long, but I don't know how I'm feeling about it. We get involved here. I like this chop and churn. Then we kind of break to the downside here, so we're gonna have to wait and see what happens. Also, did I fat finger a little bit here? Yes, I did. It was like maybe like 2 pennies here, so not a massive loss, and I still have 2/3 of the position in, but I did want to address that. I have been getting better about the fat finger moments last week, I will say. This is a bit of a setback, but you know, just getting better and making sure I'm proofreading my trades every day, so nice look. We're gonna give this about another 10 pennies. I do have this line here, that earlier area of support. If we can't bounce like a little trampoline here off that 154.80, what am I doing here? So I'm gonna have to Google search for a way to get out of that trade. If we don't bounce at that level. If we do bounce at that level, we might add a little bit, especially because I do not have all the shares I wanted to have because that little fat finger. So yeah, we're gonna have to see what happens here. GOOGL, maybe not the best trade idea I've ever had, but we're gonna have to see what happens here. Tesla though, I also have eyes on Tesla. I was in Tesla earlier. I do not like this giant bearish engulfing candle in the 5-minute, not one bit. But if we do have that bounce at the previous area, I was like in that 173.50, I will probably get involved, just making sure that I don't still have that resting order, because that would have been really dicey, but I don't, so that's all good. Tesla, do your thing, 21. Let's find out what happens here. Google probably breaking down. I think I might need to Google search for a way out of that one. NVIDIA, yeah, it's not my finest work. NVIDIA here too, at this 1-minute chart. I've been talking about these 1-minute plays in NVIDIA. The support in NVIDIA at the 1 minute at this 875 has been here since the start of the midday. It's been about now, I can't believe it, already half an hour in. So this is something I want to keep an eye on. I do think there's some potential in either direction here, on N to the V to the D to the A, but I see you're looking at another mega cap.
I am, because Meta just put in a big boy 5-minute rec candle here, and I can't understand exactly what's going on. I mean, well, it's already weak on the day. We saw it open up there, pop into 531, then Huadunk went the dynamite, dropping $9 there into 522. And then we tried to go back above break even, above that 527, but alas, we are down again, and we're breaking down below 524, and it looks like we're going to break pivots here. Pivots are the dotted green line on my chart. So if you see dotted green lines, that is a pivot point. It is always horizontal and never squiggly. So you should be able to identify them just based on that. But Meta coming into that, coming into pivots, so we'll see exactly how it does around here. But I got to tell you, a 522 dip or 522.5 on Meta, and I may look for a double bottom bounce off these levels here if it makes its way down another $1.50 or so or thereabouts. Otherwise, we'll look for a curl off pivots. It hasn't respected pivots on the day, so I am kind of hesitant to want to base anything off that level, but I'm keeping it in mind. We'll look for a curl or anything here off META, some midday weakness coming in. Now, Softy. Let's go ahead here and have a look at Softy. So I am long Softy, guys. I think you guys have me on live still. I am on sim today, guys. So this is all going to be sim trades for me today until we just, work our way back into normal. So the reason I got in here at 525.50 on MSFT is that is yesterday's closing print, and there also happens to be the volume weighted average price right there. So I was looking for a possible dip trade here on Softy at 425.5, but it is coming down at around, what are we at here? 425.20. If it breaks 425, that's going to be my line in the sand for Softy. We'll look for it to hold either VWAP or Friday's closing print, but right now not looking awfully good at these levels. Tesla, I should mention to everybody, just touched the 10 EMA again at 173.50 or thereabouts. So anybody interested in a Tesla trade, this is the area where it's bouncing off. Well, it's proof to you that it's been bouncing off this area all day, right? Whether it does it this time around, a completely different story. But the green solid line on my chart, that's a 10 EMA, and Tesla touching that price right now at 173.40 or thereabouts. Could be an interesting area here on Tesla, Dara.
Yeah, I'm getting in on that Tesla. I like that bounce. I don't know if we'll get filled. I put it at 49. It's a little bit more conservative because it is Stressla. We got involved. Let's see what happens. We got in at 173.49. We are giving this to that nice little previous area of around 173s. We're giving this about 40 pennies because we want to get about 50 pennies. So I continue to have these very mathematically confusing risk reward areas, but you know, I'm just seeing areas I like, right? Just trying to take profits and what have you. I will be taking out some profit right before that 174 because that is that's kind of what I like to do. These previous areas of support and resistance coming back into effect, we will be getting some out here. Should Tesla decide it would like to keep Cybertrucking to the upside, we will be prepared, we will be ready. Also, I did just proofread that because I was cognizant about the fat finger trading earlier. Also, someone was asking in the chat, which I want to talk about, what counts as a fat finger trade? I'm going to pull up the exact, here it is. What is the definition of a fat finger? Because I think fat finger is buying more shares than you wanted or at a price you didn't want. So there's a couple different ways you could do it here. So yeah, there we go. Thank you, Fabian and Ramin, for this one. In the context of electronic trading, this refers to a trader incorrectly keying in an order. So that can be either you did, like you bought too much, like your definition is correct, but there's also different ways to define it as well. Yep. If you sell too early. A lot of what I'll do is, let's say I want to get involved here. Let's say I want to sell at 174.50s, but then I'll type it in wrong and I'll say 173.50s. That's usually how I end up fat fingering, is I get the decimal a little bit off. So it's just about, for me, it's about like proofreading and making sure, hey, Dara, is that what you wanted to type? Or did you fall asleep at the wheel a little bit there, right? So you want to make sure, for me, it's just proofreading more so than anything else. Also, we did try to get involved in that NVIDIA range. We were not, it's not BVDA, it's NVIDIA. Pamp. You're also in the Cybertruck.
Yeah,
I love that.
I like that. I like that.
Cybertruck
We were
Nation
talking
over
about
here.
it.
Good
I
time.
mean, it's really the only one that actually has a direction, I feel. I mean, you could say the other ones have directions. I'm talking about the large caps, Mag 7 or whatever we're going to call them. Sideways is a direction, I guess. But if you're looking for either up or down, it's going to... We were saying Google was directional as well, but it's since changed its mind since around 10 o'clock. Anyway, we ordered beak there on the break of the $0.50 on TSLA. Let's see if we can make our way up possibly into that 174.5. That's technically the high of day. That's $1 off from where we are right now, Dara. So 5 1/5% for Tesla. Definitely nothing to sneeze at. My out is the break of 173. So we're going to have to risk 50 pennies. We're at 42 pennies here. So if it breaks 173, that's the end of the story. Microsoft is going to stop me out here. If it breaks 425, that's the end of the story. It's awfully close. Here is MSFD. This is going to come down below. Yeah, it's going to stop me out right now. So we'll see if we get triggered. The ask has to. So on this side of the book, there we go. Now we're out of Softy, so we can just focus on TSLA. Yeah, Softy really coming down aggressively there. For whatever reason, 427.25. HOD doesn't stop at all at the closing print from Friday. Doesn't stop at all at the volume weighted average price. I liked this area over here specifically because VWAP and the closing print were going through the same price level, excuse me. So I was like, okay, well, we'll take a calculated risk on this one, but alas, it was not to be. So we'll have to wait and see. Tesla coming down now, looks like into that 173.25 area. So took some out, but this one might be coming down, Adara, as the market coming down now. 18.3. Here comes 18.3, and the market is tanking. What's going on here? 11:30. Did we have one of those auctions?
Yeah, there was, I think, 3 months, 6 months.
Okay, that makes sense. So we're at a Tesla as a result of that because the market tanked down below 18.3, but I don't know if I want to be out of this trade actually. So the 3-month auction and the 6-month were both at 11:30. They were. Yeah, I don't know what they were trading at prior to the actual print, the result of the auction, but they both were a little bit worse off received than they were last time. So we'll keep eyes on that, and I could look to get into Tesla here if it is able to break back above 173.
Yeah, that's not common either, that these auctions we get at the lunchtime or like the earlier like 11:30 impact the market in that way. So that's very interesting. I did get involved in NVIDIA here. We did get NVIDIA for the first time today. And I liked it because we have held this level remarkably well. This 875 now. It looks like we've been breaking down a little bit with the auction, so maybe the timing of this was not ideal, but I'm going to give this about $1. It's NVIDIA. If you're not giving it, I've learned the hard way with NVIDIA, if you don't give it a little bit of a room to run, then you kind of end up in a position where you have the idea right, but you just time it improperly, and then you get out. So NVIDIA, testing my patience just to go here. We're going to give this, get out some of this at about 8.7. Let's do 875. 90s. Also, I did get out of Tesla at the same time as Cherie for the same reason, just the breakdown there. But yeah, we're gonna have to see what happens here. I will be getting out some of this at that 875.90. There we go, NVIDIA. Keep coming back. We got this. I guess I am cheering on a stock. It's cool. Good time. And then I'll be getting out the rest of this at that just shy of 877 because that's the other area that I like on the stock. Also, yeah, NVIDIA does not know what direction it would like to be in today. You know, it does. It's not sure what it wants to be when it grows up. If it decides, let me know, girl. That'd be nice. But yeah, we're just going to be taking this trade right now, this range trade. We're more or less at this point of entry. Every time we kind of dip below into that 874, we do tend to snap back up. Of course, things can change, plans can change, stocks can change. But if it doesn't change, I'll be here. And I have to say, I'm pretty happy I took this right now. Probably should have taken the short on the other end of the range. That might have been a tastier trade and a little bit more immediate, but what it could have, should have. Right? So there we go. I also am cognizant of the fact I'm trading this on the 1 minute, so I will be cross-referencing with the 3 and the 5 to make sure I still like what I'm seeing. Although the 3, here's the 5, but I think the 3 as well, they've both been kind of that rangy look. Yeah, here we go. The 3 even probably clearer than the 5, which is a smaller time frame, so not obviously not ideal, but I do like that we have this kind of bottom here, 875, top of more or less 877. Let's see what's cooking here in NVIDIA. How are you doing
Yeah,
here?
back in Tesla, like looking to fight this 173 area over here. We'll see, because we had a bottoming tail candle on the future, bouncing aggressively off 18.3 and right back up above we go. So we already wet our beak there on an exit on TSLA. Let's see if we get that other print. I'm waiting at 33s for that. We'll see if we can get that print there. Let's see what else is popping off, because I remember crypto was hot. Let's see what crypto is up to. Okay, where are we at here? Okay, so what's it called? Ethereum coming down a little bit off the morning high. We were talking about almost 10% for Ethereum. Now it's about 7.5%. How's Mara doing? Wow, Mara's the only negative miner on the day. Mara's down 0.5 percentage point. Riot's up 1/4. Clean Spark 1.5. Hut 8 2.5. So Mara really taking it on the chin here, and I don't even know if there's a specific catalyst for Mara for this weakness. Nothing that I can clearly see here. Yeah, well, maybe we'll have to ask BPI when he comes back. Nick Dubb, what are your thoughts on Meta here? We were looking at Meta earlier, remember, because it was coming down aggressively there. And I was talking about this pivot point over here being an interesting area. So we get this very interesting looking candle, very bottoming tail, kind of doji looking candle, holding up above pivot points, and that's on the closing print. So this could be an interesting double bottom here, Nick, to be honest with you. I don't, it's hard to trade this because of the range that it presents. So you're going to have to trade this, obviously, with a bit more range. Personally, if I was to get in at this area, I'd have my stop at the bottom end of this candle. If it broke 522 3/4, that would be my line in the sand. The other school of thought could be below this area over here, below 522, because that is the IB low at that 522.11 technically. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see if Meta presents us with opportunities. But yeah, that double bottom on Meta could be an interesting look there. Still in Tesla, let's see what we get on this bad boy here. I'm not in this Microsoft trade. I know it says I'm short Microsoft at 424.93. I'm actually not. I think it's just the position board. We'll wait and see. I just want to let you guys know that I was not in that. Bhavan Patel, yes, I see everybody talking about DXYZ, and I did pull that up on my side chart, and I do remember this name from before I left, right? But I do remember also that it was quite an expensive name. So let's put up the chart for DXYZ here. DXYZ. Let's put in the ticker, and then I'll give you the deets on this name. So first and foremost, let's put in that. All right, so I don't have any details on it. That's funny. Okay, let's bring in trade ideas.
It's a tech ETF. It has
I know, I just don't have any float or anything like that.
Makes sense,
DXYZ. Let's find out if trade ideas has anything on it. So trade ideas saying the float is 9.25 million. There's no short float on it. The market cap, is there a market cap on this thing? Yeah, market cap sub 1 billion, about 987 million. So not small, but definitely not of the regular standards that we trade with the small caps. So we'll keep an eye on DXY. It's just obviously, it's moving dollars at a time here, guys. Right, look at that. It just hit 100 and now we're at $83, right? So it moved $17 in 5 minutes. Yeah, it's a little scary. Look, VWAP dip trade, 80 bucks. That would be my line. That would be where I want to take it. Looks like it might halt here at 82.96. It is halted. So this thing did halt, down halt, huge down halt, 82.96. I'll tell you the tap. Do I have the tap on this? Let me just pull it up here. The tap, I don't actually have the tap. Or do I? I don't. Okay. I'll have to look that somewhere else. Anyway, 82.96 DXYZ halted, guys. Be careful with this one. It's a dangerous one here. We got to fill on Tesla through the brick of the $0.25 there, but still nothing to really write home about it, Dara.
Yeah, I mean, certainly not a Mesla, though. So,
No.
Yeah, Successla. Congrats.
Okay.
Yeah, Obi gave us a new one, Blessla, as well. So, yeah, Obi was killing it with the pun game. Also, Obi in general just killing it. So, shout out to Obi for holding it down while Sharif was hanging out with Lions. And
He left his headset over here. So I feel like I should be engaging in some sort of prank using this thing. Like, I don't know, maybe like pepper in the ear or some hot sauce.
You went like really far with it. I like that.
Like, am I not obliged to do this? Like,
You may be obliged. Yeah, you come back, it's right there with the straws. Yeah, it's a.
I know, right? Those are new from this morning, but
Oh, they're
it's all
new.
good.
But yeah, so I'm happy with this NVIDIA. Please just punch. I might say I did end up getting a load of this a little bit earlier than I wanted. I ended up scalpulating out of it, but I was pretty proud to get involved. 875, take out some at 876. Initial plan was to hold for 877. Then, however, we dropped down a little bit, and I say, Adara, one of those things I learned from taking that NVIDIA short that Sean also happened to be in last week, one of the biggest things I learned is reload. So I did reload at 875. Then I wanted to get everything out at 876. We were struggling a little bit with that. I said, Adara, be happy with 875.50. We did. I was. Please just punch. Let's see what else happens here. Yeah, NVIDIA, I find and I mentioned this last week, if I trade this guy exclusively off the 1 minute and I scalp, usually not a bad time. Of course, I do have to wait for the setups I like to come in. And we had a setup I liked in NVIDIA, so that's why I took it. Happy to be out, NVIDIA, and also happy to look for whatever happens here on these here markets, because I do think there could be some opportunities. Google, though, having a little bit of a turn here, or as Obi's calling it out, goggle. Yeah, before we have the Eclipse goggles on, we have to look at this guy. I think we interestingly enough switched from support to resistance on this 90 MA. We had nice little bounces off this earlier. I was trying to play a bounce, and Google was like, try again. Search again. We're not finding a lot of results here for that search. So now we're rejecting here that 90 MA becoming an area of resistance rather than support. Google, if you want me to stay out, cool. I left where I wanted to. We had that break a little bit earlier. Also, this was a fat finger. So yeah, it was not a great trade, but I'll no way to go but up. I've only traded large caps today, so I am looking for some other opportunities. But if that NVIDIA range holds up, you best believe she will be on my radar.
Arsenal Adam wants me to look at a ticker by the name of ARSENAL. I've never traded this one. Have you?
What is it?
ARSENAL.
Oh, it's Arsenal. Okay, that
You looked at me
with
with
that.
like the most confused look. You're like, what is this guy talking
I'm not used to the delivery.
Yes, Arsenal is. Did I just get booed? Oh, okay. I'm hearing stuff, bro. I think I'm coming back with a little bit of jungle fever there, baby. But yeah, Arsenal numero uno in the Prem, baby. Shout out to Arsenal Adam. Remind me of that. We already trolled Neil at the top of the show for that. But I got stopped at a Tesla, guys, because this one broke down below 173. It is now well below the 10 EMA. It is now dancing with the 20 EMA. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Straight red candles in a row on the 5-minute look here on TSLA. Where do we get down to? Well, I see 172 looks awfully good for me to try another long on Tesla. And the reason is it's a whole dollar level and it's a volume weighted average price. We also did a bit of a consolidation top there at around 10 or so where we couldn't break through that 172. We were kind of dancing between 171 and 172 for about 20 minutes or so. So we'll see if it makes its way down there. We'll look to get another long on TSLA, but yeah, right now breaking down below 173 in the future is well below 18.3, so below Friday's close. Again, we closed out right at 18.3 on Friday, and that was really interesting because I was doing a little bit of charting this morning, and then I saw essentially the Friday close. By close I mean like the last hour. There was a lot of aggressive buying to bring us up right into 18.3. It almost feels like it was planned. So it was interesting to see that. We're doing the dance right now from the south side, the wick shimmy dance with 18.3. We'll see if we can actually reclaim that on a closing level. Roland Joe, let's go, bro. Yes. Shout out to Roland Joe, my man. Shout out to you. Manuel Palma, ACB gearing up over VWAP. Any thoughts? Let's have a look at Aurora Cannabis. Let's pull that bad boy up. I know cannabis was pumping before I left. I'm not really sure what's been doing as of late. Let's check ACB. Okay, not a bad look at all there today, Manuel. Let's pull up ACB on the top chart over here. What do we got? We're 10.4 to the good. How much volume have we done? 11.25 million shares. Great look here. There's obviously a seller of sorts between the 7 1/3. Let's say a little bit below 7 1/2. I'm going to say 7 1/3 because the closing print here took us to 7 1/3 and no higher. We got wicks as high as 745. We're putting incrementally higher lows. So that IB low was at 643. And then at 10:15, we touched the Friday close. So this is the Friday close on ACB. Right there at 6 2/3. And then the latest little dip trade over here took us to basically a little bit below 7. So it's higher low, higher low, higher low. Not necessarily, though, higher highs. That 745 is staring at us in the face. And also, if you're looking at getting in on ACB off a technical indicator, you're going to have to give this room. Because if you were thinking, okay, VWAP looks like a fantastic area that I can get in on. Well, look what it did last time at VWAP. Broke through it, even though the closing print above the volume weighted average price. You're going to have to give this room, though, and this one required about 10 pennies worth of room. So ACB, fantastic look, but I'm looking at that 745, 750, maybe even 7 1/3 as a local top here on Aurora Cannabis. Let's have a look at some other weed names, see what they're up to. Tilray, let's see what Tilray's up to on the day. Nothing. So this is ACB specific. Is there anything here? I'm looking for anything specific on Aurora. All right, well, let's have a look at the weed. Okay, that's interesting. I'm not seeing anything except Evergen, Evogen, and ACB. NCGC are the only ones that are green. The other ones are even the ETFs, the MSOS and the MSOX. They're all red on the day. So that's interesting. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. Why is my ACB not here anyway? ACB, Aurora Cannabis. There we go. All right, so we'll put that back on there. I don't know. I'm not sure how to weasel my way into ACB here, but there we go. Look, more local highs. Right up into that 7 1/3. Looking to take out that 740 area. So good call, Manuel. Just, I need to get this on a dip, and I'm not exactly sure where. But good call out on that.
Yeah, ACB is a nice look. Fabian made a great joke in my ear there. Yeah, Sleeping Beauty because of, like Aurora, the princess and Sleeping Beauty. Also, though, interesting too that we have this name Aurora running, like Aurora Borealis, on the same day we have an eclipse. So I think that could be a bit of an interesting one as well. Thank you for the bang button there. Also, I am in this IWM trade. I'm pretty happy with how this is going so far. I took this. I like this move down, but like I said, I've been trying to work on with my ETF trades making them less based on what's happening in the chart and more based on what's happening in the book. So what I've been doing is I've been watching what we have on the chart. Then when we get to levels I like, I look at the book and say, hey, what's cooking here? So right now I'm noticing we get into this 205.50 area and we reject. That was the impetus for taking the short. I have 5 planned beak wetters here, so this is a little bit spicy, a little bit different. We already did dip our beak once in the profit pond over yonder by that just shy of 205.40, so took about 5 cents, taking this with slightly larger share size so that we can just kind of wean ourselves off of this one, heading to the downside. Down. Damp it. But no, I want to see what we do at 205.50. I'm definitely willing to add there, willing to add at 205.60 as well. What I don't want is for us to have a big move up here at this 205.65 area. I will be watching this area like a hawk. That was definitely a bigger area of support than resistance earlier. Let's see if it keeps holding up. For now, though, I'll keep depositing shares on our way to the downside. I do like this IWM. Let's hope it's not an ILM in terms of, lose. We want this IWM trade to be a W. So let's see how this goes and hopefully not get IW massacred. Also, NVIDIA. What are you up to, NVIDIA? I haven't looked at you in, I was going to say many moons, but it's probably been like 2 minutes. NVIDIA now going from this really nice, also shout out to KC, apparently also in this trade, taking this one to VWAP, so congrats to you. Now, though, what's interesting is I feel like NVIDIA is doing lower highs and lower lows. And hey, NVIDIA, if you want to switch the range up on me, I don't have a problem with that. I'll take it short. Yes, apparently I have resorted to talking to stocks good times. But no, I do think there's probably some short potential here. I'm definitely not going long this again with this bottom of this range dropping off. So let's see what's in the cards here for NVDA. Are we going to be NVIDIA or OutVIDIA? We'll wait and see. For now, though, we're going to take some more profit here on this IWM. So we're going to have 3 beak wetters left now after this takeout. Yeah, we're trying to experiment. We're trying to give ourselves a little bit more room to run, trying to, become a little bit bolder traders every day. So as Sean says, a scared trader is a deficient trader. And I certainly am trying to get rid of some of the fear in my trading. So IWM and your 5 profit takers, we'll have to see how this goes. What are you looking at right now?
I'm looking at CXAI. It's up nicely here, 19.8%. Looking to break towards that $6 area. It's at $5.95. So we'll keep tabs on this one. Here comes 6. There's some decent size here at $6. Let's see. There were just a little bit below 1,000 lots. To be quite honest, what's the volume on this one on the day? So let's talk a little bit about this. Volume-wise, 10.33 million shares. Okay, so not too bad for a $6 name. Now this one really started moving. Well, let's be real. It started moving right at the bell. So it didn't have a discernible pre-market high off which we could base a trade, but it's shown its propensity to respect the volume weighted average price on the day. There was a beautiful dip trade right here, right into VWAP, got bought up immediately. There were several other previous ones, say around 10:30 to about 11, all of which bounced off the volume weighted average price. I'm talking about these specific ones right over here. On my chart, they come in a little bit closer to VWAP. VWAP on this one started generating a little bit later than the ones on my chart, but yeah, it's not really that important for now's purposes. I just want to make the point that it did touch VWAP on some other charts. Here comes $6. Now we were talking about there goes $6. This one getting taken here. So that 1,000 lots or 750 lots or whatever it was at that $6 area, not enough to hold this one back now. Do we get a mean reversion trade on this where we dip below 6 quickly, maybe hold up at 590 or so, and then make our way up again? We're going to have to wait and see. So let's put in some orders and find out there.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say, I'm pretty happy with how IWM went. We did end up taking everything out. I wanted to be a little bit more patient, and then would it shock anyone to hear that I had a fat finger moment? Probably not. But that's okay. You know what I mean? I'm still happy. We still have 3 peak wetters on this.
Nice.
So pleased as punch. Thank you. Yeah, I'm proud of this trade. At the most, we took about 20 pennies on this. So given the little bit of volatility that IWM can give you, I'm pretty proud of this. Basically, just every time I would notice we got to a little bit lower on the book, I would take some out. We did end up taking out a little too much at the end, but you know, I'm not gonna cry over spilt shares. IWM keeps falling though, so you know, I'm a little bit upset I'm not in this, but we're not gonna FOMO into this. I don't have a reason to range with this trade. Just, you know, don't cry because it's over. Smile because it happened. You know, we talk about JOMO and not FOMO. Now, do I enjoy missing out on this? No, but I'm not going to FOMO my way into a trade that doesn't work. So let's see how it goes. Nimit, I really appreciate this here. Good to see you both. Keep up the good work. Just logged in for this 1 hour of your awesome show. Yeah, I mean, let's look at a small cap for Nimit. Let's see how we're doing at AUU deal. So shout out to you, Nimit. Hopefully you had a great morning. Well, actually, I guess not in the morning because time zone differences. But hopefully your day is going great so far. Yeah, this AAU deal, let's switch to the 5 minute. I know both you and I had eyes, or I guess ears, on AUUD on Audia. And I mean, honestly, now that we broke back above VWAP, I don't really know if Audia wants to quit. She kind of seems like she wants to keep going. And generally, we are seeing higher highs and higher lows. Sorry, not higher highs, a flat top and higher lows. So I'm still considering this, but this is not really the type of trade I take in that it's a small cap. So this is something I did kick her off of my side chart briefly, unfortunately. She did get kicked to the curb a little bit. But I'm putting her back on my side chart because I do like these kind of higher lows that we're getting in this flat top. Once that formation came back into effect, this is something that I now will have my ears on once more, this AUUD. If you want a flat top break, I want to be a part of that. So let's see what happens there. Tesla kind of hanging out at this level. I don't really know what else to say here. We did get a little bit of a bounce off that previous area I identified of this previous resistance here, that 172.50. We get a bit of a bounce there. However, Tesla's still rejecting that 9 EMA, which is previous support, so I have no interest in getting involved in the Cybertruck at this juncture. She needs to show to me that she switched it up a little bit. Also, IWM looks like it's coming back into this area of rejecting that area. Speaking of 9 EMA rejections, although like I said, with IWM, what's gonna matter to me more is what we're doing on the book and less what we're doing on the chart because it is an ETF. So IWM, if you wanna be short again, I'm gonna have to say hi, IWM. And get back involved.
Tesla's putting a bit of a hammer candle here. I know you said you didn't want to stay with it, but I guess I'm cruising for a bruising today, right? So I'm gonna jump into the Cybertruck here, and I'll have. Well, we'll see. I mean, the candle hasn't closed, so I'm kind of front running it a little bit. So we'll wait and see. And the other trade that I've got on that I have a little bit more hopes for that I think I might be losing out on is this dip trade on CXAI. So this the whole idea here was for it to come back and test 590, but it looks like it's going to go. So it did come back into 594. So I was a little too aggressive. I didn't even put it at 590. I put it at 592. So I was off by a couple of pennies, and this one's just skyrocketing to the top there. Here comes 615 on CXAI, now running about almost 24%. I really wanted to get this one on a dip, but alas, it was not to be. So we'll have to wait and see if we can bamboozle or weasel another entry into this name. But yeah, great look on CXAI. Let me just double check that there's no headline on this. You all right there, Ram? Ram's coughing up a storm back there. If one of us is sick tomorrow, you guys know who patient zero is. So CXAI apparently really started running April 1st. I guess I wasn't here for that. So April 1st, a big day.
Had a Google Catalyst. Yeah, it collaborated with the Google Cloud for some integration.
That makes more sense. Okay, that makes more sense. This is what I'm talking about over here on CXAI. If I can bring this in. And then zoom out to the 30-minute. Yeah, this big move here, April 1st. Thanks, Adara, for letting me know there. 250. We were trading at 250, and then we just shot up into that $7 area. So CXAI definitely benefiting from that Google range. Now, we did break above that third day play, let's call it, above 550. So 550 was the top there that we couldn't break through either on Friday. And then right back into above 6 we go. So we'll have to wait and see if this one can fill the dip on that 590 area. Otherwise, we'll have to figure out something else. But Tesla looks like it's going against me here. Move back to TSLA, not by much. Still above that $0.50 area for breaks 172.5. That's where I'm cutting it, baby.
Hopefully you don't have to. Hopefully the Cybertruck will continue trucking. You know, that Roadster going 0 to 100 to the upside. Also, Thank you to Henry Chung saying Elon Musk interview on X is now live.
Oh, wow.
So
That's
thank you,
why we're
Henry,
moving
for that
here.
update. That could be why we got. Oh yeah, that Tesla
I'm
did have a little bit
tanking.
of a drop there.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, so TSLA, I guess not TSLA right now. But I think that could be an
Pull that
interesting look. Nvidia, I kept saying I was going to consider shorting this guy, and then I kept ignoring him. So let me go turn my attention back to N to the V to the D to the A. To me, this is a nice short, but like I said, I like trading Nvidia off the 1 minute because, and the reason for that is I will still look at overwhelming trends in the 5 and the 3, but if I'm trading Nvidia, I want to see what we did right that moment because A, I don't send that long in trades to begin with, and B, on Nvidia, you kind of want to know the here, the now, and the why.
Oh, yeah.
Right? Because I feel like the 5 minute, the 10 minute, it's helpful for general trends, but I don't want to be in Nvidia if I don't know exactly what she's doing at every second of every day or moment. So let's see what happens here in the NVDA. Probably missed my short opportunity, but if we keep having these lower highs and lower lows, I just need to keep reminding myself, hey, Adara, you're still interested. So we have to keep an eye on that for sure. Google, though, also kind of a short that I like in the same vein. This is off the 1 minute, but Google, I think, more than Nvidia, I think you can kind of look at whatever time frame because you do have generally this trend, lower highs, lower lows, rejecting off the 9 EMA. This is another one I should be keeping my peepers on. I should have my goggles on for goggle, as Obi has started calling this one. So yeah, I mean, we'll have to Google search for some points of entry there. IWM still giving you about 10 pennies of range there on the short side, so that's another one I will be watching out for. Yeah, I don't have a read on much. If there's anything people are looking at, definitely let me know. I've basically only been trading, for whatever reason, large caps and IWM, so if there's anything else on the horizon that people are saying, hey, this is a good look, definitely let us know because I want to see what else is happening here. This Boeing, though, also a nice short. We had these lower highs. I drew this out. I don't love what I was drawing here. I think this looks like I could probably adjust this line a little bit. But we are having lower highs, lower lows here on the Boeing, which unfortunately sounds like maybe some of its planes as well, lower highs and lower lows. But yeah, no, all jokes aside, it is unfortunate that every weekend or so I feel like we're hearing another story with regards to Boeing. Now there's an engine cover situation with a takeoff for Southwest. So yeah, I mean, Boeing. Gotta get it together.
I know, honestly. I just
pretty
pulled
bad.
up that Elon thing.
Oh, yeah.
So it is live right now. I just can't listen to it. So hopefully when Neil starts dropping hot lines, I'll adjust that. But yeah, it's live right now on X. Elon, I guess he's in a discussion right now with another individual by the name of Nikolai Tangen. He's the host. Elon is the co-host. And so that's happening right now. What is it called? X, that audio thing on X, whatever it's called. I forget. Spaces or something like that?
Neil's actually ready right now, though.
Is he? Okay, yeah, sorry, my head.
We will
said it's
switch
not
over
working.
to
Yeah.
see what the lesson of the day is with Real Deal Neil.
Welcome. You see gap trades every single day. So how can we take advantage of them? How can you refine your trading strategies? Because when you're looking for things that are active in the market, probably the first thing most people do is what is gapping up, what is gapping down. It's the go-to just in terms of if I know nothing, if I don't know a single news story that's happening in the market, if I have no idea what stock I want to trade or anybody for that matter, then you go and look at any kind of a scanner and show me a bunch of things which are detached from their price levels the day before, and it's the easiest hint that something is going on. But one of the biggest problems about a big gap to the upside or the downside, and you've probably heard this before, is some of the time those gaps like to get filled. And you can get into a lot of trouble when you're playing gap trades if you're married to the notion that if something gaps up, it's a long, something gaps down, it's a short. It's never quite that simple, trust me. That's just not how the market's going to give it to you. So I want to make sure that we have a good idea of how to approach these because it's going to be in your toolbox for any kind of a momentum trader, and you're not going to ignore stocks that have gapped up or gapped down. First things first, I like to define what is an actual gap move, and if something just happens to be higher or lower than the day before, it might not be considered a quote-unquote gapper. So I'm going to use an extreme example to make an obvious point, starting with something like Amara here. So over the weekend, basically everything crypto was gapping to the upside. And when you close down at 1840, and you're going to end up in the pre-market up at 1960. Like that's a good 5%-ish type move and change. That's clearly going to hit a lot of scanners and be interesting. But what makes this, in my opinion, a good gap to look at in the first place is it's not just that it's higher. Like imagine this had gapped up and it was at like 1910 or so. Yes, that's a gap up, but it's not even higher than a resistance that was just there the previous trading day. In this particular case, it's gapping past that resistance level, and that puts it onto your radar. But remember, take a step back, fundamentally, what does that gap mean? There's not a lot of volume in the aftermarket. It's not zero, and it's not zero in the pre-market either. But when you have a print go off, let's say at 19.5 at 6 a.m. in the morning, and let's say someone buys 100 shares, I mean, that's obviously going to pale in comparison to the thousands of shares that are going on when the live market is open. So you might have trades going off at those new prices, but it's a small amount of volume. And all of the big institutional order flow and big heavy trade volume is going to come after that open. There's something to remember in the overall market. The vast majority of gains, and this is just true, it's true in the Qs, it's true in the SPY, the majority of gains over time actually happen in the aftermarket. And gaps tend to be a big part of movement over sometimes what you see during the day. So you want to ensure that when the gap happens, when the market opens up, there's still strength in that stock to support those new levels. And like I said, and use an example that's extreme to make a point, and that would be MAR. It's not rocket science. You see the gap to the upside, it would be easy to say, okay, well, it closed at 1840, it's got support. Who cares about that? It gapped above a resistance level at 1925, and then it's consolidating above that price. Before I think this is a continuation play, I want to see strength off of that level. And this is an area where you just didn't see it at all, so it's easy to say it tried to hold above, right at the open it fell underneath, and I would favor the short at that particular point. But I do want to show you an example where you might find one that is a bit of a long. So here's a different gap. In Coinbase, which is in the same space, it gaps up, you go to a previous resistance level, and then at the open, now I was looking for longs, did not get the early long, it happens. But in this particular case, this gap fill, attempted gap fill, tries to break through the previous resistance, it's clearly a big up gap, and then it holds. That's an example of a good continuation setup, because when the market opened up and it attempted to fill in the gap and people were taking their profits overnight, there was enough buying strength in this particular case to have it then go higher. So it tried to break the lows, so there was definitely some selling at the open, immediately jumped, and then immediately made a higher low. So there's your sign of strength. Now, whether or not you're just one of those, I'm sitting on the bid out in front of 50, or you're trying to catch a stair step up, maybe you grab that kind of a long. But what it did for me is it signaled strength. Because when it then retested the low, and if you don't have that trade there, when it retested the 250 level, which I had as another key price level, it was worth it for me to try a long bounce. Because I felt this had strength despite the fact that it already made a decent top. So you have two names which were both running and gapping up related to crypto, one of which immediately found no buyers at the open and relative weakness, so stay away, if not look short. And the other one showed you pretty clearly here at the open that you had a bit of a gap and then a hold and a continuation play. It's a simple thing, but when you're looking every single morning at 10 gappers and small caps here and there and a couple of big caps, and maybe you're going to have some chip names in there as well, continuously gapping up and down, you do want to ensure that just because something is a big percentage move doesn't automatically mean it's going to be stronger. You want to see those types of indicators that there's buyers above that previous resistance. There's buyers at the open that aren't going to try to fill in that crazy gap to the upside. It's so easy to catch yourself off guard, and we've all been there. Obviously, it's one of these things where if you've been trading, you trade gappers every single day. I'm going to give you another example, but this one I'm leaving for last on Tesla because of why this is an even better play. Now, it might not have ripped $10. I'll grant you that. Like Tesla, even from 71 where it came in, like I think the high was like 74. So it's only about 2%. We've seen Tesla do much more than that. But when this gapped up, and clearly it gapped to previous resistance level, it then tried to fill and actually went halfway. And this is the pre-market. There were sellers in the pre-market. It got right back up, put in a resistance for previous resistance, and then sellers came back in to hold the same level. What's great about this is the multitude of setups that this one provided you. So throw out the fact that it already had a wipeout bottom the trading day before. You have a clear and obvious 171 level that you can see is key. It was key the day before, it was key the day before that, it was resistance in the pre-market. But then on top of that, you then get the added information of sellers in the pre-market pulling it down into 68, which held. And then right at the open, they try to sell through 68 to fill in this gap underneath, and then it holds the 68. So at that point, you have one opportunity for a long off 68. If you don't get that, then the 171 level's in play, and you see it sort of stair-step to the upside. And again, it just comes down to splitting these things into relative strength and relative weakness. A gap up, what is the response? It was clean in Coinbase that it just gapped up, held, and went higher. It was clean in the example I gave with Mar that it gapped up, immediately came down, started filling the gap, and was weaker. Tesla is in the middle here. It gaps up, pulls back to a middle, then holds the middle by the open, and then gives you the trend trade. So you've got to be flexible in terms of your thinking. You always want to drop things into categories if you can in different subsets of trades. The gap trade is no different. If you just treat every single gap up or down in the same lens, you're going to miss those nuances that are out there available for you so that you can avoid some trades that aren't going to work and so that you can focus on the ones that set up almost perfectly for your strategy. And it all comes with being specific. So not every gapper is alike. No two gappers are going to be alike. Make sure you follow these kinds of plans so that when you evaluate what you want to trade on those big gappers, you can identify the best trades. That's your lesson of the day. Trade your gappers, but make sure you're in the right one.
Thank you very much, Neil. Informative and eloquent as always. Thank you very much for that. While Neil was dropping hot lines, CXAI decided to do things, as Adara likes to say. This was the level that we were talking about right before Neil got on in his lesson of the day. We were talking about that $5.90 area, and there's a reason for that. It's because it was a previous top. These small cap gappers, they just have this habit of loving to retest previous areas of resistance. We didn't get it first time around, but I left that order out. I'm like, all right, what do I have to lose? Going to sit there at 590, and you know, let's see if we get the dip trade, and we did. So did actually break down below $6. Got bottom wick at 590. We've been able to wet our beak here three times actually. Best print so far, 614. Guys, I am in the sim today. I want to make that very clear. Just getting our feet wet again, and hopefully we'll be back.
Beak's wet.
My beak wet, yeah, but that's profit. That's
true.
Yeah, we're getting warmed up. And then hopefully we'll be back in the game tomorrow. But I'm looking for this one to possibly test 6.25. And if we really get parabolic here, we'll look for 6.5. This one had a great week last week, and it looks like we're getting the best day on CXAI since April 1st. All right, we've been kind of in a range all of last week. If you zoom out, have a look at the 30-minute chart on CXAI, you know exactly what I'm talking about. We broken through April 3rd's top, which was basically 560. We blew through that and are breaking through $6. So maybe we'll get some more prints here. I'm going to put something at 20s. We'll put something at 20s here while we start doing the lesson. That if it makes its way up there, will get printed. Yeah, let's get right to that. So we're talking about range trading all week. Introduction into range trading is the lesson of the day. Thank you to Adara for putting this together. Tomorrow we'll be getting into some more nuanced range trading topics, but for today we're going to do some introduction. So let's get right to that. So the basics, right? Let's get into that. When an asset is trading, guys, within a defined support and resistance level, it is said to be trading within a range. So again, like the example I gave earlier in the show, that $200 level on Apple could be considered the high side, the top end of the range, and that 165-ish or thereabouts could be considered the bottom end of the range. Go ahead and have a look at what the daily or the weekly looks there on Apple. Ranges, though, they often form during what we call periods of consolidation, which are sideways price action movement, and these periods can either be brief or prolonged. You're going to have to look at the chart and make your assessment there. And the ranges are fractal, guys. You can basically find them in various different time frames, including the minute, the hourly, the daily, or the weekly charts. Something that Adair and I always say on the show, you know, everything that we talk about, whether, what do they call it?
Pattern?
Yeah,
Channels?
thank you. Chart patterns, candlestick patterns, technical indicators, you name it. They're all fractal. You can use them on the hourly, you can use them on the 1 minute, but one little tidbit to keep in mind when you do that is that the lower on the time frame you go, if you switch from an hourly or a 4 hour to a minute, the failure rate of whatever you're using will increase. So they work on all time frames. However, you have to view them with more suspicion the lower down the time frame you go. Okay, and here's a great graphic showing candlestick ranges and trading ranges. Thank you again to Adair putting that in. You can see the high end there where there looks like there's no range, there's no pattern, but in fact there is. There's a top end and a bottom end. So what are you looking for these range trades? I mean, very good question here. And when searching for a range trade, you should keep an eye out for stocks that have defined, repetitive support and resistance levels. So defined and repetitive. As discussed on previous installments of How to Trade, the more time an asset or whatever you're trading, an instrument, touches a level, the more significant that level may be. Again, go back and have a look at that 200 level on Apple. Every time it comes into that 200 level, selling, it's met with a lot of selling, and it does reject off that level. Okay. Also, check to see if support and resistance levels have been significant in the past. Are they previous support and resistance level from earlier in the day or a previous day? Did the price action hold up or bounce off at that particular level on the last week or so? If it's closer by, it may be worth more of a look. Okay, is this an opening or closing level as well? Very interesting question as well. Are we seeing resistance at the high of the day? All good questions to ask yourself there. And this graphic is pointing out obvious areas of support and resistance on the euro and the yen 30-minute time frame there. So how do you plan this trade? If you're trading at the bottom end of the range, your plan may be to go long at the bottom end of the range and take profits as the asset price nears the top end of the range. So you're looking to get long on the bottom and cover at the top. Conversely, if you're feeling bearish or the market may be bearish on that day, you may plan a short at the top end of the range. Traders who short the top end of the range will opt to take profit as the price nears the bottom of the range or what we call the support area. And here's another very good graphic to describe that. Again, you're looking here at that 141.5 for a short or that 140 2/3 for a long. Okay? And some factors to consider when you're getting in. So be cognizant of the overarching trend. Have we been going up and to the right or down and to the right the last week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, month? Are we consolidative during that time? Is there a predefined range? Is this good? Is this a good environment for range trading, or are we too directional to try to find range trades? These are all good questions to ask yourself before engaging in a range trade, right? It may be riskier to short the top end of the range like we just described because the stock may be consolidating before the breakout. Remember that week on accumulation and distribution? Oftentimes, accumulation by big institutions hides itself as a consolidative sideways movement where basically bigger money is positioning in at the lower end of the range, waiting for that eventual breakout, and that's where the B quitting starts for some of these people, right? So be cognizant of that. And consider your risk to reward metrics before entering a range trade. If the range, for example, is 10 pennies, you're taking and you're risking 20 pennies, the trade may not make sense from a risk to reward ratio. Always keep in mind the size of the range, which is your potential profit, obviously, in relation to your risk. Obviously, you know, for the more parabolic names, you don't want to get in too much. Otherwise, you could find yourself on the wrong end of that trade. So hope that helps. All right, let's flip back to some of the trades that we have here. So it looks like we made our way, Chilean Nightmare, into that 60-90 area, guys. On CXAI, we have a beak wetter hanging out at 620, so we're 1 penny off from getting filled there. But what I do see here is a series of higher lows. You may not be getting that necessarily parabolic movement that we did off that 5.5 into 6, but you're definitely seeing a trend form here, which is a succession of higher lows. So I like this. I'm going to continue to hold on to it. I want to wet my beak at 620, and then I can think we can move into maybe even 650 or so, owing to what we traded at last week. And I should mention to you guys, $7 is definitely a resistance level I'm looking at very real here, because, well, that was the top end of the range on April 1st when the headline with Google broke. So keep your eye on that if you're going to trade CXAI.
Yeah, you have to keep your CXAI on that. I have to. Yeah, I'm sure you were like so happy to be in a pun-free jungle or a pun-free safari for the week.
All good, all good.
But yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah, I'm out of NVIDIA, or I'm out Nvidia, as I should say, and I'm pleased as punch. Like I was talking about this, you know, last week someone was joking about how I have a love-hate relationship with NVIDIA in the chat. And I mean, yeah, I used to, because I would want to get involved because it can provide, we were just talking about risk and reward in that range lesson, but I think with NVIDIA, a lot of times the risk outnumbers the reward. So what I did to kind of make it more palatable for myself for trading was to trade off the 1 minute. And to me, obviously not perfect, nothing is perfect, but it has worked a little bit better, and I want to talk about it. So I got involved here, 870 60s. I was noticing these lower highs, lower lows. Then I added just above this 871s, about the top wick at the time, so I was pretty happy with where I added this. Got some out at 870. Plan was to save a piece for the dream for this breakdown we're now having, so I was a little bit too hasty. Shout out to the Spice Girls, I guess, there. But then I wanted to, I should have added again at 871. I didn't. I ended up getting out everything at 870. So there, I want to reflect on this trade. What I could have done better was adding it at 871 and then saving a piece for La Dream, for the slumber, for that dream here, as we broke down below 869. So I definitely want to reflect on the areas that I could have done better, but I'm also proud of the trade. So I think it's a nice little balance of, you know, being happy with it while also recognizing nobody's perfect, and you can always do better. But everybody makes mistakes. Everybody has those days. Everybody knows what I'm talking about. Everybody feels that way. Shout out to Hannah Montana. But yeah, this
Ram's pumped about that, eh? Okay.
That was like the song of a certain era. But yeah, this Tesla here, this is interesting. We bounced off that previous resistance here, 172.50. I should have been getting involved there. I know you had some beak wetters in that before the chat began. Also, someone tell me how this is going in Tesla space. Shout out to Chef Joe and Henry Chung letting us know that apparently the spaces were down a little bit. Not sure if it came back up. So if anyone has an update here, I'm seeing
that's happened before.
Oh, it's live on the X. He's speaking in the space now. Yeah. So it looks like he's back. But yeah, that's.
Remember when DeSantis was announcing his presidential run?
Oh, yeah.
And he did it on X and it was down for like ever?
I forgot about that.
Remember that? Okay.
Also, we did get a super chat from Richardson. And it was a €3.49. And I do not see a message here, so if there is a message, let us know. What I'm seeing is a cute little dog emoji. So much appreciated. Thank you very much for the super chat, for your support, Richardson. Hope everybody in the chat's having a final time over here because, I mean, yeah, I think it's nice to have Sharif back here from the Safari. These markets certainly giving some opportunities. Microsoft, much like NVIDIA, seeing these lower highs, lower lows. But if we bounce off, I was saying short, but now I'm like, if this is a really defined double bottom. So that's why when Neil says, when in doubt, zoom out. Right now, my doubt about the short is look at this double bottom. I will be waiting to short this to see what we do at this 420, 420 area. If we break above this decisively, this could be a long. If we reject it, it's going to still be lower highs and lower lows, and it's still going to be a short. Oh, thank you so much, Richardson. $11.99. Thank you very much. Keep up the great work. trading alongside watching your show makes it way more entertaining, and by that, easier to be patient.
Oh, that's
heart,
good.
Heart. Thank you very much. We heart you, and we really, we thank you so much for your
100%.
support. Yeah, patience is certainly, I can attest. I have, I can't always pack my patience. So, yeah, happy to be able to be here trading alongside everybody. I don't have my eye on much else right now.
I can talk
but
about
how
some
was
stuff.
TXAI? Yeah.
It's good, but there's another couple of small gappers, Adair, that decided to get going here midday. They go by the tickers ETAO. Big move up off that 241 low into 729 high. Tanking right now, though. V-shaped retracement. That's why we give these ones the moniker of small cap crappers, because, they seem to defecate the bed. And 729 high right there. Now we're trading at 489, breaking through 5 aggressively. So as quickly as we made our way up, as quickly as make our way down. Up 94%, 95%, so nothing to disrespect at these levels, but yeah, keep your eye on that. The other one, this one is still doing the dance here with $1. SMFL got off that 52.40 low, 52 pennies I'm talking about, broke through a $1.05 high. It's up 102%. It's doing the dance with no pants right now with that $1 area. In case you're wondering, I always adjust my scanners that I keep my eye on for the big movers on the day. I filter them so that they don't show anything below 85 pennies. And the reason I've chosen 85 pennies was actually a suggestion. I think it was either the Katina man or the Neil made to me. I can't remember exactly who, but it was like you want to have your eye on that stock before it reaches $1 because there is a trade to be had there, whether long or short, possibly off $1. So that necessitated me to change my limit from $1, which was the low end of my limit, to 85 pennies. And that's helped me see some of these ones that are making their way into $1. I'm talking about SMFL right now. Nice move up, $1.07, new high a day while I was talking right now. You're not going to see me chase this at these levels. I'd like for it to take $1 here, but I'm not going to put a dip trade at $1 either, because it hasn't proven to me enough yet that it is going to maintain that $1 level and defend it. So I'm unsure exactly of what it's going to do, so I'm going to hang tight. And if it goes without me, it goes without me. That's just kind of the game there. So let's keep an eye on SMFL. Let's also keep an eye there, nice, on CXAI. So we did break above that 620, so now we have half the position out, okay? But look what it's doing. It's coming back into 6. So as quickly as we were able to make another high of day on CXAI, as quickly as we were able to give up the ghost at the whole dollar level. I'm long 91, so I have a bit of a buffer between the whole dollar level and my entry, which is great, right? Because you don't want to be, forced into a level to stop out that you're not entirely convinced with. So let's see what this one does. We got the print at 20s. We're fighting right now to stay above the whole dollar level. I got to tell you, though, my line in the sand is going to be my entry. And it's not just because it's my entry, but it is the level that I like as an area of support. It was an obvious area of resistance earlier on. I'm talking specifically about that 11:15 time slot. It rejected off that area, tanked back into the volume-weighted average price. I'm talking about CXAI. And then it reclaimed that level with viciousness and then came back and defended it. So that's what I want to see. So if this breaks below 590, that's my line in the sand on CXAI. We'll have to wait and see what that one does. But as I look at the corner of my eye, SMFL is going, baby. 111 high now. This one's moving here. And I didn't give you guys any deets on SMFL, so let me do that right now. Adara, it has a staggering market cap. I've never seen anything so big. $860,000 market cap.
I thought that was good sarcasm.
I know.
Took me a second there.
868,000, sub 1 million market cap. All right, so I'm just telling you. The float, 774,000 shares. So 750,000 shares on SMFL. Yeah, I got to tell you, be careful trading this one. You could find yourself on the wrong end of it real quick. Here's the headline, guys. Smart for Life shares are trading higher after the company announced it would acquire Purely Optimal Nutrition. I think I use Smart for Life protein.
Really?
I get it from Costco.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like $50, right? Which is, not bad for a 2.5 is it kilogram? Yeah, 2.5 kilograms of protein.
That's not bad at all.
Yeah, yeah.
I also like that both their brand and the one they acquire have the most like on the nose names, like Smart for Life. It can be smart, and then also what was that second one, the nutrient one? They're both like super, like they're very like they tell you exactly how it is, and I love it. You have Smart for Life, and then purely optimal nutrition. So you know what kind of nutrition will it be? You know it's gonna be purely optimal. I like it. I like the very direct branding. But yeah, I also like NVIDIA, although right now I'm not liking that we're about to make a higher high here. I'm gonna be keeping an eye on this. I did take some of this out, so I was pleased as punch to take some of this out as we dipped back into that 869.50 area. If NVIDIA keeps failing 871, I'm gonna add a little bit here. But right now it looks like we were really poised to get a little bit higher, which honestly, if NVIDIA sings, can we get much higher? I'll just say, no. So they're killing it with these cans. do. But yeah, so I mean, that's kind of, that's my take on that in all seriousness. And thank you, Sheree, for joining in with me on that. But yeah, we just added to this position. We're gonna be trying to get out, like I said, around that just shy of 870 area. If NVIDIA wants to give us that, I would be, say it with me, please, just punch. So they'll just be taking out the whole position there because I think this range is falling off a little bit. We are seeing these higher highs, higher lows, which honestly, we do not want this to get much higher. So that's what I have in NVDA. What is everyone else looking at? Because I want to see what else is happening in these markets. I want to take another look at BA, Black Sheet. How you any longs? Oh, actually, yeah. Honestly, yeah, Boeing is, I'm just laughing at Sharif. Pulling up a little bit here. And I like this area because look at this previous support area, 182.60, right? If we reject on this 182.60, it actually might be a short. So we might have to say yes, sir, to this, yeah, I keep making nursery rhyme jokes apparently, to this short off of Boeing at that 182.60 area because we do have these lower highs, lower lows. We are breaking above that 90 EMA, but that will be the area I will be watching for a short on B to the A. We'll have to see if this one falls off to the downside. How are you doing?
Good, man. SMFL just rocketed through $1, $1.25 HOD now, 138%. Careful with this one, guys. I don't know. Look, I wasn't here last week, so I don't know the exact state of small caps at the moment, but you guys know that there is a cyclicality to these small caps. When they come in waves in triple-digit winners, they seem to come like 2, 3 per day. So could this be the one that kind of starts it off? I know we already have a couple other in triple-digit territory. We have ETAO and we have that AUUD. They're all in triple-digit territory. So they usually come in waves, these guys. Now, how do we play this, though? I mean, that's really the most important part. I'd like a defend of 1. I may not get the defend of 1 because it's skyrocketing. There's a new high a day, $1.26 now, 150% here, SMFL going. So unless it's a dip trade, I'm not taking it. Right now, it could be a dip trade off a defined level, right? It could be a 10 EMA. It could be whatever. It could be the whole dollar level. But this thing is away from everything at the moment. I can't. It's not near anything. And this is what you're looking at here is the 5-minute on SMFL. So you got the 10-period EMA sub $1. It's at 95 pennies. So I can't get in there unless it moves up because I need the defend of 1. Then you have obviously that $1 level that you could take a dip trade off. So we'll see if that ends up materializing. But I'll tell you one thing. If this ends up being a reversal candle, a hammer, whatever, the inverse hammer candle, I don't think I'm going to want to punch long whether it holds 1 or not. This is not the candle you want to see. That is ugly, and that is yelling reversal. So we'll see if this reverses. But typically when you see a big boy reversal, a Christmas tree retracement, as Randy calls it, sometimes it's precipitated by a candle that looks awfully close to this one, especially on the 5. So here comes 1. It's doing the dance here with 104, 103, 102, generally in that vicinity. Does it hold 1 here? And should I be dip trading at 1, maybe 101, 102 with a tight stop, maybe 98 pennies, 97 pennies? Give myself 5 pennies worth of risk. Well, I know for a fact it went up to 126. So if it at least touches high, well, then that's what? A 1 to 5 ratio. Risk 5 pennies, make 25. So we'll see what this one does here. I hate this candle over here, but I like the fact that it's holding above 1. SMFL could be an interesting small cap gapper to trade here. Let's now flip back and have a look at the other trade that, that we're involved in right now. So we didn't get stopped at a CXAI. So funny enough, I had my stop right below this entry, and look, lo and behold, yet again, it holds up at 590. So 590 proving, for whatever reason, to be that area of support, previously resistance, at least for now. Underline that, for now. Because, you know, these small cap gappers have a way of just flipping the script on you midday and making you look like a dang fool, especially if you do a trading show, right? So, yeah, we're keeping eyes on that right now. I'm also keeping eyes on ETAO. Now, I know this breaks my rule a little bit, and let me explain myself here. You've heard me say a zillion times, I don't trade small cap gappers unless they're trading above the volume weighted average price. But look what this one did. Beautiful hold off the 20, right? And then it kind of looks like it was trying to defend 5, maybe 475 or thereabouts. Makes its way up to 575. I think this would be a great area of decision, whether to take this short or wait for a break above that area long and break through 6. So ETAO, potentially giving you another opportunity here. Let me look at my gap scanner, see if there's anything popping off at the moment other than these bad boys. No, CXAI I already talked about, obviously, and then the other one is PTN, but that's doing bupkis. So yeah, we'll continue to watch that. Let's see what these large caps are doing. I haven't been talking about large caps in a second. Softies, absolutely back up, tanking. Yeah, back into that 424 area. So Softy did a nice double bottom here for whoever was interested off these levels. So the pivots that we had on Softy ended up acting as a support level earlier at that IB low at 930, and then yet again here at 1220. So that 323, let's say 323 and a half, 323 and a quarter ends up being an obvious area of support on Microsoft on the day. Bit of a double bottom right now, but I would be really hesitant to think that this is going to move parabolically through 425, which is the 425 and a half, which is the closing print from Friday. So Softy, double bottom, but yeah, a bit, I don't want to say range bound, but we'll see. We'll give this one opportunities. I like the look on Softy here. Very definitive double bottom. I don't see as much, is definitiveness a word?
I feel like I've heard it, but I don't. I'm going to double check this one.
Is definitiveness a word? Definitiveness.
I am seeing definitions.
All right, cool. We'll go with it.
According to Merriam-Webster, oh, yeah, it's as in definitiveness. Yeah, let me see. So the definition is serving to provide a final solution or to end a situation.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, adjective, derivative of definitive.
All right, there we go.
There we go.
I know.
It's the noun, so it's the noun version of definitive.
It's not like words are found in nature. They don't grow off trees or come out of the grass.
They're molded.
Everything is made up.
Yeah.
Right?
They're like sculpted like clay, you know?
Right?
Which is why we love made up words here on
Always have a home on this show, baby. What do you got over there? I see triangles.
Yeah, these are some these are a little bit more older trades. These are my Tesla trades, but we're trying to make another triangle happen on this chart. Mark my words, Sharif.
Ooh.
We want to get involved. I said that a little aggressively, sorry, but I want to get involved here at this previous range of Tesla. We had this support. I missed this earlier. That previous resistance here at that 172.50. Then it came into support. That's when I should have gotten long. I missed it. I have no one to blame for that for myself. Then I also missed the short, but I was like, Adara, if we see support here again, you owe it to yourself to get involved. We did, and so I have gotten involved, that is.
I like it.
So thank you, I appreciate it. Let's see how this goes. I will not be staying in this any longer than that 173.30 area. That has just been, to me, I think, kind of the acme of this guy within his low range for quite some time. Obviously, it's not the high of day, but within, especially given that this one is falling off a little bit. We're not cyber trucking to the upside the way we were earlier, so I do want to be cognizant of that. I do not want to give him any more room to run beyond those 80 pennies, but we are going to have a beak winner earlier than that because we want to clinch some profits. Why not? We're going to be getting up some of this 172, just shy of 173, and then the piece for the dream shall be saved for 173.30. There we go. Just trying to proofread my trades. That's why I took a moment to press that
it.
there. We're trying to get better about the fat fingering. Also, NVIDIA. We're still positive on this name, but yeah, we did lose a little bit on that one. I should have gotten out of this a little bit earlier. I waited to see the decisive break of the 872 before I got out. Still happy I got out where I did, but I should have really not added to this. I think I might have been a little bit overzealous because I was like, oh, I missed on the ad earlier. But you know what? It is what it is. All I can do is learn from it. What I learned from it is, Adara, if your plan is to scalp and you're talking about NVIDIA, just scalp the darn thing. So there we go. That's what I'm going to take away from that. Still proud that I was able to navigate this, and I'm positive on the day in general, but also in NVIDIA. So yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Always.
And that's tough to trade too.
Thank you. I mean, I'm proud with what I did. I'm just a little bit upset that I overshot the landing on that last trade. But you know what? All I can do is learn from that. I'm the type of person where sometimes when things go a little bit awry, you like to use it as motivation, right? And so that's what we're going to do. Use this as motivation. I'm going to stay away from NVIDIA for now, just because I don't really have a clear read on it the way that I did in these earlier trades. So we're going to let her do her thing, 21, for the time being. Right now, my entire focus is on Tesla.
Yeah,
and I mean, you kind of have to be obsessed with Tesla if you're going to be
with that.
Trading this name. Thank you, appreciate that. I see you are short the Qs.
I am. I'm looking for defend or reject, not a defend, sorry, of 18.3 or thereabouts. I'm going to give it to the volume weighted average price, which is at 18.309. But we were doing the wick shimmy dance from the south side, which precipitated me to get into the short. But I have one regret, and that's chasing this rather than putting a resting order at 18.3 to short. And obviously, that's the price I wanted. And that would give me a better cost basis. So if it ends up going against me, I would only lose about 9 points rather than whatever I'm going to be down now if this ends up triggering. So it's one thing I've been trying to remind myself. I like levels with respect to a trend trade, but I don't want to chase them. I'd rather have dip trades off levels that I like kind of like what I did with CXAI. If that means missing the trade, then that's fine. Then I miss the trade. And that's kind of why I decided to get into the sim today. I really want to press upon myself that I don't want to chase things. That's when I review my trades and I end up seeing the trades that I did the most poorly on. They weren't necessarily bad ideas to get into those trades, but they were bad entries. And the main thing that I noticed about them was most of them I was chasing because they were moving quickly, right? I got a whole bunch of FOMO. I didn't want to take it out at that area. I didn't want to get in, at a lower area because I thought maybe it wouldn't retrace to it. But if it ends up going, if you end up missing trade, you end up missing trade. At least you don't end up getting rinsed on it, especially if you have to work with a shutdown. And that's what we're doing here on the prop floor. We have a shutdown that we have to respect. And the idea there is to obviously try to get it at the best price so that you're not shut down. So keeping an eye here at 18.3, it looks like, we are going to move above that volume weighted average price. If we do, that's going to be the end of my trade there. But I do really like a possible short coming up here, namely because a lot of these Mag 7 names that are coming into areas of resistance that they've been on the day. Look at Apple coming into that 168.80 where the volume weighted average price is. Likewise with Amazon coming into that 186 area. So if we get a rejection here, be great. It would be a rejection of 18.3 and a perfunctory break of it and then move back down. We'll see. We'll see if we get that. Otherwise, we're going to take a hit on it. The one that I do like, though, to the long side and may be having an effect right now on boosting this market above 18.3 is Google. Look at this. We were disrespecting this one earlier for having that nice big move and then becoming awfully consolidative. And then it really gave up the ghost there and broke down below 155 and then held 154. But there we go, right back above 154.5 we go, and looks like we're on our way here possibly into 155 yet again. So Google waking up here midday, looking to make a nice big move up. Well, not big move, maybe like 80 pennies, $1 off that local low. I'm talking about this local low over here on goggles. Apparently it's what it's being called now on the show. What else we got over here? Let's flip back into some of these small cap gappers, see if anything's moving out and about. What do we got? SMFL breaking below $1, so that topping tail candle, that inverse hammer candle ended up being exactly what we thought it was. But this one you're going to have to secure shorts for, so a bit of a tougher trade there. ETAO also breaking down aggressively below the volume weighted average price, but trying to hold up above 5. The reason I mentioned SMFL and ETAO, because these were 2 small cap gappers. They just showed up midday. So we'll keep eyes on that, see if we can get anything out of them there.
Yeah, I'm trying to get, well, I'm not trying to get out of anything. I'm trying to get into this Boeing. I was joking my Baba Black Sheep thing, but honestly, I do like this short. I talked about that 60s area. Look where we're struggling to get above. It's 182.60.
Ooh.
So let's see if we get filled here. This one a little bit spready. So this might be a problem here, but hopefully Boeing can get off the landing here and we can enter this short. I will be getting out if we get this chop and churn area. I want to see what we do around these 182.90s. Profit shall be taken around 182. Said that very dramatic. Part fill. Let's go. We got this. You know what? I'm happy with this amount of shares. We're going to cancel the rest of it. Let's see how we do in TSL to the A. Tesla, how are you doing, girl? Yeah, Tesla is kind of hanging out. It's not really doing anything here. The one thing that I am being very cognizant of with Tesla is this previous support area might be turning into resistance. That's something to keep an eye on. But like I said, not getting out unless we break, or I don't know if I said this earlier actually, but I'm getting out if we fail 172, because that was a clear, to me, area of support earlier. It's also a whole dollar level. It also gives me 50 pennies of risk. I'm trying to get 80 pennies reward. So I think that's a fair risk to reward ratio. That's something I'm trying to be more cognizant of with my range trading, as also mentioned in the lesson, which we will get into the last lesson, in 13 minutes, thereabouts. So yeah, so I just, as someone who's also trying to learn to range trade, I think, I'm enjoying kind of mentioning the areas that I kind of look at and are working on. But yeah, so let's see how we do there. Gonna get my profit taker. My first profit taker set up on Boeing. I was talking to Neil this morning in the morning. Wow, Adara. I was talking to Neil this morning in the morning, and he was kind of saying, like, sometimes if you have situations like Tesla last week with that big move, and I'll actually switch to there we go. So if you have like this type of situation and you're in this short, that's kind of why sometimes you want to save pieces for the dreams in short, right? Like another example was, I was in the Disney short when the vote fell through, and so I didn't save a piece for the dream. If I had, it could have gotten an extra $1.
What happened?
Not fell through, but when Nelson Peltz was like, I should have worded that.
The vote, I thought you said boat.
The vote.
Oh, I heard boat. I don't know why. I'm like, oh.
Yeah, that would be a very dark boat-related story.
Well, because they have a cruise line.
Oh,
what are you
that's
talking
true
about?
too. I'm so sorry.
I thought you meant that. I was like, I thought you were doing one of your puns, maybe.
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I should just be more enunciating.
Oh, it's all good. It's probably because, I'm just getting back.
Oh, good. Yeah, I appreciate it. I think it was Monty G saying something to the effect of, sometimes it takes a while to get back. When you leave, I'm paraphrasing, when you go to the market and come back, it's like a whole different world. So,
Oh,
yeah,
100%.
So
yeah.
Makes sense for sure. Right?
Yeah,
I even feel that when we have like 3-day weekends, I'm like, what's this market?
Yeah, Peltzy got shafted last week.
He did, though. Yeah.
Poor Peltzy and his Trian entourage there. But by he, I mean Big Bobby Iger, he came out and he had George Lucas.
Yeah.
Big come out and back him up. That was just like, that was kind of the coup d'etat for me.
Yeah,
like I was like, okay, you're not. Nobody's gonna go against George Lucas here. He's the biggest individual shareholder, this, that, and the other. All right.
He's also the Star Wars guy, yeah.
Yes, he is. I mean, how many fanboys show up at that guy's house?
Probably a lot.
Yeah, like people try to sneak in, I've heard, because he has like all the what is it called, Star Wars memorabilia and stuff.
Oh, really?
In that little, he has a ranch apparently in Southern California.
That I did know.
Yeah, and all the Star Wars memorabilia is all like hidden in that ranch, and you got people going up to the gate all the time. Anyway, it's a whole joke. We're rejecting 18.3 here, but not with any vigor. So we're flat on this trade at the moment on this 18.3 rejection. It was a nice bounce off 18.250, but I figured we were doing the shimmy wick dance from the south side of 18.3, and I felt, this might be an interesting short. We'll have to see how this manifests, yeah, interesting trade today on the Mag 7 names. I got to tell you, haven't had a good read on these names today. Haven't traded them poorly, just haven't traded them, period, because I felt, I don't have a read. So we'll see what we get here. 18 through, we're doing the dance a little bit below, a little bit above. I don't know how this resolves. I think we're right at Friday's closing print because we did close at 18.3. So many decisions to be made here and so many things that can go one way or another. So we'll see. Ponzi Fonzie, can we ask the turtle what the VW Rabbit GTI trade is, please? Bro, GTI is a good car. Don't disrespect the GTI. Katina, man, were Golf GTIs big? When you, I like the Golf R. The Katina man says he likes the Golf R. Couple of nice ones. Well, the new ones you're talking about? I was talking about during our time in high school. The GTIs were all the rave. Like yeah, and you get one and soup it up. It was kind of like a Civic. There were so many aftermarket parts to it. Yeah, yeah. What? Yeah. So anyway, the Golf GTI trade is the MNQ short. No, I don't mean that. I actually just joking.
Don't bias Trendle. You're making Trendle seem like a biased participant by saying it's the NQ short.
My bad. My bad.
Trendle, he didn't mean it.
Yeah. He's completely objective and sorry. I don't want to say some of the jokes because I'll get canceled, but we're just gonna stay. We're gonna stay polite here, Adara.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, yeah. You know, we're all polite to Trenda here, or it's Trenda. Yeah, I would say Trendla, but I think it is Trenda. But yeah, how is the MNQ short going?
We're flat, literally doing nothing. We're at 18.3 exactly, Adara, and we're hanging out at Friday's close, not above, not below. We are below the volume weighted average price, though. So if I had to choose, I mean, we'll see. Was it, aside from the day when Kashkari got on the mic and dropped that hot line about the cuts, were we range bound at all last week? Because I remember when I left the week prior, we were super range bound.
Yes. Yeah, and I mean, I was enjoying that. I think the SPY was kind of range bound for a bit. I know I was playing the SPY at one point last week, and I assume if I was playing the SPY last week, I assume it was range bound. Right. Just knowing what I'm like. But generally, it felt like the market was super reactive. Like any little thing, it felt like a very sensitive market. Any little thing, it'd be like. So
yeah. So it wasn't done.
To me, it was a little bit less range bound because the week it was beautiful. The week before you left, like that. Oh, that range was like sending you like a little going away present. Like just being so range bound. Last week it was kind of a little bit more awry, but yeah, no, it was an interesting week for sure. But yeah, I would say not necessarily range bound. No.
Okay. All right.
That's interesting. I like this.
But like literally doing nothing. Well, we won't harp on that. We'll look at some other stuff. So let's look at some of the other small cap gappers that we were involved in today. So they're all, I mean, look, for the exception of AUUD, because it is hugging the volume weighted average price, they're not tradable for me in my book. Not SMFL, not ETAO, not CADL, or DXYZ. Well, maybe a little bit DXYZ. It's above the volume weighted average price, but I'm not going to trade that. The spread is insane and it's moving insanely. So if you've ever heard me say VWAP hold high of daybreak trade, this is kind of what I'm talking about here with respect to VWAP hold high of daybreak. What I mean by that is a big move up either pre-market or at the bell, and then a consolidation at or above the volume weighted average price. The theory here is that people are continuing to keep this one elevated at VWAP because there's continued interest. With the inference being that when the more liquid time of day comes in, I'm talking about 2:30, 3, this one will bounce off the volume weighted average price and retest the highs, whatever they are. In this case, we're talking about a 570 high. We're trading at 450, 444 right now. That gives you about $1.30, $1.20 with respect to upside moves here. So this one could be interesting for a little bit later of a trade. Now, the strategy with this VWAP hold high of daybreak, from as I understand it, is to build a position up during the less liquid time of day at or near the volume weighted average price. Again, with the inference being, with the idea being that you're going to pop up during the more liquid time of day. And the way to spot these is you have a big move up, so you have an up and to the right move or just an up move, and then you'll have a sideways consolidation period. Sometimes it zigzags, a little bit below VWAP, a little bit above, but generally in that VWAP range. We'll have to wait and see if this one manifests. It's already breaking down below the volume weighted average price. It chose the time I chose to talk about it to break down below VWAP. We're still doing nothing here on the future. 18,303 or 302, or thereabouts. If we break above 18,310, I'm out.
Isn't it the best when you bring up a stock and right as you start talking about it, it starts like behaving in the opposite way?
I love it. I love it.
good time. The stocks are like, oh, we're gonna make you out to be a liar. But yeah, good times. They don't care about your feelings. They certainly don't care. Like what respect? They're like, we're not a thing. We're a stock. So also we did get out of Tesla here. We were struggling. I know I said I saved a piece with a dream for that 173.30, but I had to scalpulate a little bit here. So I did get out 173.10s with the rest of the position. Took some out at 173 as planned. Pleased as punch with how this trade ended up manifesting. We had 3 trades in Tesla so far today, 2 positive, 1 red, positive on the day. So pretty happy here. Let's take a look at Boeing. I don't know why I said it like that. Yeah, Boeing, I don't like that you just made like a higher high here. Don't love that. Not a fan. Let's see though. I want to see what we do around the 70s area. I think initially, so I did take out some when I noticed we were struggling with 30, so 15 penny winner. Then I added because we were rejecting that 50s area again, and then Boeing was like, let's keep going to the upside. So we're gonna have to see what happens. I'm gonna be like loosey-goosey on this. I'm not gonna try to be too committal. If, like I said, my hard out will be done by the time we get to 82.90s because I do not like this top and churn, but I'll be out earlier if we continue to see this move up because I do not like this Sam I am. Not a fan of this. To me, I wanted red because I wanted this short, right? It looks like a little bit of green eggs and ham here. So we're gonna have to, if we get too green on this market, I might have to depart. Also, NVIDIA getting super rangy in a way that I like, again, on my 1 minute chart because, although actually, you know what, I like this, you could see this on the 5 as well, which is always nice. You do want that confirmation in another, you want another time frames too, right? But to me, although it looks like we're breaking out of it, this is the way this NVIDIA was ping-ponging with this 872.50 level up and down at the 1 minute chart was beautiful. The timing of it would probably require a level of finesse that I do not possess, that ended up rhyming. But yeah, I mean, I don't mind something here in NVIDIA. Like I said, I just want it to really clearly manifest. To me, I do think that this support of the 9 EMA on the 5 is a nice look, and that move, the ping pong in between and around the 9 EMA on the 1 minute, also a nice look. But again, no planned trades on that yet, just levels I like. Yes, Boeing, calm down a little bit. Please just punch there. Let's see what keeps shaking. But yeah, happy about a Tesla because it always does lower one's blood pressure a little bit being out of that stock. So
I'm out.
Probably got out a little bit early, but yeah, I guess we would have gotten the 21s that I stayed in. But you know what? 21 did not do something for me.
He didn't. He didn't do anything for me either here because
really?
we got stopped out. 18,310 broke through the volume weighted average price. So another L today, but that's the way it is. I mean, you expect to come take dubs every day. You're going to be sorely surprised. So we'll continue to watch that. The one that keeps moving up here and is putting in incrementally higher lows and higher highs, DXYZ. Now, DXYZ or whatever, my Americans. The problem with this one, though, is the range per candle is extremely wide. The spread is kind of crazy as well. But the chart pattern looks awfully good. Holding up at the 50. For whatever reason, it's respecting the 50-period moving average. That's the red solid line on my chart. Oh, okay. I think my headset is ready to connect here, Adair. So if I can just send it to you for a second here while I try to take advantage of this very brief, transient moment where my headset is working. Yeah.
Yeah, much like Powell saying transient, Sharif also saying transient. Also last week, one thing you missed as well, we had Powell in this Q&A at the Stanford Graduate Business School, and the questions this guy was asking him had me rolling on the floor laughing. One of them was, if you could have a crystal ball and you could find out one thing in the future with inflation, what one thing would you find out? And the way Jay Powell looked at him so blankly was so entertaining. He's like, well, I wouldn't want to just know one thing. The guy was like, well, come on. If you had to know one thing, what would it be? I don't even remember what Powell said. I was just so...
The game is one thing here, Jerome. Calm down and play within the rules.
Yeah, no, the guy was so persistent about it, too. Like, the inflation... He talks about persistent inflation. What was really persistent was this line of questioning about this one thing with regards to the crystal ball. But yeah, I kind of got a kick out of that. I'm not going to lie. That was what Jay Powell moved the market a little bit, but what honestly kind of less on what he was saying, and I think more just the fact that he was talking. Right. So a lot of what he was saying was answering these questions. Also, my flight in Boeing experienced a little bit of turbulence, which is kind of not even a good pun, just given the state of Boeing affairs. But it's just kind of more sad than anything else. But let's see how we do. I do like this topping tail candle. I would like if we see some follow through of this topping tail candle on the 5 minute. I would like to take a little bit of a range here. Also, speaking of ranges, we do have that lesson, which we will do post haste. But also, I see Swirling Brain, love that name in the chat here, going rage trading. So certainly not what we're trying to do here. But as Sharif has said, and it's something I'm trying to feel a little bit, you're always angry as a trader.
Oh, yeah.
And you have to learn to kind of deal with that and figure out how to do that. Also, holy NVIDIA, Batman. Let's take a look at NVDA. Big pop to the upside here on that 5-minute candle. We had that nice bounce off that 9 EMA. Let's see though, this earlier bottom that I was, this area I was playing around with the bottom of that range, 875, this held beautifully earlier today. We know support can become resistance. Will this be the pièce de résistance for the NVIDIA long, or will it overcome? Right now, it looks like we're going in the direction of resistance, because we did just have that rejection off that 874. I am curious to see what we do here on NVDA, because we're coming into a level that was very juicy earlier today. So will this be a BIG move to the upside, or will we fall a little bit? Let's see what happens. Yeah, also Sean, I appreciate this, Sean in the chat. Try not to be angry as a trader. It's a big change here for me. I appreciate that's something I'm trying to work on. Yeah, I mean, I think when I say angry, I'm kind of more like, like grumpy, like grumpy, like the one of the 7 dwarves, and less like, full like John Wick rage. But yeah, I appreciate that. I think something you're trying to work on every day. A lot of people also chiming in with Sean. With the walks are good. We know Sean does the walk, 100%. Talk, and stalk. So that's definitely something I want to work on. So I appreciate that. Also, time to chat about the lesson of the day.
Leçon.
Did you say down?
Leçon.
Leçon.
Yeah.
Leçon du jour.
No, I didn't say down.
Oh, I thought you said, because I was like, you're in a log. Also, we're on a Boeing, so I'm happy. And yes, so let's talk about range trading. Oh, why is the title of the slide wrong? I think what am I doing here? Let me make sure I have the right slide. I did not. I had the slide from Friday. Good times. But here we go. This is the correct slide, which is Intro to Range Trading, a lesson of the week I'm obviously quite excited for. And so let's talk about the basics first with range trading. We're going to get into more details as we go through the lessons. But some of these basics are discovering your ranges. So ranging is when you have this asset trading within a defined support and resistance level. Ranges can often form during periods of consolidation or when the market's a little bit more flat on the day, and they can be brief. Like, so you could have them for a couple minutes there, like we had some of those NVIDIA ranges on the 1 minute, or they could be a little bit more prolonged. So they can last an entire day. They can last weeks sometimes, right? I think Obi was bringing up that XOM range on the weekly chart last week. So their ranges can really exist on multiple time frames. Which is the last point, right? They are fractal, a word that we really do enjoy here on How to Trade, because you can see them on the weekly, the daily, the minute, what have you. But as we always say, there's going to be a little bit more strength, a little bit more oomph behind that trend if you see it on a wider time frame, or if you see something on a 5 and then you see it confirmed on the 10, on the hourly, etc. Right? So you really want to look for confluence. Shout out to Obi, and you want to see things on multiple time frames if you can. What
I meant to hit the bang.
I thought that was,
I like confluence, but I'm fat fingered. I'm such a bad trader. I even fat fingered this stream deck. I mean,
that was
Ram trolling me. I love it.
Oh,
yeah, right,
that.
Ram.
But yeah, let's see. So this is one example. So this is just kind of an example showing the candle. You have your high and your low, and everything between that is going to be range. Now, in terms of range bound trading, I like this because it's a little bit loosier than what you might see as a range, but you still have your defined top and your defined bottom. Shout out to Investopedia. What to look for when you're looking for a range. So when you're searching for a range to trade, you should be keeping an eye out for stocks that have defined, repetitive support and resistance levels, and we're going to show a graph of that in a moment. But as discussed in previous installments of How to Trade, the more times you see an asset touch level, the more confluence you have that level's exact, the more significance that level may hold. Also, you want to check to see if these levels have been significant in the past. So is this a previous close or open from the previous days? At today's opening price, are we making a new high of day? Or are we making a new low of day? Like, are we seeing support and resistance form at important levels? Because that can also be of note and be something to keep an eye on. So here's one example. So you have range resistance created by a series of highs. You've got these 2 very defined highs here. Then you have your series of lows, 3 defined lows on this euro to the Japanese yen chart. So this kind of shows one example. And also this shows you can see these in different asset classes. You can see this on Forex. You can see this maybe on crypto. I know Fabian was giving the bang button earlier, so I assume that you can see this on crypto as well with regards to range trades. So certainly things to keep your peepers on or keep your eyes on. Planning the trade also really important. So if you're trading at the bottom of the range, your plan might be to go long at the bottom of the range and take profits as the asset price nears the top of the range. However, if the sentiment on this is looking a little bearish, if you're like, oh, I want to take this. Oh wait, no, this isn't long. Okay, if you're feeling, I did these notes in the opposite order of what they are in the slide. But anyway, so if you're feeling like you want to go long here, then you might, if you're feeling like you want to go short, you might want to short the top of the range, and the traders do short the top of the range. You might want to take profits as the price nears the bottom of the range or support area. I apologize because I wrote this in order of the opposite direction of the order of the slides. There we go. But also here's one example from IG, I believe. So shout out to IG and Frank Caberna and everybody there. I just found this on the website. Frank Caberna. But yeah, you have your buy entry here around this 140.60 area. Then your sell entry around this 140, 150. And these are kind of murky areas of risk, but it just shows anywhere beyond that is where you might want to set your risk reward parameter. So if you have a whole chart, you'll have a better sense of what areas were previous resistance and support, or you might want to set your risk. But also, here's some factors to consider. You want to be cognizant of another word we really love in how to trade, of the overarching trend. So if you have a stock that's 5%, up 5% in the day, you might not want to short the top of the range because even though you see this range, the stock might be consolidating before a breakout. So then you might want to wait till we get to the bottom of the range and go long. That's something I've had to really learn because I still do this sometimes. Something's up like 5% in the day and I'm like, oh, but we keep going down here, so I'll just short it to the bottom of the range, and then it breaks to the upside.
I love how you're talking like that, Adair. You're killing it today.
I feel like you feel like a cartoon character when you're doing stuff like that. You're like, what am I doing? You feel like, Daffy Duck or something. But yeah, also worth noting, you want to consider your risk to reward metrics before you enter a range trade. Another thing that I feel like I'm working on a lot. So if the range is only 10 pennies and you're risking 20 pennies, pourquoi? Why? You have to ask yourself, what's the goal here, right? What are you trying to do?
Pamp
because
it.
in that case, pamp it. The trade might not make sense from a risk to reward perspective. You want to keep in mind the size of the range of the profit potential in relation to your risk. But I don't see any risk here. I only see reward here on this side of the desk.
Ram's killing me today, bro. Are you done?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Tesla's doing well here, so it looks like we just got filled again here on Tesla. Guys, I am in the sim today. This isn't real money. We long Tesla here basically off the double bottom, off the volume weighted average price. I'm talking about that 172 hold. 172 hold at VWAP. And then, breaking now above that previous high over here. So this was the earlier crest that we rejected off. It was around 173.50. Now we just made our way up there into 173.60. So I wet my beak there on some profits. Let's see if we can make it up into number 174. That's a whole other level. And then we have to keep an eye on the HOD. The high of day today is 174.50 exactly on TSLA. TSLA has been strong, owing specifically to that tweet by our friend Elon on Friday afternoon. We're going to sit here at 69s to get filled because what's life without whimsy? Friday afternoon, in case you're wondering what's going on with TSLA, he's promised us August 8th, 8/8 exactly. We're going to get, I guess, a sneak peek, an unveiling, whatever you want to call it, for the robo-taxi. Now, in case you wonder about Tesla's valuation and why it's trading at multiples times the other car manufacturers, well, that's one of the reasons, okay? There's several, there's robotics, there's other things, but autonomous driving, the robo-taxi, smack dab in the middle of that valuation, that elevated valuation when you compare it to other automakers. So we'll have to wait and see what we get from that announcement. Obviously, ways away towards the end of summer. We're not even in mid-spring. Yeah, so we'll see. We just got filled there again on TSLA as it broke through 70 Ram and doing well here. We're out half the position now, looking for that move into 174 or thereabouts. We'll see. Okay. You still holding any CXAI long in your paper trading account, Sam? No, I'm not. And everything you see right here is basically the trades that I've had. So the out on CXAI was right here. That's when we got out because it broke that 590 area. Look, the bamboozlement's real. 590 was a spot that kept on holding multiple times, but, you You're going to get bamboozled, and it did make a new high a day, sadly, after breaking that level, 628 HOD right now on CXAI. That it could continue to run. It had a great day, a great week last week, and it looks like it's continuing more into that today. Tesla is continuing to go, guys. Now we're printing 75s. Okay, so we were talking about 69s. Now we're printing 75s, and there it is again. There goes 80s. Okay, so Tesla possibly on its way up here. Let's see if we can get that 174 print. Let's see what else people are talking about here in the chat. Give Adair a little break after dropping hot lines. Darwood, welcome back. Blame it on the jet lag. Yeah, I just suck in general, bro. I don't have to blame it on the jet lag. I'm assuming you're talking about my fat finger boo-boo there on the stream deck. Yeah.
I like that.
All right, we're almost at 174 here, Adair, so we're going to take a little bit more profit on Tesla.
I love that. I was not prepared for that.
The Katina Man's trolling all of us because he's the only guy in here with the solar glasses. So in case you don't know, me and Patty Ice, before the show came on, we went around everywhere looking for some of these glasses. And not only do they not have them, but I heard the places that actually have them are gouging you. $10 a pop for paper glasses. Do you know what they were selling them on Marketplace? Like $2.
That makes it because they're paper glasses.
In my area,
like 3D glasses.
Right? So it's a print factory right here on Tesla. We got that 173. Whoa, was that Donald? Bring back the Donald. What's he doing? It's the biggest.
Oh, he's looking at the sky.
This is the biggest solar eclipse ever. This is the biggest. It's the best.
Move over, Alec Baldwin. Alec Baldwin who? I found a new impersonator here in the house.
That is good. That is good right there. I like it. I like it. Good. Do it again.
Also, like, can we? I want to appreciate everything about that. The Sean
yeah, everything was good there.
The Sharif impersonation there. How quickly Ramin and Fabian were with the camera on that. Like,
Adira, I do have a question though. I do have a question, and it's a serious question. And anybody in the chat who knows the response, please tag me, explain to me, because I'm an idiot, okay? Have you ever looked at the sun in your life before, yes or no?
Probably when I was a child, yeah.
I mean, like, you haven't looked at the sun? We've all looked at the sun.
I think about it, yeah, I think about it.
Okay, I've looked at the sun. I'll just answer for myself.
Yeah,
I've looked at the sun. I haven't stared at the sun, but I've had a look.
That was what I was trying to figure, like, what, yeah.
I've taken a quick peek.
Yeah.
Right? What is the difference between momentarily looking at the sun on a regular day and then momentarily looking at the eclipse?
Well, I think
I don't understand.
I don't either, but I can like try to.
Yeah, go for it. Have at it, because I don't know.
So Ramin is saying the safety element, which I think is true. I think also the fact that this word eclipse is like, you know, when used outside of the context of the Twilight film, eclipse usually means to like, you know, to surpass something, right?
Yeah.
It's like solar, it's like the sun is just extra sun. You know what I mean? So I think it's the intensity as Ramin said, the safety.
Okay,
I think it's
okay. Ram, are you able to put yourself on? Aww.
You're looking for.
Tell Adira in her ear, because I can't hear, because my thing is still busted.
Also, Mahmoud, yeah, we have one Fed speaker at 1. Have I seen any updates on what they're saying?
Let me find out.
No, I have not. And that Fed speaker is, we have Kashkari tonight, so he can't you know, do things to the market because he will be speaking at 7 p.m. But Fed's Goolsby speaking at 1. I have not heard anything from Goolsby so far today. But yeah, so yeah, faded traders saying the amount of light concentrated is different. Duration
I see.
Is the difference.
Okay, give me some facts.
Reasons.
That's what I'm asking for here. So the concentration is different. That actually makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, so seeing a lot of different things
Your
here.
pupils will be dilated in the dark, and too much UV hurts. Thank you, Roland Joe. Great answer. Okay, see?
Sorry, Pat Ramin's trying to tell me in my ear.
Yeah, okay, go ahead, Ram. Repeat a little bit of it, because we can't be that quiet. Yeah.
So because it's dark, you can look at it easier. So your whole eye is looking at it instead of just seeing parts of it because it's light. So your cornea.
I see.
So your cornea is more prone to being affected by the rays. Yeah, so Ramin is killing it. She says, you're a liar if you tell me you've ever full open-eyed looked at the sun. And she's right.
Yeah?
So it's
Okay.
like when you're squinting at it.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, that actually makes sense. I knew that there was a reason. I just didn't understand why. It's
Thank
one
you, Ramin,
explanation.
and thank you everybody in the
Yeah,
chat with some
thank you, guys.
insight on
Very
that as
interesting.
well. But yeah, I mean, I think it was Kane in the chat asking, can you explain your Tesla long entry to me? So I can. Although I'm not the one currently printing on Tesla.
Yeah,
that would be
let's
our
go. Go
pal,
ahead.
Sharif. But yeah, so why I got in here was I talk a lot about my little micro ranges and areas I like. And these areas do come from the chart. Like they're not just coming out of my brain, but I've started drawing a plethora of lines on the chart. And that's where this came from. So look at this 172.50 rejection. Look at that nice little doji candle there too to show you, hey, I matter. This level exists. It's important. That's what
I like
people say
that.
about me. And then we kind of go here. We have this nice bounce off VWAP. Then guess where we come again? 172.50, right? And so this is twice an area of resistance. Then look where we form support, 172.50. So then we come up, and I watch here as well because we reject off this area. We're also at a topping tail candle, this 173.30, and then that's when I'm like, Adara, if you're not going to take the short, you should take the long if we bounce here. So I did watch. I watched to see what we did at 172.50. I hope this makes sense, Kane. I'm not always the most direct at explaining things, but I did want to go long here when I noticed. I waited to see if we bounced. We did bounce, and I said, you know what? If you like this area, Adara, it's held up a couple times now. Just get involved. So that's why I got involved there. Then also I decided my risk is going to be I'll leave if we get below 172. Now, why that area? Because A, it gives me about 50 pennies, which is nice if you're trying to take max 80 pennies on the trade. I have no problem with that. B, look at this earlier area that we bounced off cleanly. I like the 172 support. So that was my risk management, my risk reward principle going in. I wanted to take some out at 173 because I like the whole dollar level, and that 173 also got a little bit spicy earlier. So I was like, why not? And then B, the plan was to leave a piece for the dream until 173.30. We were really struggling, though, with 173s, and I know what I'm like. If I need instant gratification, so I was like, if this stock doesn't move quickly, I will get out too early. So that's why I got out at 173.10. So I hope that makes sense in terms of explaining my entry and my goal with that trade. And I always love answering these questions, too, because it helps me think more critically about my logic behind the trade. But I'm not the one with the plethora of beak wetters there right now in TSLA.
Yeah, it's not a bad look. I just want to shout out Faded Trader. He made me chuckle hard there, man. He's like, shout out to all the flat sunners. Creak, creak, creak. Hit it.
I thought that
hit
was
it,
good.
Rammer. Okay.
I
There we
liked
go.
it.
There we go. Of course. All right. Tesla is coming a little bit down now, but Chill Vibes also alerting me to the fact that we have AAPL on the way down, rejecting off the volume weighted average price yet again. It looks like here. Well, actually, to be honest with you, it really hasn't been the volume weighted average price. It's been the 50 period. First rejection here, 10.05. Second rejection here between 10.50 and 11.10. And the third rejection on the 50 period moving average on the 5-minute time chart, 12.50 here at about, well, not 12.50, 12.45 to about 1. So 15 minutes of a top end range being at the 50 and all on the way down. We haven't hit new lows yet, but it's been a rinse and repeat short on Apple using the 50 period exponential moving average, which is the red solid line on my charts, guys. So we'll continue to see if Apple still continues to head down here, but everything is curling down except Tesla. All the Mag 7 names curling down in one shape, in one form or another. That is except TSLA. But let me tell you, TSLA doesn't look like no spring chicken either right now because it's breaking down below that 173.50, right? And we put in this kind of candle of indecision. I don't want to call it a topping tail candle. A bit of a candle of indecision here at 174. So Tesla looks like it's going to come into my entry. And if that is the case, well, then the decisions have to be made. Namely because I don't like my entry as an area of support. The area of support that I do like is this 172 to 172.25 area. So if I need to let go of this trade at my entry to re-up at a better level, I'm good with that. The other thing I'm a little disappointed about, we had the right idea here to short the future, and yeah, it ended up working out. We were doing this 18.3 dance for a while, and then we broke above 18.310. We did end up making it down. So this is kind of the trade that I was really, this is the trade that was cutting me up before I went on vacation. This range trade, it was a trade that Adara flourished in. I remember before I leave, Adara was killing it because it was super rangy. She ID'd the top, she ID'd the bottom, she rinsed and repeated. To me, the trend trader, I look for that breakout above 3 or the breakdown below 3. What I anticipate would happen is going to be continuation one way or another. Sometimes that doesn't manifest. And, getting your bearings and figuring out it's a more consolidative day rather than a trend day is one of the things that I have to work on for myself so that I don't get caught up on those range trade days. I know how to trade ranges. I just don't know how to ID them well enough. And then I always seem to default to this trend mentality. And so on this day, the MNQ or the NQ in general is obviously range bound from essentially 12:30 onwards. So we're going on almost an hour now of ranging between 18.3. So that's just, kind of my little 2 cents there about what I need to improve on and things that I've seen in my trading game that I'd like to change. So we'll keep eyes on that. Tesla right back up so we don't get stopped out. Here comes out 173 3/4. We'll see if we can get above 174. Last time around here on TSLA, 174 was the top. At this crest over here. We got some out at 90s. We didn't get any out at 174, so we'll see. Oh, wow. As I was just singing Tesla's praise, it just tanked again. So a lot of volatility here coming into Tesla as we now break down below 18.3 on the market today.
I mean, we've talked about volatility, but what we haven't talked about in many moons is volatility. Let's take a look at Eli Lilly. I was thinking about this earlier because I think a while ago there was Chase Bands in the chat mentioning Eli Lilly as a short. I mean, we're below a milli, so I cannot get involved in Lilly. But yeah, this would be a nice short if you were involved. Shout out to you. To me, the main level I see on this is, look at this. There's a couple levels, actually. But to me, the level that screams at me is this area that we have the pre-market and then double bottoms again at open, and that is this 775 area, or 776 area, sorry. This is gorgeous. I mean, look at this. We bounce off it twice. Then we come back up here. We cannot make a higher low because we had a lot of strength in that pre. Then we kind of come down here, and guess where we bounce off again? Not again, but we bounce off this twice, the 774. So to me, there are 2 distinct areas here for Lilly, that being 776 and 774. What are we going to do in 776? We're going to reject. We're going to try this level again. Let's wait and see. We know support can become resistance. So to me, Lilly is at a decision point. Where she'll have to, to make some choices here. She's below a milli, though. If she wasn't, I'd probably short her here and take it to 774. But alas, she is. And part of my trading game is recognizing, no, Adara, you could not trade Eli Lilly just because you feel like it. That is not appropriate risk and reward. And right now she's below a milli. So hands off, hands behind the back. So we're going to have to let her bid adieu to Mademoiselle because, but yeah, this was a while ago. I just thought of this now. So shout out to Chase Bands, hopefully printing on that short because, a nice look to the down one side. Long PLTR, double bottom, asks Chris Compost. So let's take a look here. P to the L to the T to the R. What does our crystal ball or our Palantir say about Palantir? Though, yeah, this is a massive, see, to me, this is a double top is the thing I see the most. Okay, this is an interesting chart. I want to look at this in more time frames because to me, this is a little bit bamboozling. So on the 10-minute, I think to me that the clearest level at all time frames is this double top. However, and the double top is at 2316. However, also tell me, Chris Compost, what time frame you're looking at specifically. But I think for me, I see what you mean. There is a little bit of an area here at this 2294. However, what I'm seeing more is maybe a flat bottom break. And I say this because we are slightly down in the day. We've had lower highs and this pretty defined bottom of this 2294, 2292 area more or less. And also, we're rejecting this 9 EMA quite heartily. So to me, there is a repeated pattern here that suggests we could be continuing to the downside. That's my take on that. I don't totally see a double bottom, but I also don't know what time frame for sure you're looking at either, right? Let's take a look at the 1 minute, see if, I see what you mean. There is certainly something with this level, but to me, I think the thing that might be with this level, and I think on the 1 minute you also kind of see it here, is that we do have these lower highs with the flat bottom. So to me, this could be a bit of a classic flat bottom break or a quadunk I do. But we'll have to find out. We'll have to wait and see. You know what I mean? We don't have Palantirs. We don't have crystal balls. We can't see the future. All we can do is look at these charts. So to me, we're gonna have to wait and see. To me, this could manifest as a flat bottom. I don't have my eye on anything right now. I do want to get involved in a trade, but I'm gonna have to wait and see if any trades are calling my name.
All right. Well, I'll tell you a little bit about this Tesla position. Wow, the volatility has really picked up here on TSLA. Range per candle. I really want to make that into a standard metric. Range per candle is really, it's widening up a little bit of Dara. Kind of 1, 2, 3 candles of indecision here where you kind of get these doji looking candles. They end up red though, and you bounce up. This is what kind of threw me off. We bounced up and we made a newer high to break that 173.75, and you thought, okay, here we made a new 5-minute candle to make a new high. We're gonna trend back into 174, but you know, the volatility is, I guess the bamboozlement is there. So I've got my out now at 19. So I'm going to get stopped out. There we go. So now I'm officially stopped out of the position, break even on the remaining 30%. You know, obviously wishing that I had taken some out there on the pop into 70s, but you know, I didn't know it was going to tank, right? It looked like it was continuing to kind of curl and go into a newer high. We'll see now what we can get our hands on. Look, I don't like any of these Mag 7 names on the day right now. I like Tesla, but the other ones I've eek a little bit. So let's look for some let's look for some other stuff over here. What's going on? Polestar's up 10%. Obviously, it's not doing much. What's the volume on Polestar today? 2.14 million shares. That's not going to cut it. But yeah, Polestar up nice 10% there. Kind of a bit of a standout there for EVs. Lucid also up 3%, but these guys are trading like a buyout because they're just so thickly traded as well. Li Auto, Adara threw that on the watch list today up to 31 bucks. It's up 3.82%. You know, really still towards the bottom end of the range, nothing there. I'm looking at some crypto names. Let's see what we got over here. Coinbase up 6 3/4. All right, let's pull up Coinbase. Wow, Coinbase, man. Oof. $256 this thing is. All right.
Pardon?
Yeah, man.
Wow.
Yeah, Coinbase. It's $30 last year. Not kidding. All right,
That's
Coinbase
wild.
doing things here, as Adair likes to say. Let's pull this up. Let's get in a bit of a tighter view. Let's go to the 5. Figure out what the deal is. Okay, so it looks as if the move in Coinbase was essentially a gap up from the Friday close. We closed at $241 on Friday. We gapped up at 4 a.m. at $250 and a third. And we haven't looked back since. Technically, that's an institutional print that doesn't count. That's the 8 a.m. The IB low, is there an IB low here or do we get the low way later? No. So the IB low, let's just say $252. So the move was the gap up from Friday, because with respect to the actual opening and current price action, there's not too much here. I mean, yeah, they're 249 low, 261 high. There was some stuff. There was also some VWAP dips around here, but you had to give these room again, because look, the closing prints are all above the volume weighted average price, but the wicks go far lower than that as well. So you would have had to. You would have had to dance there with some stop placement. Now, what else we got? Okay, is there a discernible top here off which we can base a trade? So I'm going to go ahead and say no. So if I was to take a trade off Coinbase, it would have to be at VWAP, and I would have to give it more room than I typically would like, just owing to these candles over here and what they did. So I'm going to go ahead and say maybe at 255 2/3, 255 3/4, I'd set up a dip trade, maybe even that 256. But it would have to be with smaller size. Right now we're trading at 257. We'll just dip below that. So Coinbase doing things today. Tesla also bamboozling me here, stopping me out, literally got bottom wick and then curls right back up. However, with respect to Tesla, it is still putting in sequentially lower highs on the 1. Let's see if this one can change. Okay, well, it does. There goes 3/4. So now Tesla breaking above that $0.75, looking to take 174. So frustrating for me here to get stopped out bottom wick like that. Sim or not, it still bothers me, right? Because it's just about executing the trade. So that's quite frustrating for me to have bottom wick like that, and then right back up above 5 1/3% right now on TSLA. Good look here. Let's see if it can break and hold above 174, Dara.
Yeah, I'm just a little grumpy because I just accidentally fat fingered out of some of my meta, because of course I did. We're getting a little bit better with the fat fingers, but I mean, I'm not perfect. But yeah, the plan was, and I said, this is my recurring issue. I wanted to type in 520.64. Instead I typed in 521.64. So, c'est la vie. There is no point in like crying over spilt milk. It happened, it happened. You know what, and maybe I'll add it back. If we can get filled again here, fine. I'll add these shares that I accidentally sold because I do like the amount that I had. I did want to space it out. And the impetus for this short is we have these lower highs. Now, we didn't have a lower low here. However, I do think there's enough range potential that I can kind of dance around in this trade for a little bit, right? We're rejecting off this 90 MA. The plan was to take this for 50 cents and then save a piece for the dream. And then the dream actually we got a little bit jolted awake there when we accidentally sold half the position. So the plan is to try to get those shares back and then continue to see what happens here to the downside, because I do like this meta short. We are very much struggling with eclipsing. I just realized that wasn't even an intentional eclipse plan. We're struggling with eclipsing this 90 MA, so if we keep below this 90 MA, I think the short is still in the water. Also, this area that I like was the bottom of this earlier range in META, going back from about 1230 to about 110, so about 40 minutes of range there. That's an area I want to keep an eye on. Also, Michael MOR, a while ago mentioning Lucid, so I apologize I didn't get to look at this one earlier, but I'll take a look at it now. This is a nice look. I'm not seeing any catalyst on Lucid, but higher highs here higher lows across the board here, I would say. We have that touch, this pre-market touch 910, very much seeing this 263 is an area of support. We come back again, bounce here for a little bit around 10:30. Then again, getting a little bit higher here, it's 11:40. Now we have this nice little support shelf forming at 268, pushing above. The other area that I think is interesting is, of course, this area around about 270. This, to me, we're seeing a higher lows and a flat top. Going to be a flat top break? We're going to have to wait and find out. But I do think there's the makings of something quite delicious brewing here in META. So I think this is a nice look. Sorry I didn't get to this one earlier, but I do think there is potentially something spicy in a good way, because I'm not a huge spice person, but I think this could be a spicy long here in LCID. Not the type of trade I trade, but I think this is certainly a nice look. Also, Neil mentioning ARM in the chat. I haven't looked at ARM, so I'm going to take a look at ARM there. This is nice. This is a nice look here on ARM. Yeah, that 127. Yeah, this is, again, not really the type of trade that I make, but I just want to take a look at that because I haven't looked at ARM in a while. Yeah, ARM trying to get a leg up on the market, so shout out to Neil with that one. What else am I looking at? Honestly, not much. Just waiting for my meta to come into fruition. This Boeing, though, still kind of rangy. I did fly out of the plane, Jason Bourne style, right before the lesson. I took about 10 shares on this, but this is continuing to range. Jason Bourne. But yeah, let's see here what we do. I want to take this. Look at this range that we've kind of had, right? This 810 more or less to 8. I don't think so. 180. Sorry, not 810 on Boeing. 182.10 to 182.60, about a 50 penny range. I might actually hop back in the plane and see if we can keep the fuselage door on in the time while I'm in this short on BA. How are you doing? What are you taking a look at?
I don't know. This guy in the chat's calling me Boo Boo.
Oh, it's a reference to Yogi Bear.
Oh, okay.
Picnic basket. Yeah.
I was like, yo, bro.
Picnic basket. Yeah.
Not your boo.
It's a reference to that cartoon from like the 60s or whatever.
Oh, is it? Okay,
Yogi Bear.
But I don't know. He was saying I'm off my game, but I think
Fabian's
it's
is
pretty
very good. Fabian's Yogi Bear impression is on point.
Yogi Bear.
Ear, but yeah.
Let's go, Chilean Nightmare. We want to hear it.
Boo boo.
You gotta do that on camera, brother. You gotta do that on camera.
That's good.
Shout out to Fabian. Yeah, he wants extra for that. What was I going to say? I was going to say something super quick. Yeah, Tesla on its way back up into 174 here. So, yeah, bottom wick on the out. Frustrating, but that's the way it is. But it is having an issue here. I don't know if anybody's noticed, but it's having an issue holding above 174. And even the time at around 11:20 or so, when it did break above 174, was quite transient. We were there for less than 5 minutes, and then we broke down aggressively into that 172 area. So for whatever reason, It's not that 175 area today on TSLA. It looks to be 174. We can't break through that level. I didn't see anything big size related at the whole dollar level when we were near it. And we're kind of close to it right now. But this is the sim, and you don't typically see all the gateways on the sim. You only see some of them, so you don't get the full picture. So we'll see. We'll see if we get that 174 break on TSLA on today. I'm looking at some other stuff. We talked about SoFi today as well. And SoFi is at high of days as we speak. So you're not going to typically see me trade SoFi. I know Neil likes to trade it sometimes, some other traders as well. Here is SOFI. There was a lot of talk about this one not doing that well today, owing to the Biden administration's reinvigorated efforts to cancel out a lot of student loan debt. SoFi has made one of its businesses the refinancing of higher rate student loans. Apparently, from what I was reading today, they can go up as high as 8%, sometimes even higher, which is, that's pretty high. And, SoFi will let you refi that at a lower rate. I'm not exactly sure what the rates are. 769 HOD right now, closed out Friday at 740, so we're 29 pennies off that close. We are at the high of day as we speak, so the market liking what they heard today with respect to this student loan forgiveness stuff, and SoFi up at 769. So we'll see if this one can continue to go. I'm looking at my side charts here to see what else is popping off. Jay Lee says Reddit would have been a $3 winner if you shorted it this morning. I wish I had some confidence, but I expected this move down to continue. I feel you, Jay. Let's have a look at RDDT, one that we traded a lot before we left, and I really haven't had an opportunity to look at what it's been doing in the week that I was gone. So it looks as if it did, almost nothing. Well, I shouldn't say nothing. Relative to what it had done in the week prior, it looks like nothing. Looks like the top there was around, or the real top is $50. So we're having trouble, obviously, breaking and holding above $50. We did it on the first and then ever so briefly here, on the second and then ever so briefly on the third. Since that time, 50's become an elusive level. Right now we're doing the dance with 45, 46. Not much here, Jay, but I guess like we were saying, that pop off there in the right off the bell, it was a sell to pop. Popped up from the close, like we said, 46 bucks. It closed at. Popped up to 49.18, and it's been down to the right since then. So, yeah, RDDT. Obviously, we expected some volatility with this name, owing to the fact that there was no blackout period here. So there was a lot of insider selling by the CEO as well as some of the mods were given shares, and they didn't have a blackout period either. So there was volatility expected, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Day trader cut. When's the next trip? Good question. Probably going to go see my sister in July.
Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. We talked about this, right? Yeah.
She so jokes. She came in one day. She was in Barbados with the kids. Went from LA to Barbados. Barbados, Toronto. Stayed one day with my parents to see my parents, and then went right back into right back to LAX.
Got places to be. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't blame her.
She always likes drop by. Unlike my niece and nephew, or FaceTiming them, she brought us here. She told us the connecting flight was to Toronto, but we know she's lying. We know she chose it. She says that it suggested to her the connection in Toronto. I don't know if I believe that.
That's too funny.
All right,
They're
Adara,
calling her out.
a new small cap gapper has made its way onto the scene midday, and it goes by the ticker of WAVE, W-A-V-E. It's doing things, as Adara likes to say. Let's pull this bad boy up. Here it is. Wow, this thing is rocketing up. Okay, so 180% to the good so far. 11.5 million shares done so far, which is not bad. This one, the volume really started coming in here about 10 to 1. So this thing's been going for about 40 minutes or so. Not a bad look. I don't have any details on it. I'm devoid of any details. Let's pull up trade ideas to figure out what's popping off. Wave. So float, 20.79 million shares. Short float, a third of that. So 0.33. Not a third of that. 0.33%, not a third, excuse me. Anyway, this one's moving. Let's see what this one has done in the past. Is it a former runner? Okay, so it had a bit of life breathed into it last June, but since that time, we've had one outlying day, and that takes us to January 3rd. I think that was the first trading day of the year. Yeah, it was. No, the second was. The second was. Yeah, the second was. So this one's moving. Not sure what the catalyst is. Let's bring that bad boy down. Here it is. EcoWave Power. Global shares are trading higher after the company announced that it was selected by an international energy company to conduct wave energy feasibility studies for the U.S. coastline. Okay, sounds great. Not like I understand much of it, but we're going to pull that up on a trading screen because it is doing things at the moment of day.
Yes. Also, as Fabian was saying in my ear, it's more like a tsunami than a wave.
Ah. Fabian, you're killing it, bro.
Yeah, I mean, everyone, we love this team. I'm sorry, I'm not speaking English right now. What a great team that we have, you know, always killing it there. I love Fabian chiming in with the puns, always. Yeah, Boeing, we're trying to have this one have a little bit of a move to the downside. Hopefully not a turbulent landing, that we are talking about Boeing, so we'll see. But all jokes aside, it is really upsetting how often they're negative catalysts with this name. Hopefully they can get their stuff together, and the FAA will have to stop knocking at their door. So it seems like there's been a lot of that lately. Right now, though, Boeing's knocking at the door of this 40s area. So yeah, where did I get in this? 50s? Yeah. So I mean, pleased as punch with this so far. I did try to add at 58s. We just missed it by that much. Showed it to Get Smart. We were about like 2 pennies shy there of getting that fill. That's okay. I'm taking out some profit here, that 30s level, which is where we stalled earlier. That's where I was getting out in these earlier trades. Then I am saving a piece for the dream at 82.10, because that's the true bottom of the range to me. Let's see, though. This one's struggling a little bit at the 9 EMA, but it did the same earlier. That's also, you know what, I think because it's range trading week, if I may wax poetic for a moment about these range trades and why I like them, I think part of it is there's something a little bit more comforting or familiar, right? You've watched the stock behave a couple times, especially if you're trading the same range all day, which sometimes I'll do. And then you actually kind of know, like, hey, this is how it's moving. This is the way it tends to move. It moves a little bit more quickly, moves a bit more slowly. There's certain areas it's clinging onto on its way up and down in the range. So I think that's why I personally like range trading, or the Adara Panera trades, as Sharif will sometimes call them. And that's why, that's my preferred way to get that bread, or that paper bread in my case. Though hopefully not for long, because I am trying to get some time aside to take that test. But yeah, basically why I like it is because there are levels that kind of scream to you, hey, take me. I do not, hopefully I'll gain some confidence. And I did take some breakdown trades last week, like that NVIDIA trade. So I am trying to change my style a little bit, switch the style up. But also it's good to have like ways you're more comfortable with. And for me, Sharif just talked about being a momentum trader. He likes the trends. For me, I'm a little bit more soothed when I have my clear ranges. So that's a little bit of hopefully coherent waxing poetic on why range trades are my preferred way to trade, especially with this being range week. Best team on the tube says chill vibes. Yeah, I mean, we have the best audience too, which is, I think, a huge part of it. So
yes.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. We love being here every single day, and we love having everybody here every single day. Also, Feds Goolsby says undeniable that many are upset with the economy, and he sees a breakdown between the data and the consumer mood. So kind of, I guess, a little bit of a discrepancy there between how consumers are feeling and how the data is going. Also, with that in mind, we would like to give a shout out to our friends at Benzinga, which is where I saw that lovely story there. And you can see when it says SPY, that's like usually news that impacts the whole market. So I can see, hey, Feds Goolsby is talking. It's not like Feds Barkin is barking, it's not as easy to make fun of that, but I can see that he's talking, and that's how I know, hey, like this is good to know, something to keep an eye on. Any news that's coming out with specific stocks, you can see that tagged as well. And so we are brought to you, as we said, by Benzinga Pro. You can sign up today for 50% off our premier news, or their premier news and research platform for retail traders. Just use the code TTV, capital letters, that is TTV, capital letters, and use the link in the description to go to checkout.
I'm going along meta.
Yes.
You want to know why? Zucky is doing things on his Instagram. Well, everybody knows that.
The angle of that video is also amazing. I don't know.
Yeah, I was kind of like unflattering, but I didn't mean it that way.
It's an odd angle.
Right. Yeah. Remember Zuckerberg obviously injured himself. I think he tore his ACL or MCL. I'm not sure exactly what it's for
Maybe
anyway.
wants you to send the video.
Yeah? It's on his Instagram, Zuck. Z-U-C-K.
Sorry, Instagram, not Twitter, my bad.
Yeah, no. Oh, he wouldn't. I don't think he'd go on Twitter.
Yeah, that
would he?
makes sense. I said that
No,
out
he
loud, and it was
wouldn't.
like something felt off about what
It's
I
like
said.
anti-Twitter, him and his threads. Yeah, but the Zucksters is doing leg presses, baby, and he's doing things. It's good for him.
Yeah, they look good.
Yeah, good for him. I know he's trying to recover. He was doing that whole MMA thing, hurt himself, and I was obviously kidding when I'm saying I'm going long meta because Zuckerberg's working out. We're tongue-in-cheeking it over here,
The way you
obviously.
said it, I thought you were being serious.
I know.
Also, I love tongue-in-cheeking it. That's a great phrase.
Right? I set up a dip trade Adara here on Wave that, looks destined to go unfulfilled, guys. I'm putting it at the 3.5. The reason is because we've been getting these momentary retracements on Wave. And we haven't been really tanking. Guys, I'm trying to show the chart. So I'm looking for kind of a 5-minute retracement, then maybe another push forward into 4, right? It seems as if maybe 4 would be the next level here on Wave. Small share size, I'm in the sim. I want to make that very clear. Okay, so it looks like it did come into my level. I missed it by 2 pennies. So I had it at 51s, it came down to 53, so it didn't get filled. Up into 80s it goes, it's up 180%. Again, I gave you the float on this one. It's 20 some odd million, negligible share float. It's gone in the past. It is a former runner. It hasn't ran in a long time. So if that makes any difference to you, just thought I'd let you know. I'm sitting on a dip trade, 350. Let's see if we get filled. My line in the sand will be that 3 1/4, 3 1/3 area. So we'll see. We'll give it a little bit of room here and see what we can get out of it. Let's see what the chat is up to over here. I haven't had a look to see what people have been talking about. People smack talking the Zucksters. All right, yeah, so nothing too interesting here. Let's flip back to Tesla because we had that trade on Tesla earlier. Let's see how it's doing. Oh, where'd my Tesla? Oh, I had it on Wave. Okay, so we'll take off Softy, put TSLA. Yeah, Tesla's continuing to have trouble at 174. So we're having all these topping tail candles come into 174 and reject. So I mentioned 174 earlier, and now you guys can see it for yourselves. There's accumulation here at 174. I would be hesitant to take the short with big size. Now, you may be able to scalp something. You may be able to mean revert off this 174 rejection. But the reason I say be careful with a full-fledged short at 174 is owing to these higher lows that Tesla's been putting in here. It hasn't been able to break through 174 on a closing basis since well earlier. However, the higher lows there shows some possible buyer exuberance, over exuberance, I guess maybe, and breaking through 174 eventually. So I just want to point that out. That is another good look there. What do you got over there? Yeah,
so I have this up for Vanessa in the chat saying more downside for Amazon. And yeah, so I didn't get to this right away. I do think that we're at a point of decision for Amazon. And I want to talk about why I think that. Look at this 185 area. Also, I was trying to test out the square tool. We didn't really need this to be in a square, but I was trying to test out the square tool. And I do still, it doesn't not prove the point, so that's why I have it in the square. The point I'm trying to make is, look at this bottom at 185. So to me, we had that move down here. We generally have had lower highs, lower lows. It's been quite the short today. Yeah, definitely swinging from vine to the downside here is AMZN. But then we get interesting. We get to this 185 area, and we're having a really hard time decisively breaking below 185. I would probably wait a couple candles and see what we do here. And why I say that is because this could be a double bottom. Now, of course, we don't know that yet. We are about 10 pennies shy of 185 right now, so maybe it is still breaking down. But I'm still going to be pretty cognizant of what we do here. It's the 5-minute chart at this 185 level, because that was a level for Amazon earlier with that double bottom. We're down only actually just shy of, we're just negative on the day barely. So this is going to be a decisive point for Amazon in a lot of ways. Will we go red, or will we reclaim the upside and have an expedited long delivered here overnight to see if we can get this move back to the upside? I think whatever we do here is going to depend on what we do at 185. So to answer your question, Vanessa, I think there could be more downside for Amazon if we see some decisive movement down below this 185, because right now we're a little bit hemming and hawing, we're waffling. Amazon needs to decide if it's hitting that send order for the long to the upside, or if it's going to return the package to go the down side. Also, speaking of Zucky, I want to take a look at Meta, because I was really happy with this short. My only issue with this short was that I did accidentally fat finger out of some of it earlier, which is obviously does not have me pleased as punch. It has me, you know, displeased as something. I can't think of a word for that. Displeased as punch. But yeah, certainly, like, I was not, you know, I was not hitting the like button for that. I'll put it this, I was not hitting the like button for that fat finger, but I was very happy with, we ended up taking about 50 pennies on this. So initially the plan was to take 50 pennies with that portion of the shares I fat fingered and then save a piece for the dream. However, if we keep rejecting here, especially if we reject at this level, this is where I got out of the initial short, because I did like that support we had earlier at 520.68, 520.70. If we reject here, that support becoming resistance. And to me, that's when things get a little salt-based, spicy. Ah. What happens here? We're gonna have to wait and see. Also, I'm about a half of Boeing. Let's see if we continue to see, you know, the engine cover come off to the downside here on BA. I want to see I want all that smoke. Although that was actually a really bad pun to use for Boeing. I just realized after the fact that was not on purpose.
Well, I don't think anybody's, well, I shouldn't say that. People have died in the past.
Then I want none of the smoke.
Not lately, though.
Yeah.
I mean, that 2017, 2018
Yeah,
crash.
that was.
Eek.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, they can't catch a break. It's kind of their own fault.
Yeah, right? Well, the FAA keeps being like, hey, guys, what are you doing? And there's a reason for that. It's because things keep happening. Like, we should not have to have every Monday a story with Boeing. That should not be how things are.
No.
So, yeah, I apologize. I literally did not realize until the words came out of my mouth that was
I don't think
a
you
little
meant
bit.
it, Adara.
I really didn't mean
it.
So I want none of the smoke in Boeing, but I do want all the smoke in the trade.
I like, okay. Way to come back with that. No, look, guys, I got the dip trade on Wave, but I am nervous about this trade. Reason being, it's a small cap gapper. It's running midday, started moving in the middle of the day. I'm only about 10 pennies out of the money right now. We're printing 41s, but I already have my stop in place. The stop is going to trigger if we break down below 320. That's the line in the sand that I have to draw. And I'm looking for a reclaim of 350. The sooner the better on this, because you know, it's not like a large cap where you know there's going to be interest at a possible level, let's say, you know, whatever, on the day, 174 on Tesla, where you know shorts are going to be coming in. This one, it could go any way, anytime, in any direction, and you have to be ready for all the contingencies. These small cap gappers march to the beat of their own drum. They're often, you know, completely independent of the market in general. The market's moving up, or the market's moving down, this could be moving up equally as well. So we'll see. Long 351 on that dip trade. If it breaks down below 320, that's my out. We're already printing 330s here, so I don't have much more room. Yeah, Jay Lee, shout out to you, man. Grr, it's too cloudy for any Eclipse fun today. I know, I was just outside. I went to grab a bottle of water, and the kitchen has a whole bunch of windows. So I was looking outside. I'm like, we're not going to be able to see anything. Right? Yeah. You're going to be able to see the darkness. Everyone's like, oh, just watch the video. Bro, I could have watched the video anyway. I'm not interested in watching the video.
You could watch the video from the safari.
Yeah.
Top of gorilla. Like, yeah.
You know what I mean? I want to see it IRL. And so I just got stopped out right now of Wave. So I had my stop a little bit higher than I thought there. Okay. So Wave, we get stopped out. We'll look to get back in if it shows me the right things. Ideally, if it gets above 350, I want to see it hold above 350, and then maybe we'll get back in. About 7 minutes left on the show.
How already?
I know. Can you believe it? Because I think we've been all amped up for the Eclipse. I'm gonna run outside super quick to see if I can get a view of it before I go on the big desk with Brendo. Maybe we'll. Yeah, maybe I won't say it out loud. I'll take Sean's glasses. But
yeah, let's. That'll certainly be interesting. I think it was Louis Tortora in the chat saying Meta is a dumpster. And I mean, yeah, Meta. Look at Meta struggling with the 18.5. Like I said, I am always really hesitant to consider levels too strongly in a lot of these crypto names because they care way more about Mother Bitcoin than they do about anything the market's doing or anything I want it to do. However, this to me is an interesting level. We touch 18.5 once. We touched another time. And then we do what could only be described as a huadunk from the 18.5. Then we're seeing this chop and churn, and this is also interesting. Look where we're chopping and churning. Look at this earlier pop up at 18. Look where we're seeing that support, 18. Mara, you trying to give me a level here? But yeah, certainly we've had a pause in this marathon to the downside, that's for sure, at this 18 area. If you had a short off at 18.5, congrats to you. That is a cool 50 penny short. So that is a nice look. Louis says, Mara, yes, dump it. So damp. Yeah, there we go. Sharif saying it better there. Damp. Yeah, this has been quite a move to the downside. Boeing also continuing to fly a little bit to the downside here. We're seeing a little bit of support that I didn't expect at 28. So I think we're going to be getting out of this trade a little bit early. That's okay. That's okay. You got to scalpulate sometimes. You got to switch it up. Pretty happy with that Boeing trade, that's for sure. Also Tesla trying to go 0 to 100 here off this 174 area. This has been a nail biter to watch what we do at this level. I also considered shorting that at 174. I know Sharif was just mentioning the potentially risky 174 short. That was like a couple candles ago. Now though, we are getting tighter and tighter as we get into this 174. If I do anything with this, it's gonna be a long up to the upside. So let's see what we do here. Although, like I said, I won't trade after the midday. We have about 5 minutes left, so this is probably not the climate in which I will enter a trade of any kind.
People are saying it's gone dark mode outside, so I can't wait to go see exactly what it is. But yeah, all right, let's look quickly here. Wave, nothing doing there. So still continuing to break down into that 3 1/4. So I'm going to stay put on that. No entries back in to Wave. What else we got moving on here? Yeah, it's interesting. I think, you know, some of these large cappers are kind of awfully consolidated, like you maybe mentioned earlier, because of the Eclipse. Well, maybe people are interested in doing that. I don't have no reason to think that the algos should be shut off, right? I mean, unless you need to monitor them. I know the algo traders back there run their algos.
The robots are watching.
Yeah, right?
The Eclipse.
The Eclipse.
Says baby.
All right, Wave coming into the volume weighted average price here, so it's really breaking down. So I'm happy that I stuck to my guns there with the stop and didn't average into it, and then end up getting cut up aggressively. 313 is the line there, the white line. That is the volume weighted average price. It could be an interesting area off which to get along. These all these dips here initially into the volume weighted average price all got bought up, and we ended up making newer highs. But that was before we had 4 5-minute red candles in a row. So the trend may have changed here on Wave. We're going to have to pack our patience and see. Keep your eye on that $3 level as well, too. Not just VWAP at 318, but the general $3 area. The other one that we want to talk about, SMFL. So this one put in a huge topping tail candle earlier, and that precipitated a huge retracement down below $1. But look at that. It wasn't able to keep it down for long, off 70 pennies. We pop up into 85 pennies here, where the volume weighted average price is. So keep your eye out for a possible rejection here on SMFL at VWAP. And there is precedence for that. Look, when we broke down below VWAP off that big move up above $1, we tried to go back above, and all the pops into VWAP were rejected once we broke VWAP to the south side. So SMFL looks like it might be an interesting short. I think it is halted at these levels though. 84.08. I'm talking about pennies, not dollars. Halted at this level. Let's figure out what the tap is. The tap, it's actually not halted at all. This thing is so stupid. It doesn't refresh on its own. Sorry guys to tell you that. My levels were completely inaccurate on SMFL. I thought it was trading at 85. The chart was spewing me incorrect data. It's actually at 70 pennies. So disregard everything I just said. I apologize for that. Let's just check AUD before I make any incorrect statements on it, because the charts are not updating as well. AUUD, there we go. So this one's at 451. Okay, so AUUD is doing what I thought SMFL was, which is come back into VWAP below VWAP. So 450 is that line in the sand. It is the $0.50. It is the volume weighted average price, rejecting off that level right now after trying to hold up above 375. So AUUD, one of the biggest movers on the day, up 207% a dare, but we have 1 minute left.
I cannot believe we only have 1 minute left. It's great to have Sharif back here. from visiting. He went from gorillas and lions to turtles over here. So yeah, very happy to have him back. So is Trenda. And yeah, this has been a really fun day so far. Of course, one of my favorite weeks, range trading. Ooh. We'll have to wait. Now we're gonna be at the big desk. Eclipses, Sean and Neil and Brendan. Oh my, so much to keep an eye on to talk about. We will see you tomorrow with a whole other day of range trading at the same bat time and the same bat channel. For now though, holy eclipse, Batman. Brendan's at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in. 2 o'clock on a Monday afternoon, Eclipse Monday afternoon. I was just watching a live stream. It's almost there. It's almost completely covered right now. So it's cloudy here, unfortunately, so we can't really see much, but apparently it's getting dark outside. A few things to note this afternoon. We did have a huge move up. We were discussing early on this morning in the dollar, also in some of the yields, longer term specifically, 30-year gets all the way back to 4.6. Completely reversed. All of them have completely reversed and come back to basically where they started the day, including, this is the dollar, but if we zoom out, you can get a better idea. So we're all the way up to 104.45 early on this morning, heading downside currently. So that is helping the market out overall. There's Apple still lagging a little bit as it's done over the past few weeks and months. Apple downside again today, about 0.5%. Definitely some of the small caps, crazy movers today as far as range is concerned. Where to be, everything else basically flat. Here's AMD as well, trying to get back to the upside, just got back above 170. Held nicely, trying to take out that last pivot there for AMD. Yeah, pretty flat looking heat map here so far today. Strength in banks right across the board, JP Morgan included, 0.5%. Remember, Friday, we get bank earnings, and then we're right back into earnings season. So strength from banks, a little bit of weakness from big tech once again, but QCOM, to mention in the chip sector, a little bit stronger than the rest. Google upside, Microsoft, Meta, Netflix downside. Pharmaceutical names are weak. Some of the streaming names as well. Disney, Netflix, I saw as well, a little bit weak this afternoon. Just be aware, Fitz Goolsbee was speaking. As far as I saw, the comments a lot more vanilla or tame than they were last week. Very hawkish last week from Fed speakers right across the board going into the weekend. Caused that big sell-off on Thursday, but Goolsbee was making some comments. Yeah, there's a market. Not much going on. That's the big sell-off I was mentioning back on Thursday. Ahead of, and it might be just the case, coming up tomorrow we get the latest reading on inflation itself in the morning at 8:30. Make sure you're with us. We'll bring you that CPI print live when it happens. Overall, mostly expectations are looking for something unchanged, essentially, from last month, and no real reflection of any kind of progress when it comes to the inflation fight. So how that will affect the overall market remains to be seen. All right, let's talk a little bit about what we were discussing. If you're with us in the pre-market this morning, this Coinbase had a nice gap to the upside along with Bitcoin, trying to get back to all-time highs. Still holding up nicely today. Coinbase, guys, trying to head back higher here, just below that 260 at this point.
Someone's ready. It's starting to it's starting to heat up, apparently. There you go, get unmuted.
No, it's not even muted, it's unpowered.
Power that bad boy. No, but you can't turn the mic on until the glasses were on. That was the problem.
I have no idea what I'm looking at.
There's no chance you can see when those are on.
No, they're so dark.
Like, no
You
chance.
can't even see these crazy lights up here. But I'm getting ready. The wife says 2:04 p.m. And then when it starts to darken, she's going to let me know, and I'm going to run out there and see what's up with that. So get ready for that. Just a matter of minutes now before we get to see something that we haven't seen before. So hopefully that'll be nice. The totality. And they showed the stream that it is, and we're cutting right through it. So hopefully
Feels like a word like Stephen A. Smith would make up.
Yeah.
Totality of the information that LeBron has to dissect. It's just some ridiculous
Dallas
nonsense.
Cowboys
like
is the Stephen A. Smith. He's a big Dallas Cowboy.
It's more Skip is the
hater.
Skip Bayless is more the LeBron guy.
LeBron? Yeah. Well, everyone loves LeBron. Welcome back, Brendan, Sean, and Neil. What are we talking about? Crypto. Wow, 71.7.
7% for Coinbase today.
Really? Okay. We haven't looked at Coinbase yet here today. I was looking at that 268 top. We talked about that earlier. That didn't come through. Was it 268? Yeah, it was all the way up here. Yeah, we didn't even get really that close to it. So now I think you just play off this 262 level. I I'm still long the same two names, and we just got into them again, both with Amazon and Apple. Look at this Amazon dip buy. We actually had it there and it gave it up. Then we just got it back and like planting those red flowers back to the upside. Look, I don't have a trade on Coinbase or Mara or anything today, but we should. We definitely missed out on that one. The only one that was a possible crypto, do we have Robinhood written? Oh no, we have SoFi. The only one that could have been small crypto is Robinhood, but we missed that. Yeah, Matt, I don't know, what are you going to talk about, Coinbase?
I'm in Mara right
Mara,
now,
okay.
but Coinbase was a one-shot deal for me off the open because you would have heard me say I like the 250 level on Coinbase. There was one bounce off 250. It played inside the range, and so sometimes when you make a range-bound trade, it just ends up going, and it continued to go higher. The missed opportunity isn't necessarily holding on to this to the next level. It probably would have been in here grabbing the 54 long. So I took the 50 bounce play, which we said we would. How did my 50 line just disappear on its own? I probably dragged it. Anyways, 250 bounced and held. We took a couple of bucks out of it. At this point, I'm in Mara the other way because Mara is just not. It's down 1.7%. Coinbase is up 7% on that gap up in crypto. And for the lesson of the day, we talked about good gap trades and bad gap trades. And this one was an example of immediately giving up the gap support level at the open. So I just shorted the pop into VWAP. But the one thing that's curious about this is it spent a lot of time going back into the previous close. And I was like, yeah, okay, get in. Don't get any more until you get some out. Get some more. Take a little bit out for the scalp trade, 15 pennies. And then do the same thing. And then it finally double topped, and I wasn't sitting at my desk when it happened. Like, it finally made this move in here, and then I was trying to get back in after. I actually should cancel that. So I'm short Mara because it's relatively weak. If you're going to tell me that Coinbase and Bitcoin are screaming and most of crypto is going up, and you're going to have a red day, that speaks to the issue that Mara has been having. There it is. It's almost total. You probably you should go, well, I don't know.
I don't think it's happening around here yet. My wife is on this.
Okay, yeah, it'll be probably a couple minutes, but it's getting pretty darn close.
Is it dark out today?
You'll see us like tag team. Sean will go first. I'm gonna go out. I just want to experience the dark. Apparently, according to Fabian, that's in Mexico right now.
Right. Okay.
Well, yeah, you got to tell us that first. There it is.
There it goes. See ya.
There it is.
They're almost at complete darkness.
Almost. Darknesses.
And now it's almost like midnight. There it is.
That's right. You got caught creeping there, Ty. It's all good. Yeah, you were live, Ty. It's all good. It's fine. Ty's just chilling. He wanted to see it. You know, it is what it is. What's up? I seriously doubt we'll put, if I get a reload on Mara, maybe. Coinbase, I think, just so we can finish off the crypto segment here. VWAP looks good, but I like 254 a little better if we're going to play a bounce. 54 is the support level for Coinbase, but I'm sticking with Mara, relatively weak. We'll play that short. Same level of resistance, 18.5.
All right, let's talk about Tesla here. We got this note from Elon early on this morning talking about robo-taxis coming up in August. We're going to get a teaser of said robo-taxi. Nice day here, 5.5%. It's never really dipped.
Yeah, Gene Munster was basically saying, 2027 before he feels that we'll see anything concrete on the road. Morgan Stanley taking an even dimmer view, saying, it's decades likely before we see anything manifest on the road. And they're basically citing technological problems as well as regulatory headwinds. So we'll see, but up big on the day today, Brendo.
Yeah, about to take out the highs actually right now, guys, for Tesla.
5.5%. So regardless of what anybody says, like when this could happen, because I think the 8th hits and it's just a reveal. It doesn't mean they're going to be out on the road. We said this morning, and who knows when it'll be the level of you got these massive fleets of these bad boys just going everywhere. But for now, Tesla is making a great bounce on the daily off 160. Today, this was an example of it gapping up, trying to fill in the gap, and then the pre-market had support at 68. I was playing off of 171, which was Friday's highs. So I had 3 longs in there. The second time through, I got stopped out before getting back in and played 171 to 173. Like, it's very similar to the Coinbase trade where I played it inside of the range for a couple of bucks. It's continued $1 higher. I thought maybe we'd be playing back down into the support level. Instead, higher lows. I think you go 173, morning resistance into afternoon support. That seems like the way to go here for Tesla. Great rally. Remember, though, The downtrend on this daily chart isn't really broken. It'll be trying to break when it gets above 185 and closes the 50 period, but it's a good start to have double bottomed here at 160 for Tesla. Remember, this has been, we're down, what was it, 29%? I forget what the actual exact number is. I have to double check, but it's roughly, let's call it roughly 30% on the year for Tesla, and been incredibly weak. So the trend might not be broken, but 5.5 ain't a bad start. Only went long today, but it wasn't that perfect dip buy. Had to kind of pick it up 71 to 73.
Ah, that's why. I refreshed my cache.
What happened?
Oh, no, nothing. It logged me out of, I was trying to put a tweet out, but it logged me out.
Oh, yeah, because if you...
All good. Okay, so Tesla. So yeah, Tesla was, I was going to show this. Tesla was my #1 idea. There it is. That's so pretty. There's NASA.
Jam.
That's a jam. Anyways, we had Tesla right there at 164. It didn't really get down there. So we're going to have to wait to see what's going on with Tesla down in and around 174. We wrote down 164. So it's nowhere near there. Nicely up 5 and a bit percent. I think this is the start of something for Tesla. So I'm going to be ready to break this 180 tomorrow. I really like this trade, 180 long. It's going to have to get there. I think it does. And when we do, we get to 190 and then we get to 200. I actually like some call buying right now on Tesla. I think there's some good opportunities there to get back going. Good catalyst. I definitely like the story.
We're just watching the eclipse. This is pretty crazy.
Unreal.
Glowing moon right now. All right, let's continue along here. TSM picking up a whole bunch of funding from the government to build a facility. I thought this actually topped out above that pre-market high, and then I really hasn't seen it since. I saw a huge volume alert that came in when that happened, but hasn't had much of a day after that.
No, Brendo. I mean, that's typical. Some of these Chinese ADRs. We'll have to see how it performs tomorrow. But $6.6 billion is how much they're getting from the CHIPS and Science Act. They're also eligible for another $5 billion in proposed loans. That's after agreeing to spend about $65 billion of their own money. Part of that will be earmarked to actually train local workers. One of the practices of some of the chip companies is they bring in their employees from other areas who are already trained on the machinery and such. Not going to be the case here, Brendo.
Nice day anyways, guys, overall for TSM.
I mean, the gap held and the support held. I just feel like you didn't come in there thinking it was going to be trade the opening range in either direction. You might have thought this was going to be a breakout play. Gap up. Look at it on the daily chart. Like, it's a consolidation break. I said this morning I'm probably not trading TSM because A, that's more exciting. See, that's that look over what we just saw. Like, I love seeing the red hue. Like, it's cool, but what I want to see and why we're going to tag team to go out is I just want to experience the total darkness. Because anybody can look at this video, and if you've over the years, like, I've seen multiple ones from back in the day, and then the one in was it 2017? Whatever.
I think that's what people are saying. There was one.
Yeah, but you can find the video for the last one. But when you stand outside in the total darkness, in the darkness in the middle of the day, that is a unique experience. You feel like you're immersed in the event, as opposed to just seeing the picture. TSM, I think, there were better places to trade today in the chip land. That's just, there's always going to be better opportunities out there. All that said, like, I'm in Intel, which is working, but I took the L on AMD this morning. Was shorting AMD, and it never gave that perfect entry up at 73. This is Friday 73 top. I was short off the pre-market lows. The first trade worked for a nice scalp trade. Was able to get like 60, 70 cents, and then reloaded it twice, both of them L's. And if anything, AMD is holding VWAP and is green right now, so it feels like it's some relative strength out in that name. Intel, I am shorted off of the 3840. First short didn't work, but just came right back to it when it's relatively weak. I took some out at 38 as a best fill, but I'm holding on to the last 10%. And I'll reload this at VWAP. Like, this is a convenient price. The morning low at 38.40 and then able to short 38.40 on the way back up, and now VWAP's that same price. So it's the perfect area for VWAP here at 38.40. We get another 20 cents, and I'll reload this one. So the chip name in the afternoon is going to be either Intel short VWAP or looking AMD long VWAP. And I know that seems weird, but if you can't tell that Intel is relatively weak, you have to be able to put your head around the fact that you can easily be short Intel any day you want to be long a good long setup on a chip name. That's just how the stock's been trading.
Yeah. As far as NVIDIA is concerned, like I said, I think NVIDIA is going to be stock one here. Not today. We haven't traded today, but for the month, I'll go back to NVIDIA for sure. 880 though. I mean, we got to get up to VWAP here. I mean, this is a great level. If we could start whipping around, man, 877. If we can get back up to the upside, we'd really, really like that level to come through. 877. I mean, on NVIDIA, you scroll it back, it's right there as well. We've done this a couple times, and that is to be able to take this trade in and around past levels into today. And then if you really get up here, I mean, this is such a good one as well. 880 and change. Lots of stuff, lots of opportunity right here for NVIDIA. So I still like it. If we could bounce off 868, maybe you take that long again. But I'm going to try to stay on the short side. However, look what these futures are doing. They're starting to go back up. I'm wondering about these longs. I've only traded 2 names today, and they're all amazing. Amazon and Apple have been amazing to the long side. We continue to do that. I don't know if we're going to talk about Apple or not, but there's the bids, boom, boom, boom. More reloads here on Apple, Fabian, as we continue to go to the upside, but we can show that later. Back to the desk.
We're trying to break back higher here, still just basically breaking into positive territory, 0.1 for both the S&P and the NASDAQ. Let's touch on SoFi here real quick. There was this student loan forgiveness angle this morning. There was also a couple of upgrades on SoFi this morning. So still a nice day, 3.5% in a flat market.
Yeah, Brendo, and it was a pretty poignant upgrade here by Citigroup with a buy rating, guys, and a price target of $11. The price target really is not what's getting my attention here. It's the buy rating. But this was all precipitated by the student loan forgiveness program, the Biden administration trying to figure out a way to extend some of those loan forgiveness that they had struck down last year. So we'll have to see how it goes. But yeah, interesting look.
KBW was the other one I saw going to market perform from underperform. So yeah, a couple of positive notes here, guys, for SoFi.
We were saying this in the midday, or well, actually during the midday, we were just sort of saying this to each other. SoFi was really gently grinding higher and just sort of ending up at 3.5, almost 4% to the upside. It just never felt like anything was out of pocket or crazy. But I'm not as excited until this gets above $788 on the daily. It's just. Every time it's done this little bit of a climb up in the last month or so, it's just cannot get above the 50 on the daily. So until that happens, I think you're getting these nice small moves, which gives you a scalp trade if you want. The other day, we're saying if you want 725, it'll give you a 15, 20 cent move. That's out there for you. And it was a bit better today. It just sort of held the gap up and then went right into Thursday's Kashkari top at 770. But I'm waiting for this thing to start moving above $8. When it holds above $8, that'll be like when Rivian breaks 10. That's when I'm going to get excited to look at that stock for the trade. So good start, up 3%. Whether or not this new loan forgiveness plan goes through, SoFi has been trying poorly to break the range for the last month or so. And I think you got to be patient. You want a stock when something's really, really starting to go. And I think it's getting there, but my long-term account wishes it would faster. You're hovering, Ram. Oh, somebody's calling me.
All right. Shout out to Addy Stacks here. What's up? There it is. What's up, Addy Stacks? Top chat. No, there it is right there. $10 for Disney. Yeah, I don't prefer this terminology, so I'll just say, is it in the middle or not? Let me find out. Okay. Out of here. When are we going outside soon? Going to go outside soon. All right, so I'm not going to look at this because you're not talking about right now. You're talking about for a long term, I would assume there. So let me just look at this from potentially here. This is a little bit of a better 20-minute chart right now. So I think you got to get Disney above 119 before we can go long again. So you guys know I always say, get that garbage out of here. I still think Disney has a higher trajectory, but it's already been a nice move from basically $90 all the way up to 124, 125. It had a huge run. I could see that a lot of traders and holders of the name, such as myself, and obviously ones that have much more shares, many more shares than I do, getting out of this name because the shareholder vote is now done. The board of directors is remaining where it is, and there's not going to be that big shuffle that a lot hoped for. So I would say for Disney, let it shake out. I think you got to get at least above this. This is 19. I think tomorrow, if you get above 19, then you can start to buy calls or maybe hold out that we can get back to this 123. But until you clear away from all of this, there's the move down. There's the support today at 117. There's the support again at 117. So it's showing you a bottom. It's just let's confirm it. And I feel like a break of 119 gets that back going. And the best part about a trade like this is, Addy Stacks, is that you can stack your money because you know your downside. And if you get out here at 116 or 116.50, that's $3 downside risk, where I think you have the high again. So I think that that's at least 4 or 5 to the upside. Again, as a ratio, I don't absolutely love it, but I think it's there for Disney. I think it's worth taking a shot at the long if you like the setup there. And that bottom break of 117, probably imminent on a bad day, but the market's not going to go up forever, and Disney will fall with the market as well. So, it's not going up forever? Yeah, it will try to go. It will eventually go up, but it just won't go in a straight line. But Disney has gone in kind of a straight line. So be careful with that.
I don't want to hear the Pro Bowl next to me saying things like the market's not going to go up forever. Come on, Sean. Come on.
Yeah, I wish.
No, I know. Look, I know the point you're making. It's like the bull market doesn't go up without pullbacks. That's the real thing. We do go up, generally speaking, forever. But
Disney, even Nvidia is down 15%.
Yeah, exactly.
People don't realize that. But
it's nothing wrong with a pullback. And look, Disney had a huge rally into the event.
Yeah.
I think it's reasonable. Their park experience is fantastic. Man, the stuff that they're doing worldwide in their parks, like the different themes, like you got the new Gardens of the Galaxy, like they're printing money with the theme parks right now, and everyone just cares about how poor the Marvel movies are. They're making bank everywhere else, so it's...
Yeah, the thing is, so many people... Oh, it's because that streaming wasn't a huge success for them, so they kind of got to fall back on the movies. I think they'll get it right.
They'll get it. No, they'll...
the next Star Wars is going to be huge, I would think.
I hope so.
I hope so, too. All right, what else we got going on here? Okay, Boeing. All right, I don't have anything to say about SoFi. The only trade that I had to talk about would be Robinhood.
Yeah, that's adjacent.
Yeah, Robinhood is, Boeing is next. Okay, so, or was that just Boeing? No, we were on SoFi. Yeah, Robinhood was just right here. So I feel like this 1850, we talked about that and we missed it. So we'll wait for 1850 to come back for Robinhood. I'm still waiting to get that from the wife there, the okay to go outside. Break.
All right, let's talk about Boeing. We'll wrap things up with this BA report. We actually had a nice run, maybe some short covering into the open. And then it just got faded again off that 184. I didn't see anything new. I don't know if you caught anything new. This popped up a little after the fact, not necessarily Boeing related, but right back to basically where it started the morning in the pre-market here.
Well, Brendo, if they can stop these parts from flying off, they do have demand. And here it is. Spirit Airlines delays Airbus deliveries to boost its liquidity. Could this help Boeing? It's been a carrier that's used mostly Boeing planes in the past. They've been reluctant to move to Airbus, but they may be forced to here. So Boeing can get their in order. I think that they've got orders ready. But this adds to the flight last week, Brendo, that took off from Las Vegas that caught an engine on fire. So 2 incidents in 2 weeks here for Boeing planes.
Yeah, if you were eyeing that resistance from Friday, definitely a spot to fade it this morning, guys.
Well, here it is right here. So this is my wife sending me a picture right outside our window. So it's looking like pretty cloudy and not super dark right now yet.
We'll get there.
Darkness has fallen on Toronto, but not yet. And when it does, I told you there's a price tag for everything, my guy. Anyways, we have the glasses. We're
I'll
gonna
give
go
you a
up there.
7th round pick.
Done.
But no, I'm just joking. I'm not going to give you 7. A 7th round pick in our pool is actually like a 19th round pick, and we keep like 12 guys. But Boeing, we traded it at the open, and I always say this, if you like wait for your key price levels. You saw me actually wait for 250 on coin. Didn't make a trade till it was a 250 bounce. On Boeing, I did make the trade off of the previous close. Okay, so that was correct. Right? Like I wanted 183, like you heard me say I like a 183 short, it broke higher. And then I jumped into it again at the same price instead of waiting for top, like they say. 185 was it. Didn't take it, so I'm gonna I'll do the slap to fail for Boeing. They can't get out of their way. I wanted to short any pop that there was. It was a strong move. Like this thing rallied at the open, the straight $3.50 or so before it started to come back down. Sometimes you try to withstand that. I'm never gonna hold that trade all the way through, but getting into it, that second area, that's what you want to do. Obviously, I pivoted a little bit to the things that I'm short now, but this would have worked out and been absolutely fine if you just wait for that second level into the upside. Only in 2 shorts. Haven't really had anything come back to key price levels. Just looking over there at Tesla. That doesn't seem to want to pull back into like a 73 level. So we'll work back over to something we haven't talked about in Mag 7 land, and that's Google or Alphabet, as you're supposed to call the stock.
Yes.
Yeah, the wicks are back, baby. Okay, they're coming with a vengeance on my chart. There's no print to 150. Higher lows now in Alphabet. I have one in and out flat. Because I got into it, I'm like, why am I catching it? I should wait for a bounce. I'm like, you get into position, you're like, no, that's not the in we want. I want to see it make some kind of a low or a consolidation. Instead, I was sitting on the bid as it broke VWAP. So higher lows, if you want to put it like right here at about 940, you've got this into these. So I feel like you could break VWAP on Google, still get down around 154.20 or so, and this would be a decent area for a long. So I don't want to write this one off. It's up 1.4%. Let's go Google. When in doubt, zoom out. So here's the daily chart. It is trying to get back into that 155, 156, where just last week it failed a 52-week high. So if it needs to make a second run at it, it's got to hold on to VWAP today, go higher and all that good stuff. I'm looking for the bounce just underneath VWAP, like almost like the money fills under VWAP on Alphabet. Relative strength, I want to be long. Relative weakness, I want to be short. That's why Intel and Mara are shorts to me.
So I just got, what's up to Matt? Was it Matt? Yeah, Matt Carnes here. So I don't know anything about Riley, but apparently he wants to know about it. So all I do is I go in here and search here and find out Riley Financial, hit enter, and then I don't really see too much on here at all, but it's trending today. I think I clicked on here, it showed Riley Automotive, it just showed that it was up 6%. So yeah, I don't know, maybe there is not too much news here, but this is the Benzinga Pro platform, and that's what we can use. You can also search, different hashtags on Twitter and everything like that, so you can go have a quick look over there. But here it is, Riley, nice move up, 13% now, continuously going for Riley. That's so thanks for bringing that up. Nice move up, and looks like it's trying to break right through this level. Wow, that is looking. I mean, this is looking. I don't know anything really at all about this name, but that's Matt. That's a. I mean, again, this is like an elongated get that garbage out of here. Like this has been here since November, and now you're finally starting to break higher. This looks fantastic.
What the? This can't be right.
Honestly, so
this thing has an 81% short float.
Oh, is it?
So look, I'm just gonna read it for you guys, just so you know that I'm not making this up, right? I pull up my trade ideas like we do, because that's the source, and I've got 80.88% short float and a 16 million share float. So low float, and a lot of it is short, and it's breaking out. Like on the weekly chart, it's breaking out. On the daily chart, it's breaking out. That's interesting to me. That's why I guess you get moves like that on that chart, right? Like Yeah, it's worth a watch. The volume's only 1 million shares right now, but that's not a bad find. If you look.
Oh, that was a good one. I was impressed with that. Okay, so let's just read this together as I look for more things to trade. Adding some Palantir to the sticky note down here at support in and around 2280. Okay, so we write that when Palantir is at 2315. We're going to buy some Palantir at 2380. So let's just 2280. So let's just have a look to see how Palantir is doing today. We only have 2 trades today, the 2 names that we're in right now, and they're reloaded trades. It's not like we're just resting on these. Okay, so Palantir's at 2312. Okay, so we said let's buy some Palantir at 2280. All right, so here we go. Let's figure this out. The bottom of the day for Palantir is 2270. So, I mean, again, we left this alone in the beginning. We should not have. We didn't have it up. Good move for 2280. And I was just looking at this again because I didn't even zoom out. I was like, oh, wow, that came pretty close. 22, like it just got to 2290 there. So one way or the other, 2280 seems like another decent level. So if we have to, let's wait to that. Okay, you want to duel me? How do I do this? Accept.
What was that?
I don't know. These guys are doing TikToks like.
No, they're putting them on camera. Okay, that's all good. No, you're talking about. Look, the thing about. Shout out to IG is that just randomly pops up as I start talking about like other stuff. But when you're talking about like being patient, like looking for the key levels like that 2290, there was a comment this morning. Micron's getting its butt kicked, so let me not bury the lead. But there was a comment this morning or a question about buying a dip in this, and what I was sort of getting at when I talked about it and why I didn't like the dip till 21. Anytime a stock runs like this, like it closed at 123. And it is up by the time you get to the open, and it's all pre-market movement. Like it wasn't even a gap up. Like it just opened pretty much at the same price it closed at, and then just rallies like wildfire, instantly breaks down and gives up the whole move in the open. You got to be really careful. That's incredibly bearish. And if we even sniff VWAP, I think this would be a short trade. But in terms of where the support is, like here's the 121. Like if it's just going to reject up here, like why not 121 for a long trade on Micron? I don't know if we're going to get it. Let's be real. Yeah, Molfar's saying it's going to be a nothing burger in the GTA. It'll get dark though. Don't worry about it. Like if you want to look at the sun with the glasses on, hey, you can always find a video from somewhere else where it's clear. But if you just want to go out and experience the dark, we'll be able to do that, no problems. Mara's starting to come into a reload zone, as you were just mentioning. You have your reloads on. All right, it was getting close to VWAP. Right, if we're being patient, it's actually about 20 cents away. So yeah, but you have to be patient. I like the 18.5. It's at 18.25. I don't want to step too far out in front. Oscar saying Coinbase is at resistance, but like I liked Coinbase for longs today and Mara for shorts. So I don't want to be playing Coinbase trying to short the top. This is a strong stock. Been trying to short weak stocks if you can. Go long stronger ones, which will bring me back to, do I get a reload opportunity in Intel? You just want to go back to what is working. It's getting close to VWAP. I'm being patient. It's at the 20s. Again, I'm trying to get this mid-30s to the 40 area. So it still has to go a little bit of a trek higher before we actually get that fade. I'm going to sneeze.
Oh, man. All right. Yeah, Chef Joe, you and I very, very much alike as we talk about that on the chat. Coin close to 260. Okay. We can have a look at that. Amazon still trying to ride this high here as well. Coin at 260. I'm still waiting for the call to go outside, and then I too will, put down the microphone for a couple minutes and have a quick look to see what's going on out there. But you know what I actually want to look at? What about Intel? So Intel's been, I was looking at that down at $38. I mean, that Palantir 2320 is also something that might be able to break right now. What stock was that? Oh, Palantir. Intel down at 38. I mean, look at that base, Just trying to see what these guys are doing beside us over here. 38.01.
What about Reddit?
38. What is that dip down opportunity here? 38. That's 37. So I think there's some buy opportunities down into here, maybe 37.70, 37.60. This actually, you know what?
I like it better at 33.
It's too bad. I know. That's what I was gonna say. It's too bad we didn't have like some thing. Is it's down 1.28%. The problem is that it's more about a catalyst. Like I think Intel's almost prime. Like if we can get something here, I think it wants to go up. Like no, I don't think it wants to go up.
But what's the but then
That's what
what's
I
the
mean.
catalyst?
Exactly. So
earnings aren't coming for. We're starting earnings season on Friday.
it has to get upgraded or something, like about the foundry or something has to come out, like someone's done some work.
Can I ask you a question?
Because look at that. This is such a good bottom, isn't it? 37.50.
Let's disregard
Ooh,
price.
Texas is dark.
So forget about where any stock is actually trading right now. It doesn't matter where the stock is trading. So that allows you to ignore the fact that Amazon, Google, and Meta are at high and Tesla's at lows. If the market goes into a pullback and we get another like 5 or 10% down, what is the stock? Not this at this price. What's the stock that you are most excited to dip by? Like whether or not it gets to the level that you want to buy it, but like what's the one that you want to get on a dip? And then let's forget about a realistic price. Just like when.
No, I mentioned that. I mean, I really think that we stay the course with the right plan of action and buy NVIDIA, honestly. I really just think that we don't even need to make it that difficult. I really like the future for these GPUs. I think you just wait for the market to come in and buy the best names. I think you buy NVIDIA.
If not
something
NVIDIA,
more a little bit outside the realm.
One of them is like, I want Microsoft to give me a good dip.
Okay, well, Microsoft.
That's a stock that.
But that's kind of like the whole.
Well, it's like you've had a chance to get more Apple. You've had a chance to get more Alphabet if you've been trading. I don't think I think you had a reasonable chance maybe to get some Meta, but I don't think you've had maybe you actually haven't had that great a chance to get Meta unless you're aggressive. But in terms of Google and Apple, you've been able to get them, the big ones, the big NASDAQ ones. You just haven't been able to get Microsoft dip in the same way if you've been looking to add to it. Like it's close to the 50 period, but in terms of like an actual, like come on to my daily chart for a second. Like this is the perfect example of if you just dollar cost average or gradually buy, it just doesn't matter. Because if you've been waiting for a real pullback on, say, Microsoft, like this is like I would like for Microsoft to be I think it's like my 5th biggest holding right now, which doesn't even make any sense. Because when I look back and it's like, why in the heck do I even have more shares of Eli Lilly than Microsoft? And once that was, like I might even sell more Lilly because of that. But you're not going to get the 200 period unless something crazy happens. So maybe you're just, if you want more, dollar cost average or the 50 periods as good as you're going to get. But I think when you look at it from that standpoint of like, what is that stock that you just can't get into? Well, if at the beginning of the year you said, who cares? It's the 50 period, I'm just going to buy.
Right.
That was your that was your best technical entry. It's gone off the 50 one other time, and that was in the middle of March here, and then it's right back up at those tops. So not everything gives you that awesome dip. NVIDIA, who knows? Like, I don't know where the bottom would be, but support at 850, 50 period at 800. The 200 period moving average on NVIDIA is $550. Back up the truck at the 200 period moving average if you even sniff that. If I see a 6 in front of NVIDIA, I want it long. But it doesn't mean it's the one that I feel like I had my chances to get NVIDIA. NVIDIA gave you some real moves, like 20% pullbacks. It had them. NVIDIA had 20% pullbacks on the way up. Microsoft did not.
I mean, shout out to everybody in Texas and Florida, San Antonio, everybody right now, enjoying what is the eclipse, the total eclipse of your heart right there today. So, that's happening right there. So exciting. Let us know, guys. Tweet at us some pictures or whatever if you have any. Pretty fun times right there right now. So yeah, I'm excited. My kids are out there trying to experience this, and that should be fun. So I'm excited to do that as well. So Intel down there at 38. Another name, Costco, I think could be a good one if we're able to buy something cheaply. All right, so Palantir, maybe that top break right here. It's only 240 right now. Not that really does matter. I mean, there's still lots of time to go. But see, that top break then gets you into this, which, is that really worth it? 17's up to 30. I mean, yeah, if you want to play it for a little bit of a scalp situation, I think we could, we could start to mess around with that. Apparently, you can kind of see it right now.
It's not time.
It says Branko, so we'll be going out there shortly to see that as well. But and he's also blind, he just mentioned, so that's good.
Good move, Branko.
2320 for Palantir as a possible top spot there. I mean, Bitcoin, meanwhile, is at 72,000, starting to go back up to the upside. So as Bitcoin starts to go, I mean, maybe the NASDAQ will go with it, although right now it's looking like the NASDAQ wants to go the other way. We are slowly, let's get another piece out here, I guess, on Amazon. Maybe, if we can, up there at 34, 35. There we go, we just got a 34 fill. This has been a good dip buy opportunity for us all day. I'm just trying to stay with kind of the same thing that we've been doing, and that is just stick with it, and that's the long on Amazon and on Apple. We've got both of them, and they're both been pretty good to us so far. I still do want to get some NVIDIA back in if possible. So there it is, NVDA, looking to get back in. But again, kind of just I'm not in it yet today, but looking to get in it. Something up here. I prefer the short into the close just because of sort of how the short's been printing for us into the close lately. So that's been good. So we can get that again if we can come up a little bit for NVIDIA. It's kind of like I'm not really, like I have my scanners going.
It's not, look, NVIDIA is $4 from VWAP, $7 from resistance. So I'm up on NVIDIA, but it's like, it's not a lot because I had the short, and I was holding on, when I worked into this on VWAP, like I was holding for the lows, right? So even though you got like a few bucks out of it, it's close enough to a flat trade that I'll just call it a flat trade, even though it'll be green, because I was holding for the bigger move. And if you can't get the great level, you don't have to trade it. Like I was just looking at a name you mentioned on the podcast. By the way, check out this week's, I'll check them all out, but the 21st edition of the Markets podcast, where when you were wrapping it up and going into what comes up this week, in terms of earnings, it was like, I think Brendan was like, oh, the banks at the end of the week.
Yeah.
And then you pointed out, no, we have a little something else that we should be paying attention to.
Tilray.
Whether or not you like that,
Wait a minute,
or...
that's tomorrow post or pre-market?
It's pre-market, man.
Pre-market, okay.
Or,
yeah.
It's Tilray. I have two of them and they're both marked weed, but they don't distinguish between like the one that's me and the one that's actually Weed Batman. I'll fix that so I don't screw it up. I'll put like Batman on it. But Tilray, it's not moving yet, but you've seen stocks kind of have that afternoon move going into earnings. So you've got support 250. Everyone knows about the short float. I don't have to tell you about, what is it exactly? Okay, fine, 16% short float. But if this could get going early, I wouldn't mind playing something that has a bit of an aftermarket catalyst that might cause some people to position or get out of position. I don't care why the stock moves as long as it does. Whether that's breaking 250 down or maybe taking out this 65 in a bit of a rally. So it's going to be on my radar this afternoon. It doesn't mean I have to trade it, but I'd like to be involved if it starts going. And I know tomorrow, I would expect tomorrow there should be some volatility in this name. See, being patient here with Mara, like I guess I could just short it before it gets to VWAP, but the reason why that's tricky is this is the area I started the short. It's like get some out, get in higher price. Get some out, 15 cents, get in higher price. 15 cents, and then it just goes to the higher price. So I feel like it's under VWAP now, but I want to give this a chance to maybe get a little bit higher. If we can. Matt Carnes, recreationals on the ballot this year. They're in Florida. I mean, that's the reality. We want them feds to get in that game. But it's an election year, right? So it seems like the last time we really, really cared about the cannabis names was during the election year.
Yeah.
So this is what we're dealing with, and that's why you got to be able to play them while the move is here. So earnings, it's the biggest earnings play until I think the banks start on Friday. I think it's JP City and...
yeah, it's always Wells Fargo. JP Morgan.
There was somebody else on Wednesday, but No, it's not that. It's CPI on Wednesday.
Yeah. I don't even have, what's up with this? This is not even showing, I guess, tomorrow. If we go tomorrow pre-market, normally it shows into here. So I don't...
Tilray that small that we're not even putting it on.
What is the market cap of Tilray, actually? TLRY.
1.2 billion?
2 billion.
2 billion. It should be on there.
1.9 million. Okay, so it's not on here. We'll refresh this, but we'll get going. I was just going to try to show you guys. Yeah, it's not on here at all. Maybe it's, can we try to get a confirmation?
I'll look it up somewhere else.
First of all, this is not even, I can't even click on April 9th, so maybe there's a problem.
Your thing's probably frozen.
Okay, so anyways, we'll figure that out. But yeah, all right, Tilray tomorrow. I was just looking at this from it's still Amazon. We got out some more Amazon. All right, here it is right here. Just looking obviously at the daily chart for Tilray. I'm not sure if it's going to go or not, but it looks like it has that chance to break through $3 tomorrow on a good little short float. So it is tomorrow. Okay, good.
NASDAQ.com has it.
Okay, good. So that's good. All right. Up there, 330. Remember, that's 10%. If you get up to here, that's 20, 30% of a move. So let's sort of keep some of our expectation potentially muted here for Tilray moving forward. So... oh, man. Yeah, still nothing happening. It's still relatively dark. I just got
A friend of mine said 319. So it'll be after 3, closer to 3, but after 3 o'clock.
Okay.
And he's in the GTA, so I think that'll be the timing. And everyone's obviously excited for it. That Riley stock is still going, by the way.
Is it? I like the way that
Riley's right. Look at this triple top up. It's like this. No, that's 4 times. Check that. That's like 4 times at 27. I don't wonder. There's about 30,000 shares on the offer. It's only done 1.1 million shares. That's a tricky with VWAP at 25.5. That's a dicey breakout trade because the volume's not huge. And then what are you holding at $1.50 to VWAP? No, you're not doing that. But a false break that can still hold a higher low, maybe relieve some pressure, that might give you an entry into a stock like this. So that could be worth looking at. Let us know what else is going, man. CXAI, I just saw in the chat. That's an oldie. We traded this one 6 to 690 in the afternoon once, and then didn't even look at it again. Load, 15-minute chart will probably be fine. Like I do remember this was a good consolidation long. It was this name, this day, 6 to 690. It's right at that $6 level. Looks like it's support again. So I'll just go back, close enough to VWAP. Yeah, morning top 590, hold it, back into 6. You just need to be in the trade here. A dip into 6 looks okay for CXAI. I don't really mind that. But yeah, chasing this one, the market's not moving enough for me to want to buy something at a high of the day. That, whether it's Riley or whether it's CXAI, even if it's trending, just give me some kind of a quality entry where it looks a little bit more reasonable risk to reward. That's a bit pricey because what are you giving it, 50 cents on a $6 stock? That's not doable.
We used to trade, let me see this, there's another one, SYTA, Siata Mobile. We used to trade this a little bit.
I remember that.
Oh, wow, okay. So for a $3 stock, the spread is quite big, and it's only 10,000 shares. So, I was hoping that we'd have
Make the market, Sean.
something else. Yeah, I could just close the gap. I don't know if we get filled anywhere there, and then how much money do you make? 10,000 shares. So what you can do is you could just like put a bid now at 340, maybe you get filled there, but with no prints. I mean, I'm just saying, like, when you're looking at trades to try to think about what strategies you can do, there hasn't been, so this is all of the trades here since 12:30. So it's 250 or so. So you get basically 20 fills or so and no fill more than 100 shares. But see, I just picked that kind of randomly there. 340, the idea, I guess, is that you could close the gap. So if you get a 340 fill, then maybe you get a 351 fill or something like that. But that's, like, to make 10 cents, on 100 shares is $10. So we'll pass on that. But anyways, I was just looking at that. Let's look at something that might also be moving at some point here today. Tesla on a little bit of a pullback right now as the market's pulling back in. So we've been getting pretty much out of everything on this move up. I mean, the market isn't exactly busy right now. 172.50 looking good. This is a pullback. Okay, so this is something. Where's the market though? All right, so we are pulling back into the 200. This is normally a good area to buy. You bought the 200 there, it worked. You bought the 200 there, it worked pretty well. And now you're getting another opportunity right here. The only problem is, of course, the market. And I don't really look at the 200 period for the market, although we can put that on there. I'm not trying to convince it. I'm just trying to pick the direction. And right now we're under the 50 and we're also under VWAP. So there could be some actionable trades south right now instead of north, but that Tesla is at a nice little spot here that potentially could see a bounce. So we could take this against 173. I mean, we could almost take less shares against 172.50 and try to hold on to that. So there is a possibility for that trade as well. I don't feel like we're done anything yet, but there still is time in this market. It's only 247. And it looks like the long there on Tesla was right. So we should have potentially got long there at 173.50 or so. We still have that opportunity to do that. What, against maybe that, 173.15, 173. Lots of opportunity here for Tesla. Let's see if we get a dip down into like 173.40. We'll try a bid there and go over to the desk with Brendan.
Much as 50 to 1 leverage when trading Forex at IG. Currencies like Euro and USD can require as little as 2% margin rates and offer $0 commissions trading using a Forex account at IG. For a limited time, traders can open, fund, and trade at IG for up to $10,000 in funding bonuses. Terms and conditions apply.
No, I don't think this is why.
Look, Jam Lucy, could you look at CGC? And then the Pretty Panda was asking about ACB. I'll cover both these at the same time. If it starts going, we just talked about Tilray if it starts going in the afternoon because it reports tomorrow morning. But what is CGC even doing here? I'm staring at it. I haven't even seen a print since I just called the stock up. There hasn't even been a print on the tape for half a minute on CGC. So yeah, you've got maybe a $10 level holding, but okay, let's break out VWAP and show me some volume, baby. Like I need to see, and then ACB is exactly the same thing. So like I'm looking for something where I can either get the fill I want, like of course if I had just gone with Mara, 20, like I want to be short 40s to 50 and risking 10 cents or less. But if you just short 30s, you'd be in the money. If you step outside of the range that you wanted and don't be patient, it would have worked. Maybe the AMD VWAP trade is going to be in there. Sorry about this wick. I tried cleaning up. I'll try doing that again. VWAP at 169.5. It's at 170. That's relatively close. Like it wouldn't take much for it to get down there. So I'll go back to the VWAP AMD. It's close enough. If it dips under 170, it'll be in the range.
All right, we have a new position right now. We'll see what's going to happen. It is Tesla. I mean, it's only a dime. I'm just hitting the alarm because we are in it right now. I was just like, enough is enough. I mean, I was waiting for 40s. So if we can get a 40 fill, we'll get it. We're still there. If it comes in, it comes in. I just want to take a little piece. And then now this is the problem, right? When it runs, you only have a small piece on. But hey, man, there it is right here. It's 25 cents. I mean, no matter what you're trying to do, honestly, if you get 25 cents, you put in there it is right there. If you want it, you put it in your pocket. I don't know. I'm going to wait. I don't have a I don't know. We don't have a big position here on Tesla, but there's the dip buy into it. We found it, and there it is right there. We can get it out right now for 50 quick cents, spin it up, and then that's that, right? So we'll see, though. I'm going to wait to see if we get back to the upside right now and get going just a little bit. Thing is, we don't have a lot. Like if I had, for example, my full position, we would definitely be taking something out in front of this 50-period moving average. You have to reward yourself when you're right, especially when me and Neil were just talking about like the volume here potentially being a little dead right now. I don't think it necessarily is. I mean, we were just saying like, is this what sort of slowed it down? Is this whole Eclipse watch? Because obviously as we're on the East Coast, so is Wall Street. So maybe there's been a slowdown, but I doubt it, honestly. I mean, it's a great event, but I mean, just to go outside and look at it, I don't know. I feel like the market is just being slow right now because of what we said. Lack of earnings, lack of new Fed speak.
And in fairness, we're
Pat
at a
Riley
level.
is still going, by the way.
I just said don't break, like 27 is a huge level on this.
Texas Eclipse is amazing, people are saying. Okay.
Okay, well, you know what?
Okay.
If it's a thing, here's how you'll know whether it's for real, like the market's going to all of a sudden break this range, which, by the way, on the NASDAQ, if you look at it the last few weeks, whenever you get to 18.2.5, 18.3, there's been some consolidation here. So it's a normal range for us to consolidate. But we'll know if after, say, because for us, it'll be like done at what, 320, 330?
Oh.
If things automatically start kicking back up
Might
and
not
it's a
even
wild close, who knows? But for then, you've just got to be paying attention. Phil, thoughts on SMCI to the downside? That was getting destroyed today. That got to $900 today, didn't it? 902, low of the day. Oh, wow, it came all the way back to 930. So here's the thing, though. So broke down, double bottom, which is now resistance, and higher lows. So it's trying to, I don't know why I'm missing some data there. So disregard VWAP, because until that fills in, it'll be a little bit off. But higher lows into a flat top, which was previous resistance. You got to be careful with a late day break there. And this SMCI is not typically the kind of stock that you'd want to scalp in this little tight range, because the spread is $1. So inside of a $4 range, it's really tricky. You can't really scalp that when the spread's too big. If you're going to scalp inside of a range, you want a stock with a 1 penny spread. Like Tesla's got enough liquidity. I mean, sometimes it'll be 2 cents, but that doesn't matter. But not this name. It's $1 spread on SMCI. So I think until it either breaks up or tries to break down out of here, with this kind of movement in the market and this spread, there's just no good way to get into position on SMCI. You can try to just get hit. Maybe you make the offer and you get tagged and it doesn't break the high, and then all of a sudden you have a good short. But that's a really tricky game to be playing out there. Wish I'd gotten back into Intel. All I can tell you is it did not get to my level, so I did not. This is even worse. I did not short it again, and we're just holding on to the 38.40 that we have. If it gets back and bounces off 38, I should probably take this out because that was a brick wall. But I'll give it a chance to get back down into 38. We're short 38.40. I did already cover. My last out was at 38.07 or something. So if it gets down to 38, it's not as if I didn't take profit there. I'm just holding the last bit, trying to be patient to get a little bit on the offer. SoFi might be going, is it 750, 770? That's the double top here. 770. SoFi could be something but again, volume. Are you really going to try punching along?
That's the thing. I
But
mean, the market's going to go, I feel like.
Like if SoFi had this same double top at 9:30, I'd probably take a breakout long. But at 3 o'clock, when it feels sleepy, I'd much rather have it kind of bamboozle along, pull back, and then you get something 10 cents off that long, and then you can be in position as it makes a secondary run. Just going to have to preach patience on that.
Yeah, like right now we're 30 cents in the money on Tesla, and I'm trying just to be that patient trade. Like I'm trying to let it develop a little bit here, up 5% into a strong market, I think, if we can get going here. That's what I was saying. Maybe we can get going and then take out some of these highs. It's right here, 18,300, 18,300. That's where we're at right now, 18,325. Definitely something to look forward right there. Yeah, I mean, the CPI data, whoever asked me that, I saw someone ask me that. Was it Rob? Yeah, there it was. There it is. Hey, what's up, Rob? There we go. Do we see a slow ahead of the critical CPI data on Wednesday? Yeah, possibly. I mean, the more this data comes out and shows in the favor of, inflation continuing to potentially go higher with that jobs market report that we got, yeah, I mean, maybe it is leading to the Fed to come close to potentially 1 raise this year, maybe 2, definitely 3 seems to be off the table right now as we do await that data. So the only thing I was going to say, we can look back on this, but we had a big data point there on Thursday, or the jobs was Friday, I guess, where we had a nice move down and then it completely reverted back. So in the pre-market, we dipped down and then we had the up move, and then we wound up the day up almost 2%. So yeah, the market could be waiting for that. Honestly, I mean, it's just so many things are just at random levels right now that we've been holding for a minute. Like Apple's right here. We just saw Tesla. Amazon's breaking highs right now. Google, like this is why I think you want to.
Google looks
like, I mean, Amazon's at highs. The high is 188, the actual high. But look at this, at highs. So what I think you want to do is wait for opportunity, and this is what I mean about getting some dry powder, which is what we've been doing, is waiting for opportunities like this, where you get, for some reason, a stock that you like that dips down into levels that make a lot of sense. And this was Google dipping into the 200 period. And then look, this doesn't look like Microsoft or Meta or anything. And it came right back up and then took out highs again. So I think you want to wait for better names to make moves like this and then average into them, take advantage of that, and then not worry, because I actually don't think, Rob and everybody there in the chat, that like, these data points, let's go. First of all, let's go to the upside right here. It's really nice because Amazon is almost another dollar in the money off this reload for Amazon. Like we really hit this today, man. This was 185.50. This is out 186.90, $1.40. We lost here, in, up, then it came in. We got in and out for like 10 cents right here as it wicks all the way down to the bottom. And then I was really mad. An old Sean would have been like, let's get back into the long. But the problem is the market was coming down, so new Sean says no. We waited for this to happen again, and then when it came in, we realized who we were, and we put the trade right back on. Because no fear, we liked this trade before, we got wicked out there. Lucky that it came back, we put it right back on the board again, and that's what's happening. Good trade there. I mean, we get out right here on purpose. If we can get larger on this trade, that'd be fine. But that's going to have to come in to one of these levels in order for us to get bigger on this. So like 185 again, something like that to get bigger there. And then what I was getting at is just like, I'm not sure the market really cares that much about all this Fed talk or anything like that anymore. It's just, it's 50-50. We're going to have to wait June, and then May is nothing. June's going to be 50-50. We'll see what happens when that comes through. All these numbers are nice. They're nice in the moment. I just don't know if they actually mean something as the market is open and starts to trade.
Yeah, because it's like
you're better off seeing what you see.
Yeah, exactly, 100%, 99.999%. Sometimes the numbers, we've been through markets where the numbers are going to matter in real time, but look, does it matter if they start dropping rates in July or like the actual month, so long as you get a couple this year, probably isn't going to make a difference. It's only, look, if they just don't at all this summer, then I think people get concerned. Like if we don't get anything, if it gets to the fall and there hasn't been a cut, then I think there's going to be some real concern as to what's happening. But CGC actually broke VWAP, so it was kind of just back to back. It's like, look at CGC, look at ACB. And they were doing nothing, but it broke VWAP, and I'm going to buy the dip back into VWAP. Actually, I got 34s on the way back in. I want to pick up some at 30 as well. And then if we're going to stair step this up, like it would have been nice if the thing reporting tomorrow was the one that went, like Tilray. Tilray's not going. But ACB, on the other hand, ACB broke VWAP, but no dip buy. CGC, so give me the one that gives me opportunity. CGC breaks VWAP and it's going to start going. So I want the 30 long in 20, and then see if we can't get a move into the tops here. So not bad. Good luck on everybody that was saying, hey, have a look at ACB and CGC in the weed names because they might start to kick it up. And they did. They both broke VWAP here. NVIDIA's getting close to VWAP. AMD could break out a local high here. AMD's trying to go.
Isn't that crazy? We picked Tesla, and Tesla's not doing anything, and everything else is really starting to bump up.
What's
nothing? Tesla's doing nothing. Apple's doing fine. It's starting to go. We already have a nice high take there on Apple. Look at Apple today. We only have we have 3 trades now: Tesla, Apple, Amazon. That's it. We don't have anything else. As this market continues, this is the market. This is Tesla. Sorry, right here. Let me zoom in a little bit. Not doing any damn thing. So I feel like, you know, just a little bit of, I don't want to say, you know, anything crazy's happened here, but Tesla definitely not going to the upside like I would have thought it would have done with this move. I mean, we nailed the market, right? We bought Tesla here at 247. This is the market at 247. So straight up and Tesla straight down. So we'll wait. If this breaks through 173, we're gone. We'll take an L on this, but we will not average into this too much. It's going to be Tesla as it starts to fall back in, as everything else works huge.
Tell me why Rivian's at the high of the day and up 3% today.
Maybe they're switching out of into Rivian for some reason. Was there a story?
Sometimes you can't, if you try to explain what's happening in the market, you're just going to drive yourself mad. It's probably just bouncing off 10 because 10's a round number, but it's at a level, like this is exactly where on Thursday, remember when Neil Kashkari, the bad Neil,
You're the good one.
I'm the good Neil.
We know that.
Neil Kashkari is the bad Neil because when he opened his mouth, everything tanked. Well, this was at $10.45 essentially when everything fell apart, and it's got a bit of a double top up here. So if you're looking for something at a key level, 45 is the high, and it's just begging me to short 43.5 because it's actually printing the midpoint. It probably won't print the midpoint if I get on the offer. But we'll see. Like I look at that, it's like for 2 cents worth of risk, Tesla's going down. It's at resistance, which is a key level. I think the Kashkari tops have been pretty good levels across the board. So there's resistance this morning. I get it. It's a strong stock, but it's at a pretty big level. Aaron's saying ARM crossed 127.
Oh, upside.
Oh, no, it didn't.
Yeah. Oh, close.
Wow, it's still, like, like this is wild. Remember this in the morning show, we're like, yeah, ARM is looking like a flag that's going to break 27. Well, it tagged it. It then tried again, got to 80. It just got to 85 or 86 and then dropped again. There's just not enough oomph. Like the market needs some kind of a jolt, like a shot in the arm, and something like this, pun intended.
Arm.
I'm doing it for myself. Come on, shot in the arm.
There could have been some Moderna there.
To break
too.
127.
I heard it. I was looking over. I was like, okay, what's going on there? But yeah, ARM.
Insane.
Yeah, it needs that. It needs that.
Not gonna much else. But 127 does look like a breakout, but wake me up when it actually breaks 127, because I don't want to short this thing up here. Like I have no other reason to short it other than the fact it's a round number. Like if I zoom it out, there's like $1 to this high. So I don't want that one short. To me, that's a breakout trade.
So we're almost $1 in the money on Amazon. We talked about that, and we've averaged into Tesla. So we're flat on Tesla right now, 32s. Sorry, 35s. It's at 32. So we are long right now at 35, off of a dip down in. I told you we were going to do this, but again, it's not. It's a position, but because of the shares, because of the movement here, it's not the share size that I would have liked on Tesla. I would have really liked to play dips into the 200 period. Normally, that's really great. But now that we're seeing the difference between the market and the stock, no. As this market continues to fall down, I could see us getting slipped up here on Tesla. So a breakthrough 173, and we're gone. So anything like that, we are out of Tesla on a break of 173. Amazon continues to go. You guys want to know about DraftKings? I've liked 46 on DraftKings as a potential level. And that's already faded out today. Oh, wow, that would have been pretty nice there at 46 on DraftKings. So right there, 46 and change. Yeah, get that garbage out of here. If we do get a nice little push up, 246 on DKNG, yeah, that's a good look. We had this written on our sticky note last week of 46 bucks, but we broke higher, man, into 47, 48. So nice little move high side right now for DraftKings. But again, a fallback into 45. Now let's see what happens from here on. DraftKings, a bid down at 45. I could see that, but you know, waiting on it. Did NVIDIA finally make that move? You mentioned AMD move.
NVIDIA got to VWAP.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I get into Rivian, it's going sideways. CGC is now going. So the second I get into it, now it's going sideways. Oh, okay. That didn't even connect this time. So Rivian not doing anything. CGC, I'd like to get maybe a little bit more because it's holding VWAP. So if I can add to it, maybe a couple cents better, that'll be all right. As you said, NVIDIA, I mean, if you want to short NVIDIA, I suppose this would be, like, it's not unreasonable at 74.
I think you'd rather look at AMD, but are you on AMD or NVIDIA down? Just because AMD, oh no, NVIDIa's the one more.
No, NVIDIA's down, AMD's up.
Down, yeah. Okay,
AMD looks like
the other way around.
A little stronger.
Here comes Tesla, come on Tesla. I'm still trying to wait for this one as we wait for the okay to go outside at some point.
Max just said it's not really anything yet.
No, my family is on this, so.
Oh, they're out, like, probably sitting on the
they're
patio.
literally sitting outside watching it,
Like,
waiting.
it's the front, it's your front, it's not the.
And the back, yeah, they're both in both. Fabian sent a picture out too that it's not.
But that was like 20 minutes ago.
No, I'm saying there was nothing. What was that you guys were just showing there? People waiting at Niagara Falls? Yeah. Yeah, I saw all that there. Yeah, shout out to everybody that's there waiting. No, but it looked nice there in Niagara Falls, didn't it?
I missed it. I didn't get a chance to see it.
Thing is, if you're going for something like this, honestly, it's like just to see a little piece, I think, is because you're going for, it's like what you said about your dad. Like you're going for to be there, to have the experience. And it's kind of like,
well, that's one of,
it's kind of like when you go to the Super Bowl, you don't really know what kind of a game you're going to get. And you just hope for an amazing game.
It'll be a party.
But at the end of the day, right, you're there for the festivities maybe.
Well, the thing about my pops was just, because like given where he's at this, and the next one being 20 years away.
Right.
It's kind of like, look, man, and he said if I get to this one, you're taking me. And I'm like, you better believe it.
Where was the next one
100%.
supposed to be?
So like if you're in Canada, it's like, no, it's literally in the prairies.
Oh, you said that.
So like,
yeah,
I think it was like Alberta.
Okay.
Like maybe like Edmonton. If you know Canada, like there's 2 cities in Alberta.
Ooh, Chef Joe.
And like that's it. Like there's 2 cities worth going to that are even anything. And I've been to Edmonton. I was there for it was like the World Age Group World Championships for triathlon. My wife qualified, and that was fun to experience. But there was literally nothing to do. Like it was brutally horrible. Like she stayed a couple of days to watch the other people. I go, once your race is done, I'm flying to visit our buddy in Vancouver.
There it is.
That's super cool. Yeah, it's an experience, man, hanging out with a bunch of other people, but when it's overcast.
I wonder how much weed that place smells like on our side of the border. I'm just saying, all those people hanging out there.
It's like Jon Stewart said.
I'm surprised there's not like puffs of smoke.
Have you seen the Eclipse on weed?
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of Canadians.
Shout out to
a lot of Canadians will be doing that.
Good movie. Don't do drugs, kids.
No, of course not.
As I'm currently buying the dip of CGC.
There goes Tesla, by the way. So Tesla on and dip down in, breaking 173. So we'll slap a fail on that. But again, look, a loss is
literally the same trade could happen. It'll be exactly the same dip buy that I'm doing in CGC that it'll give up.
I mean, I might just get flat, because we've been talking about getting into all of these positions and getting in and out of these positions here into close, and then looking short into the close of the market. So maybe a little bit of a mistake there on Tesla, but I'm still not trying to really hate on this trade. I still like it. It's just it did break through 173. I would really like the long.
It's up 5%. What else?
Just right now. Yeah, no, it's okay. It's just it broke. I think now you got to wait for this level. I just, I don't know. I'm a little bit not lost for words. Just trying to find some trades for you guys, and the market is just doing this little dance. So it looks like we did potentially there. Whatever, we got out at 170. We were at 35s. We were long at 35s. 35-cent hit on Tesla. We should be able to absorb that, and we did. So I'm not going to get back into it. It's definitely not moving the way I thought it would. We said AMD was strong, so NVIDIA was weak. So this would be the short then that I'm probably looking for at some point would be NVIDIA. But now, of course, the market bounces. We might have just picked the bottom there. But that's what I feel like you're doing right now is bottom picking a little bit and trying to find strength in some names that maybe just dipped, you know, for no reason there. It could be Tesla. That's why we went over to Tesla, by the way. All right, NVIDIA, AMD, 170. How good does that possibly look as well? Against 169.60. Oh, so many good opportunities, I'm thinking.
AMD's got a decent.
169.90 if we can get a low.
I was thinking 80 because this low here is 65. I was thinking 80. Here, I'm going to get on the bid at 80, like in the low 80s. Let's go with Lee Evans. I'm bidding 169 Lee Evans on AMD here.
Is that 82? What number is Lee Evans?
83.
83, okay.
I mean, look, you had to be a pretty hardcore Bills fan to remember Lee Evans' number. Shout out to the Tennessee Volunteers, anybody that's a big Tennessee fan. It was.
Well, that's 168.
My favorite wide receiver that no one knows on the Bills is Peerless Price, and I think he was a star.
84.
He was a star receiver for Peyton Manning at Tennessee. But that was his claim to fame. I think it was okay for us. But it's like, look at that. Like, someone just put in it's not going to be in Jersey till 3:45. So what does that even mean for us? Like, is it really?
It means there might not be a market recap show, you know. So Fabian might have to grab the mic if it's out there during 4 o'clock.
On the mic.
Okay, so yeah, join me tonight with Michael Noss. I mean, I haven't got any updates from Michael, so he'll be on tonight.
Well, that's great.
As we'll be, we're on baby watch for him right now. But yeah, shout out here. Open. How do I open this picture?
Okay, I got the second fill in CGC here, and it's bounced
Matt
off
in the
VWAP.
chat.
So I'm putting an offer inside the range because if it's gonna have a 15-cent range or 20-cent range, I'm an idiot not to take it. No, go back.
This is from Matt in the chat. Matt in the chat who just DM'd me. Matt Carnes there in the chat. So that's what it looked like in Texas. So it'll be fun to go outside and see that in darkness. So we'll see. That should be a lot of fun there, coming out very, very soon. Oh, man, look at Tesla right now, man. We get stopped out and then this happens. Whatever, it'd be 10 cents in the money. We did take a 35-cent hit on it, but it's still there. It's still there. We'll see what's going on, but nice move back up for Tesla. And then missed opportunity. I mean, we're not out of we're not out of anything else, just Tesla. So, yeah, maybe we could buy this 170 here on AMD. Would be nice to get a name that was potential to go higher here, and I think AMD does have that potential. It's just it's 311, so there is lots of trading still to go. Maybe we were too early on maybe we just got a little too excited there on Tesla. But damn it, now up to 59, so there's 30 cents now in the money. We lost 30 cents, so that would make sense. Right back up there. Nice move for Tesla back to the downside. Thanks, Matt, for sending that, by the way.
So
ACBI had a trade too.
ARM broke out. That 127 long on ARM, it's at 130. Like, are you kidding me? Like, everywhere else.
Oh, yeah, big one.
Like, everywhere else we're looking, tell me somebody actually took that break. I mean, there's an outside chance that maybe nothing. I don't see anything hit the wire. I think it's just a technical break and maybe like a little squeeze action on ARM. Oh, my goodness. If it comes back in, 128 maybe for a dip buy to pick it up. You got to be kidding me. I'm in CGC, and this is at 130. What a clean breakout. But nothing was moving like this. Like I said, I'm not taking it because of the time of day. I'm going to look for a level. Is there even anything up here? 131. 131 on the daily looks like a level. I see you're in it, but 131 on the daily is something. So I think into that, like how could you possibly break like this and not retrace when the futures are at tops? What?
I mean, we're in it. We could have just, we're going to get out in 2 seconds. There it goes. I was going to say, we're in it, and we could have just taken like 20 cents.
Did you hear anything?
No. What are they trying to? No, so.
I'm looking for ARM news.
Oh, ARM news.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't see anything on here.
Nothing.
So there it goes, man. Nice move. So I just wanted to short it in front of 130 there. So we tried it. We got out. Almost no damage. We actually lost the same on that as we did on Tesla. Wow. Look at Tesla. Oh, man. That's a good trade. Too bad. Oh, man. All right. Yeah, the wife's saying it's darker, more dark than overcast. I still think ARM could flush. I mean, obviously we would like to see some news. 130.50 there on ARM potentially. We're already long on I just don't really want to lose a whole bunch here on this if we can avoid it.
I think the
So I think like we've already sort of avoided losing a lot on this. 131. I mean, if we break 131, maybe fine. There's the reload in arm, so here we go. And here's the drop down. Let's see if we could take this fill. We're short at 130s, so if we can get this fill down here, we should take it down into 129. We're short at 130 flat. I'm bidding 129.11 for some reason, because that's where it was when I hit bid enter. But there is a nice spread on this name. There it is. Yes, sir. All right. Well, there it is. So we have the arm short. It's now in the money $1. We did lose initially on it, which kind of sucks. But, you know, like I said, when you're short here at 80s and then we get out at 30s and then you can make $1 back, it's going to be a pretty good, decent trade there. I'm still mad a little bit about that Tesla trade. But SoFi, new day high. Look, we had SoFi written down on our, I got to fix my watch. We had SoFi written down on the watch list today, and I didn't really trade it. I didn't think it was super exciting. Okay.
I don't think
yes,
anybody's thought it was.
ARM right now. Let's go. Trying to break down through 129 again. Maybe there was news, maybe there wasn't. I don't know, but I don't see any. So right there, that's 127, as Neil mentioned there. A pullback, I think 128. Let's just put a bid in case we get some kind of a flush down on somebody, like just hitting the sell button there. We'll see if we can get something down there. But if we break too much higher than where we are right here, 130.50, then we can get well away from this name and then say see you later to ARM Holdings. But so far so good as it goes. Okay, the wife said there's an eerie vibe outside, so I am going to go.
Eerie vibe.
Yes,
I like
so I'm going to go check out those and be right back and report back on the eerie vibes.
What did you say? Branko's just said it's just clouds. Okay, well,
All right.
he said, well, look, I mean, no, take a look. I mean, whatever, you can judge for yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's Cleveland. Oh, that's cool. They have it in the stadium.
All right, I'll see you at 4.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. Cleveland, Ohio. I'd love to go to that. Well, that's a gorgeous looking park. One thing I know about the Diamond there in Cleveland is they have these like little seats that are like, it's like at field level, like you're just underneath field level, and it's like you're looking, like when you're standing and then your torso is looking out on the field level, which is a really cool notion. I think they're like some kind of suites, but I had a chance to go on one. I just didn't make the trip. I'd love to visit there. Cincinnati's fantastic too. I love that ballpark. But that's something that you should, like at every ballpark, if they're not at home, why wouldn't you do that? So the darkness is what you want to experience, and apparently it hasn't quite hit here just yet. I'm now on the offer of NVIDIA, and I'm going to show you why if we come to the chart. Because if I had gotten AMD on that bid off support, fine. But NVIDIA's back at that resistance level in front of 874. So I'd like to be able to pick that up, and CGC just gave it up. So CGC, you saw it with Sean and Tesla, where it's like, okay, go for the long on the dip. It was strong. It doesn't hold on. I gave it to the 20 level. We're long. The average was like 32s, essentially. So you're risking 12 cents on the trade. It's not like it's a lot, but had it actually held the higher low, I think you had a chance to be in the 60s, which gives you a 25, 30 cent move. It just can't seem to get going, and it gave itself a chance. Once it was above VWAP, I waited for the move and looked for the long in there on CGC. Just sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. NVIDIA, if I'm going to do this play, this range, this whole time we've been sitting here, and the first time I got up there was 20-something minutes ago, and then it dipped down and gave you like $2.50. So I want to make sure I'm getting a price close to 874. I don't want to be $1 away because that's way too much. That's way too much room for how much the stock is moving. It's not moving a ton, so I want to get a good price off the 874 level. But CGC, unfortunately, going to stink. Never got the reload in Mara. So if you were aggressive on the short re-entry on Mara, fantastic for you. I was looking for, I canceled the order now. I was looking for above VWAP fills, given the way that it worked for me earlier. I was like, well, if it did this to me on the way in last time, I should be a little bit more patient going into 18.5. But if it does not break 18 and bounces, I should cover and take this. You get a couple of points there on Mara. You might as well take it. It's an 1840 short into 18. Breaks down, I'm going to hold to the low. If it bounces, I want to short into VWAP. Rivian, I get into Rivian, it wicks the high. Well, that's a dark pool wick, and it's just going sideways. So it's not going against me. I'm looking for that old VWAP retrace. As long as it holds here, if the market comes down, I think this should be okay. But I'm not going to force myself in. Is it nothing? Are you already back? Or?
No, there's nothing. I mean, there's a whole bunch. Like, the whole floor is out there.
But like,
if anything
but there's nothing to see.
No.
Oh, okay.
It's completely like it's.
I figured if there was something to see, I figured you'd still be out there.
It'd be nice if it was sunny, like it's overcast, like those pictures that we were showing you.
That's so
So it's kind of like,
Like that looks great. Like it's, in Cleveland, it looks fine.
yeah.
The top left is Cleveland.
I mean, that'd be cool to be at a baseball game when that was happening. Of course, not in Toronto because then you'd just be looking up at the ceiling.
They don't open the dome.
Yeah, they don't. Not for that. It's actually quite cold out. That's Niagara right now.
That's what
so
I'm
there,
talking about.
That's kind of what we're thinking.
That's what I'm talking about.
That's what we're talking about.
That's what I want to see.
Yeah, that's what I want to see too.
Your BA is a dump fest, says somebody.
Yeah.
Neil, your Boeing is a dump fest.
Is it?
I mean, it's not. It could be a bit of a flat bottom break.
ARM is a nice.
82s is trying to go.
Yeah, it went.
Maybe,
It's
but
cool.
It's not really. It's
Risk
not really that crazy.
Outside.
You want to see something, like if you're shorting in a range-bound market, this is the thing about a range-bound market. If you're shorting in a range-bound trade, it's not like the open, where if you give it a couple of extra dollars, it might just be worthy of it. This entire range is 50 cents all afternoon on Boeing. So shorting a breakdown of the low, as opposed to trying to just get it if it goes 30, 40 cents higher, I'd just give me this trade if I have to sit in something when nothing is happening. You do not need to overtrade. We said this time and time again. I think this is the good thing about real trading, why I think a day like today is actually pretty important. Because it would be easy to just try to put on every single opportunity, every single break. The only move, to be honest with you, the only stock that did enough of a move that is like jump over to that was the ARM, like ARM breaking out and then finding a top.
And we're here.
Like everything else, I was kind of thinking, how could there not be news? I'm still not convinced there isn't news here because that was a pretty decent size move. But everything else is kind of inside of the pocket. So try to range bound trade if you can. I'm going to hold on to the shorts I have because they happen to be working. But those are trades that I had on earlier, and I missed the reloads because it never got to my price.
You know, I'm just bouncing off 30 here. I mean, we could just take this out and then not worry about it. It is $1.50 in the money here as we chase the Eclipse around. But right here, you know, went back in. I was bidding 128, so I didn't really get a chance to address this as it was falling back in here. But now that I see that there is a bottom, we were going to wait for 128 anyways. I don't feel that we missed the trade. So I did put a bid now at 35 because that's that bottom. So if we come back in, maybe we'll run that and then everything else will be all good, as we only have now 40 minutes until the close. So either way, we'll be talking about some nice moves in crypto today, up to 71.8 there at the close. What did we say? USO was up or down? Because I feel like oil was down at one point here today. Let's have a quick look. Okay, maybe at one point, but it's starting to climb its way back up. Still putting a red number on the board, but USO and oil and energy space still continues to be pretty hot right now. XLE was something that we like to look at to diversify a little bit. That's been really rocking. $98 is nice to me there. What else was happening? We had Tesla, and then we had some silver starting to go. We will talk about, like I said, Michael Noss scheduled to come in about an hour on the after show.
I don't know, man. Silver's a hard pass.
Yeah, that would be the other one, Pan American.
See?
I got it. I know you're going to pass.
That's a trader joke right there because only traders are going to get that one, Pan American, PAAS for anybody that doesn't know.
I don't know why SLV's not loading up here on the chart, but when it goes, it'll go. Yeah, it'll go with the daily chart's not loading, but that's okay. So the SLV, again, we talked about gold breaking out last week as well. Oh, we got AMD, by the way.
AMD came into 80.
Why didn't I realize that AMD did something?
Because you were on pass.
I was on pass. No, but I should have been long AMD down here at the 50. Oh, it's just here right now. Oh, dope.
Lee Evans' son.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's right. You're already in the 80s. Okay. So there it is right now, 169.61. Again, you know, we did really well on this ARM trade, but ARM, we actually got out on ARM. Okay, what am I even doing?
28.
Wow. All right. As this came through, there it is, $1 and change on ARM, back into the downside, but now back to the upside. So hopefully AMD will continue to go.
How come you don't have one of the flush ones for when a stock tanks?
I have this one.
Oh, you do too.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
The only thing I have is this one.
Oh, because I've never seen you hit it.
Oh yeah, I do.
Oh, okay.
I only have two, so I hit the flush or this one. Bang.
Okay, yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah, but I more do it for like the trades getting flushed down, not the stock. But
I like it for the.
I'd say flushing myself down the toilet.
Or there's
there.
this one.
What did I have my stop on AMD?
Although that's false because I don't climb trees. My daughter will climb, like she loves climbing trees, but Yeah, it's not my cup of tea, man. When I was in Cub Scouts, like I let you want to go climb a tree? Have fun with that. I'm a chill. I don't need that climbing a tree. If a bear is after me or some nonsense, or do you climb?
Yeah, I think if your life is in danger,
if my
you
life
probably would. That would make sense.
So AMD VWAP dip, that's the only new trade. Rivian's still flat.
Get
Intel and
out
Mar
of
are
here.
moving down and working, but again, those are trades that I was already in. Oh, actually, Mara just broke. So remember the adjustment. So Mara breaks 18. I'm going to trail this now. Goodness, I have a lot of stop orders out there I need to cancel from this that are not even at prices that matter. I have stops from this morning on trades I was going to take that never materialized, and I didn't cancel half of them. But it doesn't matter. I'm going to trail this now out to about 1807. So breaks 18. I'll give it to this local high since the last time it tested 18. I'm talking about Mara. I did not re-enter at VWAP, or in front of VWAP, I should say, because it never got there. That was obviously a mistake. But we're in it. So I'm going to try to hold down to this low of the day. Like if the best you can do, and sometimes this is how it is, if you don't find yourself a re-entry on a position and it continues to work, the best you can do is hold on to it because you never found a place that I wanted to add more shares. So if that happened to you with NVIDIA, it's like, yeah, you got to hold the trend because if it doesn't provide you another entry point, you might as well just hold what you got and then see if it can't get down to those lows. Not saying Mara is going to get to the lows. So AMD was new. MSTR is crumbling into the close. Well, if Mara is going down, what is Bitcoin doing? I look up, slight pullback in IBIT. I mean, IBIT broke VWAP, but that's not exactly falling apart. But you'll see MSTR and Mara do outsized moves to the downside when Bitcoin comes down. That's why I prefer them. Well, I prefer Mara for shorts. I don't trade MSTR. It's way too spready for me, that stock. You could probably go options on that bad boy. But until if they split or something, it'd be more reasonable.
Right.
$1,500 stock, though.
My wife says go now and look west. Yeah, I know. My wife says go now and look west, so I'm going to go now and look west. And
The second you come back,
I will come back.
it'll be like a relay. Then I'm gonna run out. I'll walk out actually. So yeah, put those on after. You can't see shit when you walk into. You can't you put those on you can't see jack. It's so dark. You'd be running into stuff and tripping. I might have just dropped an S-bomb accidentally, but that's sorry kids if any kids are actually watching this. So you look at Niagara Falls. It's clearly, it must have rolled through there a little bit, but New York, you can see is super dark, so it'll be it's now getting out to here. So Patty, get out of here, man. Get out of here. I'm assuming it's Ramin is probably gone. It should just be Fabian. Adara, if you want to go, you should go. You should go. Take advantage of it. Get a chance to see it. Just don't look up. Nobody look up unless you grab the glasses off of Mr. Katina out there. That's what it's all about. So again, every place gets it in a different spot, right? So you want to make sure you get that chance to be able to see it. So it's already Niagara Falls. It looks like everyone's got their glasses on, staring. Some people are packing up because it's passed through. We're a couple of hours away from Niagara Falls here in Toronto. For anyone that does not know, it's not dark here in New York. Well, if it's passing, it might have already passed there for you guys. So it goes pretty quickly through when you see that totality. Out there. Why aren't I going? Because I'm going to stay on live for the show for you guys. That's the same reason. So at the TSX, there was one day where they invited the entire company, all of our back office got to ring the bell. And I got to do the show, and Sean was with everybody else ringing the bell. And it's just one of those. We're going to make sure we're here for you guys. The point of being live is to be live. I have a stop on my AMD, so I could get up. I'll get out if it breaks the $0.50 level. I have a take profit out there. So you can manage your trades. Rivian's not really doing anything right now. Oh God, Rivian's literally doing nothing. You kidding me, Rivian? You short off the top and it's at a key level. The market actually pulls back a bit and absolutely nothing happens in there. And Piper, go, go, go. No. Principle is priceless. So there's this saying, and this is actually a really good friend of mine from high school. And he had a phrase, he used to always say, principle is priceless, principle is priceless. And what that means to me is when you have a principle like Trader TV Live is on when the markets are on, then that's something you're willing to sacrifice something for, right? Because your principles don't matter if you're not sacrificing. So if we just sort of say, hey, we're going to be here for you guys live at all times, and then we put on a stupid graphic right now so we can be outside for 5 minutes, then we're not being true to who we are, even if it's not a big deal. And I think even the little things matter. AMD's bouncing, but not by much. I don't know. Has there ever been anyone that reported blindness from an eclipse? I'm going to make an assumption that it has happened, but I have no idea. I really don't know. I would assume someone probably has done the dumb thing and looked up at the sun and gone blind. There's nothing?
You can go.
I'll go.
You don't need the glasses. Oh, that would have been cool if there was. So I did see like a little, apparently when I went out there, yeah, look at all these guys. Apparently when I went out there the first time, they were saying that it did get a little dark after that, but not much. So here, my wife just sent me this. This is, and again, what's up with the stocks and potentially trading actually today. This is pretty much the best you could see like that. I saw something similar to this with BPI just outside right now. So that's actually pretty good. That's like that's what my wife just got there, sent that over to me. So that's like pretty much the best. Shout out to Power Lines as well. Yeah, so that's what that is. And you know, if anybody was involved with that, that was pretty cool. All right, but look what happens. You love it when you come back and the plan is working. There we go. Thanks, Ramin. That's pretty cool. So I think it's back to business as usual as other traders come out. What's up, BPI? Big Patty Ice. What's up? Out here right now. You want to borrow these glasses for any reason here? I don't really see anything happening. But shout out to the Eclipse. And
Nothing burger.
that was really cool. What camera do you have? That's iPhone what? Which one? 13? Okay, that was a nice picture there. Shout out.
AMD's mouth.
Long Apple, baby. All right, spin it. Because there it is, man. Okay, we got, at least that was pretty fun, man. Maybe we should put that up on Twitter for sure, or TikTok, amazingly. But it has no dancing in it, so I don't know if it's appropriate for TikTok. But right here, it's a nice move up for AMD, guys. So boom, boom. Finally, we feel a lot better about ourselves now than we did with this Tesla trade. But there it is. We make back what we lost, unfortunately, which sucks. Well, it's good to make back what you lost.
Yeah.
But we don't like to have losers on board.
It was the way that you said that. It made it seem like it sucked that you made it back. It was. But
Yeah.
I knew what you meant.
Yeah, disappointed to have taken the L.
I'm not even wearing this when it's not working.
But anyways, yeah. So shout out. I hope everybody does that, and that was a lot of fun. So we had some fun there. Thanks, Ramin, for coming out and doing that. That puts a smile on my face. Now I think I will go get a coffee in a minute. But that was good. So, all right. Amazon's still $1 in the money, still trying to go back up to the upside. I think Neil and I might have one here. We have not a lot of shares, but we have enough shares on AMD to make it worth our while to start to get some out right now. Again, this is about 1-to-1 or so. We were going to get out at flat. We're flat on the trade on the VWAP break.
There might have been something on ARM. I'm just seeing this. Microsoft thinks ARM-powered Windows laptops better than MacBook Air, according to The Verge.
What a surprise! Microsoft thinks that.
Well, exactly. That's why I said like it's kind of an ARM story, but like, what else is Microsoft going to say?
Yeah, that Apple's dominating.
No, they're going to say that. But that might be the reason for the spike. It was a technical break, anyways. Like it broke 127 was a flat top break, but maybe that's what got it to get through. That's all I got for you. It might have someone saying that's old news. I'm just reporting what I saw because we saw nothing on the wire that whole time when ARM went $3 up. It's not as if we saw a reason for it. So people could be grasping at straws. I just want to make sure that the first thing I saw that people might be attributing to, maybe it is, maybe it isn't, Lululemon moving, hopefully up. Well, what's up with you, Lulu? What is up with that chart? Okay, my chart stared at the Eclipse itself. Lululemon is not doing anything. Oh, I was getting excited thinking maybe it was breaking out. Lulu's up 1% today. That's not bad into a flat market, but no breakout, no excitement level. So for me, AMD, that's a good bounce, not great. But keep in mind, the entirety of the range all afternoon on AMD is 80 cents. So it's like bounce here to here and then out here. Like that to me is like the style. That's the style of trade. Like if you're 83 long into here, that's like 30 cents worth of risk. So if you're risking 30 cents, you take some out if it gets to the 1-to-1 area, but really, like it's got to start to carry through. I wanted to break in 25s and get to the upside here. Ryan asking if I'm wearing a Blue Jays soccer jersey. I know it looks like it looks like a soccer jersey. It's not. They had a cricket night last year as an event at the Jays game. They had like a famous West Indian cricketer who's like big in India now, Chris Gale. So like he threw the first pitch, and then the first 10,000 fans got this. Although, if you're a season ticket holder, you don't have to be a first 10,000 fans. You can literally get all of the stuff they're gonna do for giveaways on the year and just pay the shipping at the beginning of the year and they send it to our house. So we pay like $50 and then we don't actually have to line up to be the first 10,000. I just get everything sent to me. So I have literally everything they're gonna do for the entirety of the year. So as AMD is about to fill, I'm actually gonna put it at the quarters and get it. NVIDIA just popped into that resistance at 874. So I wait all day. I wait all afternoon for NVIDIA to get to 874, to get the 50 short, and then AMD long works, and then NVIDIA breaks it out. So all this calm action that you had here, the second it gets up to the triple top, I get in and it absolutely goes flying on me. So it's like what you make in AMD, we give back on NVIDIA. Sometimes that's just how it is. But the range round trade was what was happening, so I wanted to give it that respect. Unfortunately, not going to work out there. And it's at VWAP now. I'm just going to go over to Intel because I'm still in this one. All right, Intel's fine. But I'm not going to get that fill up at 40s. What I will do, and by the way, ignore VWAP here because whenever, I already know, like if it doesn't fill in the rest of the chart, volume weighted average price, if it's not filled in yet, is going to be inaccurate. I can tell you that VWAP on Intel is right around like the 30 level. But if it plays back into 25, worth it. The early look for imbalances, remember we don't actually get that whole number anymore for the entire market. That source is pretty much gone. But we can give you a look at individual names from a source here that we get at Real Trading. Visa, KO, that's nothing. RIG, that's probably nothing, 2 million shares. Juniper, I think that deal is closing, I believe, in the next couple of days, or maybe it's even closing today. So it would make sense it could be a sell imbalance. Juniper is in an M&A deal. CCL maybe could be something, but not over 1 million shares. It's going to be a bit of a nothing burger. Tesla doing nothing. You're right, RB. SoFi. Every time someone pulls up SoFi, I ask myself, has it finally broken out yet? The answer would be nope. There's nothing off of this top. And this is the issue with resistance levels. Like SoFi does not yet want to take out this break on the daily chart. So let it happen. Be happy if it does. I don't know what your position is on AMD. I covered it. It just did like a dipsy do at the 125 to 130 level. You'll see it on your chart there. So I'm out. It looks like we're going to continue potentially to go higher. Moderna might be moving. Is it? I'll look at anything that's trying to go here. Moderna up 2% today. Why is Moderna looking this strong into a potential breakout? I don't recall there being a story on Moderna. That's a flat top break at 05. It's a little late in the day for a high of the top breakout though. At 337, I would think. But it looks good. Flat top breakout maybe? Maybe? I just said you don't want to be forcing trades, and here I am considering a breakout at 3:37 in the day when we have to be flat at 4 o'clock, right? Like I mean, in the recap show, you'll see covering of what's moving in the aftermarket, but here, Real Trading, like you're day trading, you're meant to get out of your positions at 4 o'clock. It's not as if it's a hard pass. There are situations where if like you can sometimes like be in position covering the aftermarket. There's liquidity there, but just not nearly as much.
This is just Chef Joe from Jersey.
That's great.
That's good.
That's a good look.
Yeah, my wife she's got some good. So they saw some good ones too.
Nice.
So my wife said it went black over there, but I don't know. I was out there and I don't know. The traders didn't seem to be so impressed. But yeah, that was a nice one there. Apparently my daughter's all like in love with him, and my son's kind of like, yeah, whatever.
Ho-hum, right?
Yeah, he's just like whatever, all that. But he's just like, derp.
Derp?
I don't know. Is that a word?
No, isn't it like derp face or something?
Maybe.
No?
I think I just said derp, I think is right. I think I can just say it. Is that right, Ramin? Derp? Okay.
All right.
Oh, man. All right, DXYZ is over $100.
No, it's not.
Stop that. Thanks to Chef Joe
nonsense.
for that as well. I'm getting a lot of people sending me videos of all this stuff, but at the end of the day.
It's at 90. I got to 99.40.
It's got 99 problems, and pretty soon it's not going to be one of them because that stock is probably going to break through 100 and never look back. Now, it's
You
gonna
could have
come way
had
down.
this at $8.
That stock's going to come way back.
Of course look,
What?
this is gonna come back. Huh? To the desk, apparently.
Brought to you by Trade Ideas, real-time scanning and alerting used at our desk by many of our traders every day. See what's moving in the market with Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description for 20% off.
Piece up because it power on battery.
Battery fully
okay,
charged.
no, it's 20%. Okay, so I should be able to go. All right, so I plugged it in there when I came back. It was but it never runs out of batteries.
It should not, and not if it was fully charged. It'll last like most.
All right, I'm just going to charge this up. Thank you to Miss Adara, of course, for doing that, as we were wondering what was going on with that throw. So, okay, just a quick little update here on AMD. All right, I'm back in the game, baby. Right now, I can hear whatever Adara is sending to us. So, all right, that's good. All right, so AMD, we did take a piece out up there on that top side move. Obviously, it comes back in. We get a 30 fill. We just saw that when we came back from the coffee. That's pretty good. We are in less than half of our position, but we still have a decent spot. You know, we're not going to lose money, but you know, if it does fall back in, we still are going to take that piece out when we can down on the downside. Apple falling in again right now. It's 339. We have a very, very small piece left on all of these names. We should have got Apple out there in and around that 169. Let's put an offer in case it does get upside. The only trades we've had on so far this afternoon has been pretty simple. We had ARM until we didn't. We got stopped out and then it came back. So no damage really done there on ARM, but we did get stopped out. We did hit the short back in there again. So a little bit of an up and down. Once again, if we wait for 130 and, well, actually, we didn't really see a top, which was the problem. When we shorted this, we were just using 130 as a top. But then once it finally gave that top, that gave me confidence to get back in. We got in at like 130.10 against that 130.50, and we're able to bring that back in about $1.50 for roughly 30 or 40 cents worth of risk. But we needed to wait for that. It's just a funny one because ARM makes that move back. And then if you're going to look, we didn't really have. Was there a 130 top? I thought we looked and didn't really see anything.
There was 130.
Yeah, it's up into here, 131.
I was saying 131 looked like.
This is a good one, 132.50-ish. I mean, maybe if we can get into that tomorrow, somewhere up into there. But again, we didn't really see a top there other than what was made today. So yeah, 131 and change. So that was a good out for us, but still, nice fall back in. Now we're getting back up to the upside. So let's just rest on all of this. Amazon is still, and now, $1 in the money. P&L stock number one there. We will have an L on. We will have a sort of a scratch on our spot today, and that is Tesla. And I'm really glad that we were able. I'm not glad we got out of it because it ripped back up, but I'm glad that we didn't chase anything because it is weak and it is falling back down. That is Tesla. AMD. You know what? Because we have enough shares to do this, let's just take something out now. It seems like it doesn't want to continue too much past 170, but if it does, it does. Let's take out another piece. It is 70 plus 90. Okay, now we're starting to get down. Look at this movement right here, immediately falling. Look at this, right back into VWAP right now comes AMD. So that that went southbound real quick right there.
I wonder if it's worth a quick little reload.
I don't know. This is the problem when you have
It's
this.
342. The local bottom's at 60. I just grabbed 75s, but I had gotten out of the trade.
We had the
so,
imbalance.
I don't know. Like if it breaks through and just absolutely flushes down, I'll risk like the 20 cents. Because all it has to do is get back to evens. If it gets back to evens, that'll actually be 1-to-1. But with the imbalances coming through in 7 minutes, it's probably the right time to take a tight stop trade there. Because that was so fast from 70 into VWAP. Like if it just were to snap back into 170, that would be okay. Although if it fails that bottom, I just want to double check what was going on. It was SMCI. What was? Oh yeah, SMCI it ended up being a good short at 935 there. See, but you know what? You actually had to give it to 40. So with SMCI, like you had the short 90, like 34 maybe, and then you had to be willing to give it to 40. So like $5, it's actually not bad. But then it's not even like SMCI of all things starts going down and it's not even at VWAP. It moves like $7. So you were risking 5, maybe a little bit more. And if you took it out right now, you'd get 7, and even then the spread's pretty big. So I'm kind of glad I did not go into that trade. So AMD reload, we'll see what happens with it. Wow, okay, that didn't last very long. And then it instantly breaks down. I said it would be a tight stop because I was not gonna give it to back here. I was just gonna give it to the local bottom, like which is right there at 60s. So I didn't wanna risk too much. Ultimately, the market now starting to give it up. Oh, look over at the NASDAQ. I know what happened. Like all that happened is anything that, like the NASDAQ wicks this range that it's been sitting in since 1145. It's at the same high. It wicked the top, looked like a potential break, and just comes right back down to the bottom. That's a tricky one to get in there. Unless you want, like, depends on where you're averaging into. But like I don't have a level down there that you're averaging into, so I'm not going to try to average into it. But I am going to get out of Intel down here. Because Intel is, that 38 level is like for whatever reason, is a brick wall on this stock. It just bounced off 38.01 again. Like, look at this. It cannot break 31.
Level.
So if it can't break 31, then I'm just getting out of the trade. I did not get the reload. We're short here at 38.40. Miss a lower high at 25, and we'll get out at 38. So once again, Intel manages to close at the low. Collision course with, you brought up the chart and said this 38 level. The trend line that I've had up for, actually no, it's actually the whole year. That would set up for like 36 to be the bottom. If you kind of draw it from the triple bottom down there at 25, the first lower high when it started breaking out, and then since then it's held this trend line. 36 would suggest a re-entry on Intel, on the higher time frame there. So only in Mara at this point. I have my trail in. We're going to give it to the low of the day. Trail's in here at about 18.05. It ticks above that, we get out. So short Mara hopefully gets to the low of the day. Not going to force anything new with only about 15 minutes to go. 5 minutes till the imbalances drop.
Here we go. We talked about this. I mean, here we go. AMD, thanks for the reload. Nice move to the downside. We're now 30 cents back into the money on this name as it continues to go higher. So once again, we'll put some damage on the board with AMD. If we can get something out here in the mid-90s, let's just do that. We've taken some pieces out on the way up. There it is. Give me that 94, and there it is right there. So let's go, man. Fire off the hot dog cannon for, again, another one. One losing trade here today. And like I said, it'll be a good trade. We did insert some more positions, right? We got ARM here. We've got Apple here as well. We've got AMD. So far, what we're doing is we're just trading our notes. We're trading what we know to do. And we've been really, really doing well on that. So here goes AMD. We're almost out of it all. Good reload down there. We told you we were going to get out at 50. Didn't break. 7 or 8 cents away. Boom. Straight up there to the upside goes AMD. So we're putting that one on the board as well. Amazon, I'm just going to start to put some of these in. I mean, like I said, we can't really go wrong on any of these trades. So let me just figure this out. All right. We don't. Do I have stops for Amazon? Yeah, the Amazon stop is at 184.80. So as you could see, we were going to risk 11 cents to make 71. All right, 185.48 right now. That drops out. We will get out. Just make sure. All right, goes pending. Good to go on that one. Apple, we left this one a little bit too long. I feel like we only had 10% left of this trade, which is not that much. That's not even 10% of that trade. It's probably more. It's just we took average prices all the way in here, so not very many shares, or we'd be worried about it. AMD, Apple, and Amazon all in here into the close as we wait for this. It will be another big day, so again, pretty happy about it. But it's been a tough day for sure. Rig, it hasn't been. It just depends on what names you're looking at for sure. Nikola right there with the sell. These are all not posted yet. These are all from 9:30. So in about 2.5, 3 minutes, we'll be able to figure all of that out. We did take advantage of ARM. Going up to the upside there, but unfortunately we got stopped out at 130 and back in as ARM came right back in and now looking to take out 128. So all is good on that so far here for ARM and for everything else, but not bad with only 2 minutes left. And then we'll have the imbalances, then we'll have the recap show. And no Ryan, although I was invited to go to the Pittsburgh game today versus the Leafs. What? Oh, Dara, yeah, we'll do that in a minute. This should be on, but I'll have to check. Again, it must not be. I have my own kids' games tonight, so I will be at a rink, just a much more important one than the Maple Leafs. Go get them, Adara.
Quick look at some of these S&P 500 strong and weak names as we head into the imbalances. We have Kroger down about 3% on this Exane BNB Paribas downgrade to underperform. We also have here a lot of analyst names here. This strength in monolithic power system getting a price target increase with an overweight rating here from KeyBank. Last but not least, we have BofA Securities getting and Jefferies upgrading Huntington Bank shares HBAN. So lots of analyst moves here dictating some of these S&P 500 names, guys.
There you go. Thank you, Adara, for that. I've moved down. It's 350, 349, I should say. I've moved down the trail on Mara again, just holding it from earlier. 17, like I'll give it to like this 1797 area in front of that 18 because it looked like it was going to break down on some volume. If it does a reversal, when the balances pop out, then I want to make sure that I'm not going to be holding this back into VWAP. Just take the money and run. And then again, like Mara, this is with Bitcoin having a strong up day. Like IBIT, and I know it's a 24-hour market, but IBIT is up like 6.5%. If you track it like a stock, then you look at where the previous close would be. Although I understand you don't really get a percent move like that. And Mara's down 2.7%. And as long as this holds true, I think the halving is mid this month, like the 18th or something like that. Then I think this is a short almost every single chance you can get. I think the mid-teens here, the 15, 16 level, might be the spot where it gets into a long for Mara. But until then, stock's been a short until it ain't, so why not go into that and with that attitude? And when I see Bitcoin start to roll over, jump over to Mara, coin was a different beast today, but it's actually going to end up doing not a heck of a lot. Ending up back toward that 254 level. So good off 250. 254 looks like it'll be something tomorrow. But Mara just came out, so that'll be the last trade, I think, unless something crazy just hit at 350. But I'm out of it right there at 1795. The biggest imbalance is TLT. 2.6 to the sell side. RIG is 1.6 buy. That's not a big deal. BAC 1.1 million. Intel's 1 million to sell for what it's worth. Amazon, the biggest of the big tech, 900,000 to the buy side. Overall, the total number is 780 million to the sell side. So not a very big imbalance, but it is favoring the sell. And you saw Amazon, oddly enough, a lot of times like the big cap tech names, whatever direction the biggest one is, that's what the market will be, but not today. Like Amazon's 900,000 to buy. I don't see any other big ones there, and it's actually a sell imbalance overall. So very mixed going into the close.
Yeah, Amazon's not doing too much here. We might just take it out. We have all three winners. So if you're following right now, we have 20 cents in Apple, we have $1 in Amazon, and we have 20 cents in AMD. And AMD is going to be a good one. We'll wind up making more money in AMD than we wind up losing in Tesla. So that's, I mean, I guess depending on what happens to this one. So that's going to be pretty good there into the close for everybody. And then just because Neil said that it was a sell imbalance, let's just take some out here on Amazon, or just take it all out if we can. There it is right there. DXYZ. I told you the next time you see 100 might not be again, or 99 might not be again, but who knows? Breaking through $100 right now goes DXYZ up another 70% once again there today. So if you thought you missed the opportunity on Friday, you did not. You missed it today. Up to 103, 104, still going higher. DXY would have been nice to have gotten reloaded if you were in that one, but not many people are. Apple, AMD just drops down in. That's fine. We get out of AMD there, and we got out of Amazon, and here comes Apple. Let's just get out of Apple right here, right now. That's it. We are done. And that ends the day right there for us. Really, really good day. Needless to say, but you know, Apple, AMD, Amazon, all positive names, and whenever that's true, that is true. We're gonna have one red shot here. That's gonna be Tesla, and you all saw me take that trade. So there it goes right there. You saw me trade AMD to the north side. Boom. We had a very, very small piece, 10% probably left, maybe even less. Nicely done on AMD. One red name today, and 3 green ones. So pretty good. ARM is a flat trade as we discussed. So Apple, AMD, Amazon, and then Tesla and AMD are basically a wash. So my whole day today is Apple and Amazon, both green names, both sticky note names. I'll see everybody tomorrow.
Nasty day on DJT, by the way. That's going to close. I didn't realize it just held 10% down the entirety of the day. If you look at squeeze names, I'm not lumping DY XZ into a category with DJT. Because obviously the holding company for DYXZ is holding some names that are really, really interesting. Whether it's SpaceX, whether it's Stripe, whether it's OpenAI, like those are very interesting names. And there's a something there to a lot of them that I want to get in. But at the same time, when a stock is in a squeeze mode, and my daily chart not really loaded, when it's in a squeeze mode, you can obviously know that if it starts to turn around, the nature of acceleration to the downside can get pretty nasty. So that would be the concern I would have with this Destiny holding company, is that it's been such an incredible rise that the day that it pulls back, like what it did on Friday when it got to 75, it was at 45. Now it's just gone back up to 100, but there is a pullback to 50 or 60 that would be nothing compared to where this stock came from. It was an $8 stock, and the breakout happened at 30. So those kinds of things are in play. It's about 5 minutes to go with 1 minute till we probably see a flip on the imbalances that were almost nothing. Amazon holding up. Apple actually ended up showing up late there for 1 million shares to the sell side. That was not there when I looked at it like 3 minutes ago. So I don't know if Apple's actually moving off that, but Apple was not there to sell when this imbalance came out. And someone asked me, where are we getting the imbalance feed? So here at Real Trading, it's actually built into P-Pro 8, our trading platform. It's just an imbalance locator, and then you get the feed directly from the market. If you have direct market access, then it's in the SIP feed. So if you have direct market access and you don't get it, then you can ask your broker if it's available on your platform. I can just tell you it's in our platform here at Real Trading. So Apple actually did move to the downside. That would have been nice to have seen when it flipped, but I didn't catch when it did. So Apple going to close almost 1% to the downside with the market being flat. Not the best look, Apple. Hold on to this October low is all you can do for it. If Apple takes out the October low, we're in trouble.
Look, this is the craziest thing about what we do over here, and it's not even that crazy, really. Apple going to be a top name, one of the top names here traded today, Apple, Amazon, and we've written it down here as a long as we get into the lows here, and still able to make our whole day on that as well. So there it is. Buy them early, get out of it late. There's that dip right into the close. And if you're watching this show for the first time, you know that these imbalances, or you don't know, but these imbalances can really, really affect sort of the flow here of the market. So just be careful into the close with those kind of things. We got out of Amazon right before, or just as that imbalance came out. So that turned out to be a really good one there for us getting out of that. As Amazon pulls all the way back down, and then AMD, unfortunately, made that little dip down, and we got out for flat there on that last piece. But that's what it's all about again. Shout out, thank you so much, Kevin Mendoza. Yeah, it was another good day today. Rocket Lab, greatly undervalued, says Dr. Gold Turtle, maybe. Rocket Labs again. I think there's always something to be in there. The drones, the labs, the rocket companies, all this kind of stuff. RKLB, I believe is, yep, there it is. So that is Rocket Lab down here at 370. I don't know when their next report is, but not doing too much today. So that's something else there. And then ARM, yeah, watch out for ARM. A lot of movements here today. Should be something spicy into the close. But
what's crazy about ARM is, remember all of that hoopla about the IPO expiration and how it could potentially, hey, what if SoftBank sold? Well, if they have been selling, it hasn't been moving the stock that much. And congratulations to them, because this was, I remember when this was at 120 and you're like, yeah, the expiration's gonna happen and it could be double digits. Instead, ARM is just holding on to that 120. I had the breakdown trade on Friday. Like you'll remember, it was a flat bottom break at 21. I'm like, I'm taking it if it happens, because if the stock does flush, I think it could go to the doldrums. It just didn't happen. Had the short, got out of it when it got back above here, so you could limit the hit. But ARM just continues to press higher and probably defy a lot of expectations. This is what can happen when you have a stock or a business that it's a lot of insiders that own it. Like all the major chip names are involved here, like NVIDIA and Intel have pieces of this one. And much like ASML, they're in everything. Like their technology is in every chip that you want to be energy efficient. Straight up. Like that's just how it is. So maybe it's overvalued when you look at the traditional metrics, but price doesn't lie for now. riding the 50-period moving average, not being sold off when everyone said it was going to be written off for dead, and still has a relatively low float, right? So because of that low float, you're going to have a situation where when it starts to go up, the shorts are squeezed a little bit easier because there's not a lot of available shares out there. Oh, Cling Daddy, I was very loud with the impact. I own ARM shares in the 60s in my personal account. I sold half my position at 120, like this is gonna come back down and I'm gonna be able to pick them back up. I was wrong about that. I'm mad that I didn't buy more shares when it was lower. So, you know, you kind of, all you can do is have a plan of action if something occurs. And then when it doesn't occur, what are you gonna do? Like you can't, I'm not gonna sit here every day forcing an ARM short, which you don't see me do, but if I see an opportunity for like a flat bottom break, then I'll probably jump in there and take it on the chance that it does happen. So it's more about having a plan of action in case a big event goes the way you expect it to. But if it doesn't, then just don't force the trades. It's not a big deal. With only 1 minute to go, Matt's asking me what the level 2 looks like on TRGP. So I don't mind. I'll look at it's 1 cent spread. It's at 116. It's doing some volume, whatever this is, Matt. But I don't know. It's got a 1 cent spread with no size. So this stock, it's falling, but there's no size or anything. So I'm not sure what the story is with that one. If you're in it, it's moving, but no big size on it whatsoever. So stick around. On Eclipse Day, it was here very, very cloudy, so you couldn't really see a heck of a lot. But you do still get to see both the countdown and then after we drop it, the recap show, just as normal, and it'll be Tilray reporting earnings tomorrow morning. So let's get it done in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and ring it. Thank you very much there, Adara. So the market is closed. It'll end up being, I'd say, a little bit of a disappointing. It's a flat day in the market, but it didn't go down, so that's not bad. You had good movement on ARM, not a lot of movement in the afternoon. It was good to hold on to your positions that were in the money, like I held the shorts that were working, and then you talked about the longs that Sean had that he was able to hold on to. But remember, at the end of the week, you got earnings season coming back with the banks. We're going to get Tilray tomorrow morning. You saw a little bit of the weed name start to go out. I still have it on this TRGP that Matt was asking me about. That's pretty much it. But thank you to Fabian and Ramin on the 1s and 2s, holding it down like they always do. The man is back on the midday. Sharif joining Adara. Fantastic, as always, Obi filling in for him, but good to see Sharif back. And he got to walk with lions. I wouldn't do it, but that was his thing, and he absolutely loved it. This morning, shout out to Michael Noss. I'm going to assume Michael Noss is going to be on the afternoon with Sean because we haven't heard on the Baby Watch. So shout out to him. Shout out to Brennan doing a great job as always. You know who I am. It's going to be Mr. Katina, the market recap, with Mr. Michael Noss as special guest. See you guys. Thanks, man.
I mean, the show on mute might be better. What's up, everybody? Thank you for joining me here today as we get the market recap show kicking once again for you on a Monday, on an uneventful Eclipse Monday. Happy anniversary to my parents on a day today, April the 8th. All right, what was up? What was down? UNG up a little bit today. We're going to welcome Michael Noss coming through here momentarily. We'll do a couple of questions. I want to talk to him about some silver moves. He talked about silver earlier. We'll talk about silver late. So traders are staying late, and I want to thank everybody for staying with me as I get ready to rock and roll here with the show. I'm just going to load it up so I can get the roll call going. It was kind of a crazier day here today with not that much happening. We can go over to the triple Qs. I mean, relatively uneventful day, kind of opening and closing almost at the same spot here. We'll flip it over and put up like a 5-minute chart just to have a quick little look to see. Let's go 10 to see what happens. I mean, look at this. Up, down, and around here for the triple Qs. This is the chat that I'm talking about. I want to welcome everybody that is here right now. Hey, what's up, Cali Fortune, says Mr. Katina. Yeah, it's not roll call yet, Christopher Holcomb, but this is welcome to everybody right there. Bang, as we have Stream Deck going. What's up, Colin Clark? And what's up to everybody else that is here today? Look, I mean, this is the NASDAQ. We had a nice move early up to 442 and change, then a little bit of a pullback, and this is all afternoon. Not much happening. We did have a runner this afternoon, a little bit of a runner, I was going to say. ARM tried to get going back up to the upside. quick flip over to the daily chart on ARM. Still a ways to go. I really like the short in and around 150, but it's hard to short a market, especially like ARM. I think this is actually a long for your long-term portfolio, and it might be in there right now, man. This nice little level here at 120 could be something there for ARM. So yo, what's up to everybody? What's up, Ravi Patel? Saying, yo, what's up to me? All right, so here we go. Let's just have a quick look at what stocks we're bumping around. Then we'll show you something on trade ideas. I got to be a big shout out to Michael, who's coming out in just a couple minutes. Google right there, up 1.4%. So despite the NASDAQ not doing a heck of a lot, Apple to the downside, NVIDIA today to the downside. Almost time to buy some NVIDIA, I feel like. Meta down a little bit now as well. I'm not trying to be afraid to buy NVIDIA. We will talk about that in a couple minutes. On the podcast, of course, just another show that we're doing. Eli Lilly down 1%. Merck down 1%. We talked about that. I'm a little bit worried about some of these names for drug pricing. It's a little bit egregious, I feel like, trying to ask for $1,000 a month for Ozempic, Wegovy, and all that when it's come out to cost pennies on that. So $4 to $5 seems like charging $1,000. I know there's costs associated with all of that, but we'll see on that. Show is brought to you by Benzinga Pro. So as Benzinga shows up, any news stories will bring them to you live here, as we do have all of this coming through. Bloom Energy. Ooh, a little bit of BE action. We'll see if that's moving around. I don't think so. A little tax credit there, a little tax credit for Bloom Energy. Yeah, not much happening here in the aftermarket. We'll drop back down to a 1 minute. Oh yeah, okay. 1160 up to 1170. Bloom Energy goes bang. We had a fun day today as well, as we waited all day for the Eclipse. I want to thank everybody that sent all those nice pictures in regarding the Eclipse. But it seemed like it was a relative nothing burger. Oh, how about this? Shout out to Michael Noss. He's coming through in just a couple minutes. But look at this. This is a board. Whoa, do not hit X. This is a board that he created for me. These are all the different, you can see it was quite a green day today. So for XLU, we can dig down and see what names were leading the way. Right? So if we're going to go to financials, we can see PNC today leading the way higher, right? Good opportunity to have a quick look at all of this. PNC to the upside. And you could just sort of dig in. Look at what names, industrials, right? PayX, PayC coming through here. So just a quick little look at Pay.com. And then right into here, Paychecks making moves higher. So again, pretty cool. Albertsons, that's food. Albemarle coming through here with 7%. For the materials coming to the upside. FSR, Fisker, I don't think they have OTC charts on here, but Fisker was up a little bit today. So a big shout out to Michael, who's coming in. Look at this, consumer discretionary, led today by Tesla. So a nice move up for Tesla today. CCL as well leading the way higher. Is Carnival Cruise Lines possibly at a bottom here as well? So again, a big shout out to Trade Ideas. You could really see some of the opportunities that you could have here, building different layouts and looking at different sectors. So financials leading the way today by PNC. Nice move to the upside. We had this stock Riley. I mean, this move was, let's scroll this down and look at Riley over here. RILY. So B. Riley Financial really starting to break out. Shout out to Michael on this one. If he's looking at B. Riley, Mr. Noss, look at how good this looks. I mean, to me, it looks like we're starting to break out here. A financial name that I don't know that much about, and I'm not sure if this is right at all or not. 81%. Not that I don't trust Trade Ideas, because I do. Let me just check this out here. What is the short float on Benzinga? There's nothing wrong with checking out multiple. Let's go here. Riley. All right, let's go to that. No doubt checking out different, I guess what I'm looking for is different resources to go. RILY. So let's see what they have here as a short float as well. Riley, yeah, so the one thing is I know where to find it on the other one. I will get this in just a second. It's on here somewhere. Short float. I don't see it on, oh, there it is right here. Short float, yeah, okay. So 68% short here on B. Riley Financial, starting to go to the upside. We really like that name. And the reason why I like this, look, we'll go back to the news feed on Benzinga, is look at this. You are right now poking your head above. So, I mean, look, whatever we say, we have a sort of a move up here in RSI. So we think we can get going on the RSI. It's at 68. We're not making lows on the RSI as we come down, which reminds me, Michael told me about Epic Pen. So I'm supposed to load that up as well. And then we can sort of talk about it. But look at all of these tops coming into play right here. Look, top there, top here, top here. But look at the RSI still hovering around 70, has a chance to get higher. Does it look like we're going to break on Riley? I say yes. Shout out to whoever that was in the chat for that one, because definite good movement there on Riley. Let me just close this and bring this pen over here. Here it is, Epic Pen. I like it. Thanks for that, Mr. Michael Noss. Tan, everything else starting to blast out a little bit. We don't want this out. XLF, there it is again. JP Morgan. Now again, if you're going to talk about financials, they have their report coming on Wednesday. So JP Morgan really looking nice to the upside right here again. This is what it looks like on a daily. Check out what this thing looks like on a weekly chart. I say you just keep on buying these names. On a weekly chart, one red candle on a weekly chart for JP Morgan last week. I know Michael looks at weekly candles, but this looks pretty good to me, man. And again, maybe you're going to get some support back down here at 173. If we ever miss on JP Morgan and have a chance to pull back into that 170 mark, I really do like that for JP Morgan. So again, right back into here, 180 potentially coming in. But as you can see, I know what Michael's going to tell me. Look at RSI, maybe topping out here and starting to head a little bit lower on the RSI. Let me know, Michael, if I hit that. Topping action in the market, but RSI starting to head down, potentially oversold, overbought conditions for JP Morgan. So we'll have a quick look at that come Friday. But the big report that I think we're all looking forward to, I don't know if it's going to be that big or not, but Tilray, the name that we have that up for tomorrow, right? Actually, we didn't talk too much about crypto. See, I have a comma there beside earnings. There's nothing else. I thought there was a chance for something else, but there is nothing else. So Tilray, will wait for that coming through tomorrow. Again, looking like it wants to make highs up there near $3. All right, Neil, enjoy the game. I hope it's a W for the Jays. So Neil off to that game. Everybody who's watching Major League Baseball today, especially here in Toronto, a big one as we unveil the new seating, the new stadium sort of structure there. Should be a fun one. I know Neil will enjoy that. So shout out to the Blue Jays and a possible win today for the Jays. And we are filming more TikToks, so there we go. Shout out to Neil and Adara doing some TikTok. Check us out on TikTok. Yeah, right. There it is, on all socials. Scan that, like, subscribe, and all of that. Thank you to over 2,500 watching us as we get ready to rock and roll. What I want to talk about was actually MSOS. So some of the marijuana names coming through again today. Just looks like we could pop through, man. 1050, I like that log. Potentially watching out for MSOS. Down here, 10 doesn't look so great. Maybe into here, 8 and change. Down for some cannabis. Again, right into here, looking like a good level at the 50-period moving average there for cannabis. But if we're going to look at something, I would say CGC. I really liked Aurora today, possibly breaking. We did come into that 750 area. I just thought a break high for Aurora would have been good. Short float, 21%. What was Tilray's short float again, quickly? A 16%. Okay, so still in the pocket there. We are going to talk about silver with Michael. All right. So hopefully Mike will have some names for us. He came up with Pan American, PAAS, maybe another name. But just in looking here, look at the weekly here for silver. Now, an analyst, I think from Kitco came out. I did have a note about this, did talk about silver potentially also being a good play. Here it is right here. Kitco long positions might have something to do with it was as Niels Christensen noted that silver may have a better inflation hedge than gold due to its industrial uses. So that makes sense as we continue to make things. Silver, more use than gold. Gold been a great, great little hedge, obviously, but forget about hedge. And I think it was with Michael on Friday, we talked about the trend. Oh, darn, Adair left. I was going to ask for a water. We did talk about the trend making moves higher. Silver maybe now just getting going. Like, what about when we break through 28 and change? GLD has had a nice move higher as well. So there goes gold breaking through 193 to the upside, breaking through 200. So what happens when we see silver try to follow the rest here? What was it? XME, I think, was brought. There it is. Wow. See, Michael, I listen. XME talked about that. If you want to get everything, metals and mining ETF coming into play here for traders today. Watch out for this. If you're just not specific on individual silver or gold, XME looks pretty good, breaking out as well. So, all right, what else was in play today? We could talk a little bit about that late move there in ARM. We weren't able to get into NVIDIA, but look at this. It did have that pull up to 874. I don't know how we missed that. We were trading AMD at the end of the day, and we'll go over some of this, but AMD, nice longs here off of VWAP, taken to the upside. That was a banger of a trade. We wrote down on our sticky note, and we'll go over this maybe at the end, but we had some great trades with Apple today. So again, Apple dip buys into Apple, into the long. That worked out. Why did I like Amazon today? It was breaking out highs, man. Its high is 188. We came pretty close to that for Amazon today. It looks like it does try to hold out for that 188 top in the pre-market. But look at Amazon. We're getting pretty close to taking out all those levels and just continues to march higher. Just little like beat of its own drum. Just tick, 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 bang on that. I am very thirsty, but I can't do anything. You know what? Maybe when... Okay, thanks, Ramin. I was going to say maybe when Michael Noss comes on, we'll run and get some water. But so far, so good there. A couple good trades today. It doesn't take a lot of activity to find those good trades. There was like, I think, 3 positive traders on the floor today. That's it. Okay? And yeah, it was a good day for us. We traded 4 names. We traded Tesla. But look at the mistake when we're trading Tesla. And we're going to go to Michael in just a couple seconds. Look at Tesla. When we're wrong on this, and Michael can attest to this, it's not worth being wrong for very long. So we got into Tesla, it broke. As soon as it took that bottom, sure, we got out on a 173 break. It does come all the way back up there, but we don't have to worry about it. And when it dips back in, this lets me get involved. When that came back down, it let me focus on something else, and we chose AMD long. So what we lost on Tesla, we wound up making back on AMD. So this was one of 4 positive names: AMD, Apple, ARM, and Amazon for some nice wins there today. So not good, not great. There it is right here. Someone's comment here. What's up, Dr. Gold? Oh, we got to believe Dr. Gold. He says, no, silver is great, but not as a hedge on inflation. Okay, this was coming from Kitco. Niels Christensen from Kitco is what I read there. Why? Because central banks. Yeah, look. I mean, as long as we keep on printing money, we know the way that this story is going to end, and the market probably be okay. Will the dollar be okay? We've had some nice moves up in the dollar recently. That's very, very interesting. Wow, this is nice and cold, but it's Hydration Nation. Damn, that tastes so good. All right, it's Trader Talk. Are we ready? Yes. Let's go. It's Mr. Noss. Michael, how are you, my friend? And first of all, a big shout out. Thanks for that layout. I was showing it today. I come to the screen here quickly. I'll explain it while I have Michael here. But wow,
absolutely,
what a great opportunity, Michael, to be able to see the different, because we talk about ETFs on this show a lot, like XLI, what's running over there, what's running in consumer discretionary, Tesla is, what's running in the financials. Thank you so much for building this. And I'm going to say this to you and to everybody else. You can get Trader TV 20, and then they can email you. Any of our viewers that have hit this promo can definitely message you, find you on X, build something similar. Hey, if you have some spare time, which might not be for very long, but that's something that's really cool about the Trade Ideas platform, the customizability.
Yeah, and the ability to share layouts, I think, is big because, you know, especially people like you, I've been there when you're recording the show. I know you're way too busy to sit down and build something like this. So, yeah, I absolutely love it. This is a kind of a twist on a layout, a dock that we've had for a long period of time. Yeah, you can see I have it up here as well. I love these but little bar charts that might be hard for the viewers to see on the bottom. This is showing what percentage of the stocks are up or down in the market. So, for example, utilities, 96%, 97% of all names in utilities were up today. That to me is slightly worrisome with an up day in the market. I don't know what you think about that, but if people are buying up utilities here, that's generally, in my opinion, a more defensive play. So I wonder if you noticed that.
I mean, I did notice about utilities today. We did talk a little bit about those. GE, have you seen the run that GE's been on as of late? It did have that move down because of Verova, their GEV, when they released that. Actually, this is a nice move today. Vernova, GE, up 6.2%. But look at this move. You want to talk about industrials, Michael. Huge move up, and then you get that, it's not a split, but they released some, or what do you call it when you spin off?
Spin off, yeah.
Unlock some value with that spin-off there. Nice move for GE. And then Caterpillar, Michael, acting as if this is like an NVIDIA type of name. Caterpillar, really making moves up. But you know what, Michael? When I look at this, you know what I see? Look at this, man. A little bit of a move down in the RSI as we hang out to the top. What do you think maybe about Caterpillar? Am I potentially onto something? Maybe getting a little exhausted as the RSI could be pretty toppy, Mr. Noss, up here around 80.
Yeah, you spotted it head on, right? That is an RSI divergence. Now, the important thing to note, and I know you know this, but for the viewers, is that this is a potential warning sign. Doesn't mean that, Caterpillar is going to tank tomorrow and the stock's going to go bankrupt or anything crazy like that. But they can be warning signs to say, hey, things are looking a little bit extended. And one of the things, as you brought up, Kat, I think there's a perfect example of what may occur here. If we just go back a little bit further, maybe to there, you can see Caterpillar's making higher highs.
Yep.
And then at this time, it had that RSI or that momentum divergence as well.
Right.
And then it didn't sell off dramatically. But if you look at the period after that RSI divergence, you had, a month, maybe two of just kind of sideways action. So again, I don't know if this is going to pull back dramatically because of it, but it is interesting to see the last time this happened, you would have been best to kind of move on to other things and come back to Caterpillar when it broke out of the space.
And I think that's something that's important, that a lot of our viewers understand that when, traders like myself or yourself talk, we're just looking at areas of interest, what could possibly happen. We unfortunately don't have that crystal ball, but what we do have is back testing. And we could see this has happened before, so what potentially could happen again? And then we get people in the chat talking, well, the Fed could do this, the Fed could do that. Yeah. I mean, anything can really happen. That's why we put stop orders in and we have ideas to what we are looking for. I just want to say one more thing because Darwin in the chat here, shout out to Darwin. Michael, he said that he messaged you and you responded almost immediately to him on X. So there it is, and a big shout out. Thank you, Michael, for being a real one for us here as well. All right. I know you talked on the first show about silver this morning when you were here this morning. Silver continued today, I guess. I don't really, not KSLV, SLV. I don't really look at it, throughout the day, but maybe that's a mistake. Let me see what it did here on a 5-minute chart or a 3-minute chart for the day. So we did have a nice dip down, pretty good base down there at 25 for sort of the day traders. But again, look at this. We closed there yesterday or Friday, 25. We dip into that area and then we just get bought up. So potentially found a nice little support area. Anything interesting that you're seeing for anybody that's looking to trade some commodities or anything like that? I know you have SPY up as well.
Yeah, so just one thing I wanted to point out quickly, and this could be why nothing really moved too much, is that this, just looking at the volume of the S&P 500 today, nearly half of what it was just a couple days ago, and then almost a third of what it was a couple days there. So I wasn't really excited to enter anything today, knowing that the market wasn't really doing too much. But I am interested in silver. Now, the problem I have, and this is a problem I talked about in the beginning of this morning, is that it's a little bit extended, right? So I talked about PAAS.
Pan American,
P key's
right?
not working. That's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it is. So just up a little bit too far. I need to see it come back to. It broke out at about $17. The 8 EMA right now is about 16.50. There's a lot of things that are looking a little bit toppy on this, which again, it could continue to run. It's just for me, I need a good place to put my stop loss order. And I'm not super interested in chasing something that's up from 13 all the way up to 18. I did take a look at this, and this is a little bit more of a speculative play, but this HYMC.
A little AMC action.
Yeah, absolutely destroyed over the last couple of years, down like 99.9 something percent. But a nice little breakout here 2-3 days ago, pulled back, came right into the ADMA, came right into the $3 area, which was this resistance right here, and held that today. So I think for the short term, I'm going to start taking a look at some of these more speculative and a little bit junkier names, knowing that this thing is not something I don't think I want to hold for the long term. But if I can play with these smaller names until silver pulls back or goes sideways for a period of time, then gives me an entry, and then I'll take a look at more of the names that I'd want to hold for a little bit longer term, like the PAS. Just a way to get exposure, and I'm not going to put too much money into this micro cap $3 stock that's down 99%, but I can throw a little bit of money at it, and then if silver just continues to rip from here, I can get some exposure that way.
I know that was one of your favorite trades. Of course, you are a big supporter of AMC. No, I know.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
But that was HYMC there. They drove that one into the ground, unfortunately. You're getting some credit here on a very, very similar play. If you can come to my screen, let's do this right now. GROY. Where's Joe Schmo? Where is he? There he is here. GROY, which is a gold royalty corp. You had mentioned it on the show as well. Up 15% since Mr. Michael Noss mentioned that to us traders. And honestly, Michael, maybe we're breaking out even more here on GROY. So this just goes to show you names that you've been mentioning here on the show. Some of these traders have been taking them. HYMC could be another GROY. Maybe any comments, any updates on this? Are you still in this name? Is it one that you took? What does GROY look like to you right now?
Yeah, I am still in. Actually, it's funny. The second I bring it up, one thing I love about trade ideas is my marks were still there. So I must have been looking at this kind of wedge right here. I think I mentioned this one when I was talking about the potential gold breakout before that one happened. Had a nice rip. I sold a little bit into this rip, and I'm still holding some. And I see what you're saying. We've got potential two tops here at, what's that, 220-ish?
I think it's
this one, 210.
Yep.
So above that, maybe I'll add back into the shares that I want. The benefit of, I talk about things I want to hold for the short period of time and things I want to hold for a longer period of time. Things like GROY are things that I'm okay, comfortable holding because their business model is essentially just to collect the royalties from gold miners. So even if it's moving sideways, I didn't look it up, but it's probably giving us a pretty good dividend on top of that.
Yeah, did you ever get a chance? Yeah, no, I do. There's a dividend on that gold royalty. Okay, we like that. What the heck is up with this Riley stock? Like, I don't know. I'll give you a second to look it up. RILY. I don't know. I clicked on it today, and the cool thing about Trade Ideas, again, is I have this whole thing. You can click on news. There's some news here. I don't really see anything. I mean, they last reported on February 28th. They cut their dividend, I guess. I mean, this name really starting to go. And for me, Michael, again, 81% short. I double-checked this with Benzinga. They have 67%. Either way, it's a short situation here with B. Riley Financial, and it's looking like a breakout at 26, 27 bucks here. Without knowing too much about the company, I know that doesn't matter a whole bunch to you, as you've mentioned, looking at charts, but I think I like the long here. Are we crazy to think that, or what about this B. Riley Financial?
I think you've got a good place to take it. I have a weekly chart up here with some very poorly drawn lines. Let me do that again. But this $20 or so was the breakout area. You're talking 2019 now. Came right back into that $13 low from 2019 or 18, and then bounced. So I like it because, again, I call these basement window trades, which means that you know exactly where you're wrong on a name like this. If I were to see a close probably under 20 bucks a share, it's time to get out and move on and maybe get back in if we attempt another breakout. But I really like it just for the reason that you came up. I have no idea what they do.
Right.
I'm looking at the earnings per share up here, and they lose a lot of money.
Yeah.
So this would be something that I'd want to do a quicker trade on. But with an 81% short float, if it gets going at all, it definitely could see some momentum to the upside just for a quick little hit.
I have your friend and mine, Brian Shannon, on tomorrow. And look what I just drew. And by the way, I just got to tell you something. We have eSignal on the floor as well. They can't even figure out how to put on anchored VWAP, but you guys have it right here. So I'm going to say shout out again to Trade Ideas, Trader TV 20. You just click on this. Come over to my screen quickly if you can. Fabian, if you're over there. Look at this. Anchored VWAP right here to that April low right there that I'm looking at that we're trying to take out right now, puts the anchor. I mean, I can't make this stuff up. At 25.60, like literally what we're trying to break out. So I don't know. To me, that looks really good. Shout out to Trade Ideas and the anchored VWAP. Okay, Michael, look. Anything that maybe you were looking at throughout the day here? If we can get the camera back again here, we are no problem. Anything that you're looking at before we let you go? We may not hear from you for a little while. Is there anything maybe on a swing trade for a week or two or something that's catching your eye right now that maybe we haven't heard you say yet?
You've heard me say this one before,
Okay.
but I was very impressed with the strength in natural gas today.
Perfect.
Again, this is the same idea of the basement window type trade. It seems to be holding $15 just incredibly well. Every time we're at or under $15, there's some sort of buying come in place. And again, these trades I love. I'm mainly a trend trader, but I love taking shots like these because, again, I know exactly where I'm wrong. If we get a significant close under, this low right here back in March,
Yep.
that's 14.20 or so. If I get a close below that, it's time to go. Otherwise, I want to stay involved in this because a little pop, again, I'm not saying that UNG is on its way all the way back up to was $150 or $200, $150 a share. But if I can get in at 15 and I can get out at 20 or get out of most of my position at 20, I'll be a happy camper. And that just kind of fits with a lot of the commodity themes that I've been seeing pop up in the market. We have COPX, which is another, it's copper miners as opposed to gold and silver. That's a copper miner ETF. That had a really good day, came in just like silver did and put in this nice bottoming tail. So I'm seeing more and more strength in commodities, and that's basically where I'm focusing. So copper, which the technicians actually call Dr. Copper. The idea is that if copper is a building material, it generally speaking won't be pushing higher in markets that people are scared about building stuff because you need copper for everything that you build. So quite often for CMTs used as just an overall strength of the market. If copper's moving higher, then you probably shouldn't be worried about any sort of market collapse. That, and then just, again, the UNG is the little bit of a scalp that I'm taking around the bottom there.
No, I like that. I think that's well worth the risk, and hopefully that does pan out for everybody. And also that XME you brought to us earlier as well. But that's something, look, you learn something new every day. I never heard that term before, Dr. Copper, so I probably will steal that from you. Okay, Michael, it's 4:30. I wish you the best of luck. I hope I see you on Friday, but I have a feeling I won't. So until then, everybody can find you where? On X and on YouTube. Anything else you want to talk about? I know you're on Instagram as well.
Instagram, Substack. If you Google Michael Noss DMP, you'll find a bunch of stuff out there.
Yep, go get that subscription with Substack. Thank you so much, Michael Noss, and thanks for everything. Best of luck to you. Best of luck to UNG. And once again, thank you so much for coming all the time. And Trader TV 20 for Trade Ideas.
Thanks for having me. Talk to you soon.
Thank you, Michael. There it is. That's Trader Talk. See, that's the thing. If we can combine here on the show, like, someone like Michael looking at the charts, you guys giving some ideas in the chat, and then not only that, but having access to Michael, be able to ask him questions live on the air, being able to ask him questions on X, on Instagram, and through Substack, and all of that. Thank you, Michael, for once again coming through. And of course, we go back and forth. He's waiting for an addition to the family. So thank you so much, Michael Noss, for coming through on that one. And we are very, very excited for that. Okay, well, the next topic, of course, we got to get out of here. But today's sticky note because I got a playoff game with my kid today. Very, very excited. I'm so excited for him. They made it all the way to the Ontario provincials. Which is big. So we're very, very excited about that. I did tweet something out here about gold versus mining stocks. So you can see the major gold companies are well underperforming. So this goes to some of the tweets that I'm talking about. Go find me at Trader TV Sean, both on Instagram and on X. But this is kind of interesting. It's just been, the physical outproducing. So that's kind of interesting. I would almost rotate around and get into some of these names and get some dividend out of all of that. So that's something pretty interesting. Look, we talked about this. 3 green traders on the floor today. You saw one of them, and honestly, it's just about being simple. Keep it simple, stupid. We wanted Amazon long. We wanted Apple long. We wanted Tesla long. These are all bangers. We didn't get Tesla. We wanted Robinhood. We can go view that. And then we wanted AMD short, which we never got to 174. Look, Sean, what about all these prices, man? Amazon, 186. What's up with that? Okay, so let's think about how we traded this. Just real quickly, then we get roll call. I want to thank everybody for joining me today. That is for sure. Over 2,000 of you still with us. We're on X, we're on TikTok, we're everywhere. We're trading on Instagram and all that. All right, so what about Amazon? Well, here it is. So here's Amazon. Get out of here, Epic Pen. I'll put this over here as well. We'll get our roll call up next. So as this fell in, we took our first fills at 186, but look, it fell hard into 186. When this happens really early, we have learned our lesson. Here, let me put this right here so we can see that we're going to get roll call coming very, very soon. When this falls in, right off the open, we've learned our lesson. We're not taking that 186 off the open. It's an area of interest for us. So we'll look at this, then it comes right back in, and I said, you know what? If we break this 185, then we're out. Let it fall back in. We get 185.50. Boom, all the way back up to the upside. Definitely bang, 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 bang. Giving us those great feels because it came all the way back. Nice move. Then we dropped into 185. We're not buying 186. Why? Because 186 hasn't held, traders. 185 is held. We let this thing fall all the way back in. Then it breaks 185. And we go, oh no, that's a fail. Okay, we're still green on the name. All right. Comes back in, hits 185 again, and that's when we get that party started all the way back up to the upside. Apple again. It was all a dream because we took Apple back down in here into 168.50. As we wrote down, boom. Nice take on 168.50 for Apple. Only gets a little lower into that level. But again, all of these are just areas to start your trades and areas that we're looking at. We can't say anything without doing roll call. All right, so who's here today? Again, I want to thank everybody for joining us. Look, it's been a very, very interesting day, but without you, we don't have anybody. And who's here right now? We have 1,800 watching. Oh, I didn't even hit the like. There we go. Hit the like, hit the subscribe. This also gets produced as a podcast after. So let's go right now for roll call. Who's here? Thank you so much, Bears versus Bulls. I always have to thank you. Without that, we don't have anything. Thank you for all the moderation. But who's here? Oh, you know what? We didn't get to spin anything today. Let's do a quick spin. Spin 200. All right. Hey, Andrew Chow, he's here as well. Larry's mobile detailing. Get all your mobile detailing done with Larry on the chat. So a shout out to you, Larry. Dylan's here. Kling Daddy is here. Mike Breeze is here. Streamlabs is here. What? Streamlabs? Fail. I lost. Bye-bye 200 points. What's up to Caputi Electronic Music Producer? You need your music produced? Shout out to Caputi Electronic right here. D. Westermeyer's here. He wants to bang, so we'll go bang, bang, bang. Thanks so much to Joe Schmo is here today. There's Larry. Odyssey Flights, Mike Breeze, Chris Burton. Everybody's here today as well. Okay, I got to get out of here. It always feels good when you can put another green check mark in the blotter, and we do that today. I want to thank Michael Noss for joining me. I want to thank the market for being a little sleepy at the end of the day. Give us a lot to talk about. We had talked about Eclipse, which didn't turn out to be too much. I hope if you were looking for that, you're able to see it. I'm looking forward to a good family night tonight. Spend some time with the kids. What else is new? At a rink. Hopefully they have the heaters on at the rink. That's the worst. That's my pet peeve. You pay all this money, $400 an hour for ice, and then they don't heat the rink. Shout out to everybody. We'll see you tomorrow, 8:30 in the morning. Trader TV Live. I'm Sean Katina. See you then.